Welcome to another explosive, exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nature Radio Show. I'm your College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversations, stimulating bait discussions. Come on in. Welcome, right? Step right up, step right up. You could be on the Collar Nation show to Collar Nation too. You could rumble with Collar Rumble too tonight. Now, I am your culture critic, geopolitical pundit. I'm the ringmaster in the circus of deadly clowns, and I'm also a PhD in Negroology. That being said, but when you got topics like scratch beneath the surface, the American myth, right? We're going to pull the covers off this American myth thing. Right? And now, look, I'm pulling no punches anymore. I've had it. Look, the bottom line is this. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to take everybody, this country, everything down with me. We're going to go down. Let's just go down. That's the way it is. I'm just sick and tired of playing games with people and whatnot. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Let's get it on. Out of which a new world will emerge, and a new peace will emerge, and a new humanity will emerge or whatnot. But we cannot keep going on a lie. America is a lie. America is a myth, is a lie. I don't give a damn how much opportunity you think you got. I don't care how much jobs you think you got. I don't care what this country gave to you and whatnot. I'm sick and tired of living a lie. I don't give a damn how much opportunity I got in this country. I don't care what I have. Yeah, nice house with a car and whatnot. That's not every fucking thing. Sometimes truth, justice, and all those things trump materialism. So we're going to talk about this. That's what America offers us: crass materialism, instant pleasures, instant gratification, and whatnot, and no future. So when you got titles like "Scratch Beneath the Surface," the American myth, and I'm sorry for being late tonight. I mean, I was goofing off, man. That's called CP time, color people time, And I promise I will never be late like that again. I was 10 minutes late, it's starting the show, so I'm sorry to keep you all waiting, They're going to start calling me Collar Amir all of a sudden. They're going to start calling me Collar Dynasty Amir, Dynasty Jr. and whatnot. I keep being late on the show and whatnot, No offense, shout out to my good brother Dynasty Amir, but he's hilarious, man. The motherfucker be like an hour late and whatnot. I was like, next thing you know, when I was in Liberia, man, he did one show, man. I was dying to get on, man. I was sitting in my bed with my friggin' with my wife in Liberia, sitting down, and I was busting down to a nice show to listen to and whatnot. All of a sudden, it was like, okay, we'll be. He changed 20 minutes. 10 minutes, another 10 minutes, whatnot. Okay, sat there and waited another 20 minutes, and then finally he just friggin' canceled the show and put it up for another day. I was so friggin' heated, man, because I was bored that night. I had nothing to really watch, whatever like that, So I spent the night surfing on the freaking internet because, in Liberia, if you don't have a television, you really got your computer and your phone, my cell phone, So I really wanted to see a show tonight, I like basically listen to a show when I'm in Africa, because all the people in the chat room talk about, y'all don't know nothing about Africa. Y'all never go to Africa. Oh, yeah. I'll be like, in the chat room, I'm in Africa right now. That's the best feeling in the world. It's the best vindication in the world. I'm in Africa right now. I'm here. How do you like that? Well, you're only going to be there for a little while. So what? The fact is I'm here, and I'm never going to stop coming here. So this idea that we're going to forget Africa and forget building in Africa is a farce. It's not going to happen. You're never going to get me to stop going to Liberia. You're never going to get some more going to different countries and everything. So if you think that's going to happen, you think all you people that hate the pan-African movement, who think we're going to stop, Oh, look at Pierre, double-faced collar. Oh, he calls me Kaka. Oh, man, you hurt my feelings there, Felix. Oh, wow, How am I double-faced? I'm straight with everybody. I'm straight with everybody. I treat everybody. I don't get into this childish shit you guys be talking online and whatnot. And as far as like last night, somebody said, Honeyflower said, I did not hear it. Why? Because I am so busy because my moderators be sleeping on me and whatnot. I'm so busy trying to time people out and block people for saying stupid shit in my chat room. I don't have time to freaking actually zero in. You'd be surprised. Sometimes people say stuff and I'm getting mixed up who said it to me. I don't have a time to zero in on who's saying something to me, why, so I can come back with them. Like I accused Steve of saying something. It was actually Kwame, because I'm so focused on this freaking chat room. You know, I don't have time to engage my guests and whatnot. So I don't hear a lot of stuff that people would say. Carl, did you hear what somebody said? No. If I didn't have to look at the chat room 24 hours a day, if I knew I had moderators that freaking will time people out and erase people in a heartbeat, I wouldn't have to worry about that. So the moderators got that. But I gotta sit here and look at the chat room all night so when people say stuff, I don't know. For example, somebody the other night said they knew how to unblock people. I had a full-fledged conversation. Do you know I can't remember who said that? I can't remember who said that. Was it Mari Shai? I don't know. Mari Shai don't have a YouTube. How would she know? Who was it? Somebody got on here. Help me out. Somebody got on here and said, Carla, there's a way how to unblock people. I want to get up with that person because I want to find out, you know? I'm not bashing the mods. I'm just saying if I had mods that freaking did their job like they volunteered to do, and I wouldn't be sitting here getting angry at fucking everything in the chat room. I'd be fucking for Hustle Smart does but he's too lenient a little bit, you know. No, I don't think Hustle Smart said that. I could have sworn it was a female who said that. I could have sworn it was a female that said that you gotta go in the studio. You know, it could be Mari Shai. I'll see if she comes on tonight, you know. But that's what happened when I'm so freaking pissed off and amped and triggered by everybody in the damn chat room, you know, that which will call it Audrey, you gotta earn it, you gotta earn a wrench with me, you know, you gotta earn it. You gotta show respect and earn this, you know. So I don't give anybody a wrench when I gotta feel like you're on my side, and I don't feel like you're on my side. No offense. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was Mari. Hope she comes on and tell me. I was like, damn, wait a minute. I meant to do that. And I was like, you know, because I got Mari Chai's email, so like I could communicate with her and get it done, you know. Yeah. You know, look, this is not about honey flower. This is not only about honey flower. I'm not saying I care less about that, you know. What I'm saying is this. Every time I'm in the chat room dealing with people like you, For Righteous, right? It takes away from me concentrating on what my guest on the panel is saying. You know, that's what the whole moderator is supposed to be for, you know, so people get timed out when that, so I don't get distracted. The whole idea of a moderator is make sure the host don't get distracted by stuff in the chat room. You know, but if I keep hearing insults and I got to stop and keep addressing everything, I am not hearing what people are saying. So if Honey Flower said that, I must have been not paying attention, because I would never let somebody say that about any of my audience, calling somebody animal, and I would not let that go down. When are people going to start giving me the benefit of the doubt here? I can't stand this shit, you know? You know, Honey Flower doesn't disrespect the channel. So she disrespects me. You know, and what I stand for. I stand for anybody that's black can come on this platform, and look, so long as you're not no FBA ADOS clown, I said that, right? If you're not an FBA ADOS, or you're not one of these tribalist Africans or whatever like that, you're surely welcome to that. And she fits that mold, right? Until she basically does something that I see that's out of the boundaries of what I'm saying. You know, she has her opinions about Africans. So some people are just so triggered. I think you guys got an inferiority complex or something like that. Why is it that I don't know what it is? Why is it that people say shit about me or Black America? I don't get offended whatsoever. I don't know what it is. You know, I don't get offended. You know, I just don't like lies. That's all I don't like. I don't like misrepresentation. But when somebody insults me, like you call me a cotter, I don't give a fuck. You know, what the hell does that mean to me? You know, the hell, I look who's saying it, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'm an Akata, I'm an Bruni, okay, yeah, whatever. I don't get what you call, you know. I'm not saying laser, Pierre. I'm about to fucking block you. I'm about to get rid of you. Keep it up. That's why I said if I had moderators, I wouldn't be listening to fucking this shit like here. You know, you're trying to start you here trying to start shit because you don't like me. So you're trying to overblow stuff that's something that's going on. Look, I said this before, you know, I'm doing this because I want I don't care about what you think of truth, right? I'm here because I want ideas. I thought that I would reach the public, the black public out there, and I get ideas. Now, Ibrahim called in last night, and he gave me some good ideas. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear ideas. I don't want to hear bickering and beef. When you can go to these other channels for that. This is not that channel. This is not a channel to block to beef and stuff like that. I am not going to deal with it. So I'll get rid of everybody. I'm telling you, I will get rid of everybody. Cuddy's a freaking clown, you know. I'm not here to beef or all stuff like this, you know. Well, you call it mess because you guys want it to be messy, you know. I'm like this. I call it here, and what I'm saying is, if you have something to say, to add and whatnot, if people are not adding to a thing, it doesn't matter. If you're not contributing meaningful content to me or the audience, then it doesn't matter. I don't look at the beef, you know. I don't look at the beef and nonsense like that, you know. You know, Cuddy don't disrespect, but Cuddy doesn't know what he's talking about. One thing, disrespect is also, if you call in and you try to tell me something about something I absolutely know about, Liberia, and I know you don't know what you're talking about, right? Like which was sometimes you'll hear me. If somebody says something, I'll just sit back and shut up because I don't know that topic. There's a lot of people who know stuff about stuff I don't know. So what I do is I'll sit back, and you notice me, I'll sit there and talk. I let friggin' that dude Ahmed talk for like an hour. I didn't know what the hell he was saying, but I don't know anything about Sierra Leone. I don't know about his country, so I let him talk. You got to know when to shut the hell up. And Cuddy didn't know when to shut up, you know? You know, so the bottom line is this: if you got something to say or something to add, I will basically say, "Hey, look, you got the floor." And I'll be quiet, right? I wouldn't be going at Ahmed talking about no this and I probed them a little bit, right? Then Dama gets up and says, "What the hell are you talking about? You sit here and talk for hours." That's what I do. I let people talk, you know. If a guest has a problem with somebody, let them call in, say what they got to say, but don't expect me to take a side. You know, Adama called it. I like Ahmed. He's a contributor to the show. If you talk for a whole hour or something like that, that's your contributor. You know, I value contributors, you know. I value contributors, you know, to the show. People come in contact. I want more females calling in. I want more females calling in. I need more women calling in, you know. Yeah, more for Dusty Brothers on his way to fuck out. You know, I'm tired of him and his nonsense attacking me in the chat room about Liberia. That's off limits. If you know, look, if the host of the show knows he has an affinity for a particular country, of course I'm going to be a little biased and slighted towards Liberia because I love the country, right? But I'm saying mostly the truth, you know, without much exaggeration, right? So why can't people like me, if I like me going on a dynasty show, right? And say Sierra Leone this, Nigeria this. I know those are two countries he works with. So I'm not going to go on this show and disrespect them, you know? I'm not going to go on Brandon's show and talk bad about Kenya because I know that's a country he messed in. I'm not going to go Kuganda's channel and start hating on Uganda because he's there. There's certain things you don't do. And I'm sick and tired I got to tell grown people this shit, you know? If you know Kyle is working with Liberia, he's trying to promote a tour and whatnot, why the hell are you in this chat room talking shit? You could be any place in the world, but why are you in my chat room talking shit? And I'm going to put an end to it, you know? If my mods don't want to do it, I'll do it. You know? So, no, I don't care about light skin. My wife is not light skinned. What are you talking about? That's you're projecting yourself onto me. Cuddy's okay, but he's not colonization material. You know, that's simple as that. He's over in what you call. I don't dislike Black American women. So my sister's Black American, and I love her with all my heart. I would be nothing without my sister. You know, my mother's a Black American woman. So how dare you say something like that? I got aunties. You know, I got relatives. They're all Black American women. The hell are you talking about? People just put stuff out there. You don't like Black American women. Like I said, it's just like well, I said, you know, I'll give it one more month, man. I'm just gonna end this shit, you know. Yeah, I'm just gonna upload videos, but I'm not gonna after I don't know if I'm renewing it after July. I think I'm just gonna give it a break. I know I'm not gonna do no live streams in August, you know. I'm not gonna do any live streams in August. I'm just gonna take the month. I got a lot of certifications and work to do. August is gonna be my busiest month of the year. And then I got to get ready for my open annual enrollment period. It's going to be my biggest selling season in my 20-year history, my 20-year career. You know, after this year, I'm going to be set for life. After this, by January, I'm going to be fucking set for life. So I know that. So I'll be able to do all the stuff I'll be able to do in Liberia on my own. I won't need no damn donations. I won't need no contributors, no nothing. I'll be able to do the shit myself because I realize now Negroes are useless. Negroes are completely useless. So I realized the stuff I want to do in Liberia. One of the stuff I want to do is, besides getting a facility or stuff like that. Former President Ware, his wife Clara Ware, they're all thieves and whatnot. My former Ware, she built a residency. It was really nice. She has an auditorium, pool, clubhouse with children. That's so beautiful. I know it's stolen money and whatnot, but it's hour like that for youth in Liberia. It's freaking beautiful. Beautiful. It has a hotel, convention center. It has an outdoor auditorium. It was friggin' nice. I want to build something like that. I want to be able to bring Black America, Africa together in our own base camp. That's what I want to do. I want to build, City of Hope. Yeah, that was friggin' beautiful. I give respect to and honor and acknowledgement when people are doing good. When people are doing good, I'll acknowledge them. I don't want everybody accused of, oh, you don't like so you're biased, Colin. No, if somebody's doing good, and I don't even like Joy Ware, so why would you say something like that, Audrey? This is what I'm telling you. You're never gonna get a wrench from me, I'm about to block you forever. People, like I said, I'm sick and tired of low life trash. I swear to God, and I'm realizing now that people who frequent these streets are nothing but trash, and I hate that I gotta. I can't do my flow because I got to listen to stuff. People trigger me in the chat room and stuff like that. And people have nothing good to say. All they do is just trigger me in my chat room one night. They come at me and attack me. I get it. You don't like me. So if you don't like me, why are you here? That's why I don't understand that. I could never understand that. If I don't like something, do you ever see me on Afro Dumbass's channel? No, I don't like him. So I'm not going to be on his channel, So why don't you and Audrey start your own stream, Pierre? Start your own stream. Go leave me, leave me be. Why do you got to come here to bother me? I could never understand it. If I don't like somebody, I'm not going to be on their channel. If I am on a channel, I'll sit in the chat room, won't comment, or I'll make something. I'm not going to sit there and try to antagonize a host on his own show or whatnot. I don't understand that. It's only, I noticed that when I look at different channels on YouTube, it's only Black YouTube channels that this happens. But somebody will get on the channel and like that. I don't care about being liked. I don't care about being liked. I only want people who's down with this movement. I don't care. You call me double faced. Well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't get into this petty back and forth. Tell me something about policy that I'm saying. Did I basically support this one day or that day, or just some stupid stuff online chatter beef on that, which I don't care about, All right. So I don't care. Look, I don't care about anybody loving me. What part of that don't you understand? I'm not here looking for love. I got all the love I need in my damn life, I got all the love I need in my life. I got my family, I got my wife. I don't need love. I just need people who are intelligent to give me content and basically contribute to what I'm trying to say, because I don't know anything. Am I missing something? Yeah. So if I believe Liberia is a heaven on earth, who are you to come in here and telling me it's different? Who are you to come in here to mock me? Especially when you don't have a channel, you don't have an alternative, And I'm gonna talk about your America because I don't believe any Black person believes that America is a great country. So I don't believe nobody believes. Check us out. I do not believe that. For example, today, a Black African American sister is under fire for not standing for the national anthem at her graduation, the college graduation. It's a viral video right now, but she's getting a lot of support among Black America. A lot of support. What does it tell you? I'm telling you, we're on the precipice of a revolution. Black America is looking for something. They're searching for something. But the only person that got an answer is the colonigenesis. I say the answer is nationhood. It's time for us to build something and come together as a people. And whether it's here in America or here on the continent, we got to be together for ourselves. Forget about this American society shit. That thing right there, what I just said, is growing. You could take it all you want. You think I'm joking and whatnot. That's growing. So people like Dusty, brother, you're gonna be by yourself. You know. So all this not loving, going. That's but all you're doing is trying to perpetuate slavery. You know. There's no way you can forget what happened. Just like this young woman. That's what I said. I noticed too. The people who support Black nationalist movement, unlike before, tend to be educated. The uneducated, like the four righteous Black people, they're like, oh, I'm an American. They even go far as say that slavery never happened. I'm an indigenous American. That's how ignorant you are. But real Black people who are educated and know who they are, they understand, despite everything. You cannot go up there and put your hand on your heart and say, I pledge allegiance to America, because we all know we're tired of living a lie. Now, however, like Malcolm X, however that turns out, however that thing, I don't care who's listening right now, who's going to listen to this show. I don't give a damn if you report me to the FBI. I'm going to tell it like it is, Yeah, okay. How are we Americans? We can't get, well, you're American a property, American slave, you're American fool, American friggin' rejects. And let me talk about the 14th Amendment. And like I was saying last couple of days, the 14th Amendment never overturned Dred Scott. Why do I say that? They said, Carlo, how do you say that? It's simple. It's because I don't care how much millions of dollars somebody has. That don't mean anything. We had millionaires during slavery times. But did they settle for slavery and the institutions? No. They tried to change shit. Some of them left America. We always have it. Paul Coffey was a millionaire, but he created the colony of Freetown. Because you could bind a man, you can shackle a man's body, but you can't take his soul. The Dred Scott decision said that it was all about, and I thought about this today, how I was going to say this. The Dred Scott decision was only about the fact that when Dred Scott versus Sanford came was Black people were not Americans at all. And you didn't have access to, you could not sue a white person for anything. So in other words, because of the Dred Scott decision, there was a case that happened before that. There was an Amistad case, right? It took it to the Supreme Court, and they ruled in favor of the Amistad. After that, Southern presidents packed the Supreme Court with pro-slavery justices, out of which came the ruling of Dred Scott that said that Black people cannot sue or basically in court, or you had access to no court. That means you could not file a habeas corpus. You could not file. You have no access to the court system because you are not American. That basically, the 14th Amendment, basically loosely, only thing it did was it didn't say Black people are citizens and you could do whatever we want. All it did was give Black people the amendment to fight for your place in America through the court system. It gave us access to the court system. And then the first test case for the 14th Amendment was the Plessy versus Ferguson case, right? And the next landmark case was the Brown versus Board of Education. Had it not been for those two cases, right, and Black people had not argued for rights in this country over the last 100 years between 1860 like that, there would be no Black immigrants in this country. There'll be no Chinese. There'll be no Indians. There'll be nothing white, because the white nationalists said that we only want strict immigration to America to white Anglo-Saxon Protestant people that are coming from Western Europe. So because of that, right, they passed the Oriental Exclusion Act of the 1880s. How were they able to do that when Chinese basically were born here too? Because the argument was in the Chang case was that the 14th Amendment only applied to ex-slaves, and it only basically said that ex-slaves have right to fight for social justice through the court system. That means you could sue a white person, you could do this, and you could have you could take cases all the way to the Supreme Court. That's all the 14th Amendment did. It didn't guarantee black people equal rights and stuff like that. It didn't do that. It still maintained that the southern states still had Jim Crow laws and restriction on black people laws. But the 14th Amendment, it did allow for black people to study the legal system and argue on our behalf. So I give always good respect for those black people that worked hard and to give us while we were here in America, give us a decent way of life. And I'm never going to disrespect those people, even though I disagree with integration. I'm never going to disrespect those black people who fought for us, so like that. So it is what it is. So people, if you don't know me, please ask. Don't assume you know me or what's in my heart and what's in my mind. If you want to know, you ask. Carver says the Naturalization Act of 1790, with the first law established the process of becoming a U.S. citizen. The process was naturalized to free white persons. Of course, it was all about white people. They want to build, honestly, America in a primitive state want to build a white homeland, a white homeland. So why are all these black people coming from overseas thinking they're Americans all of a sudden? No, you ain't going to be American until the people who actually fought for this country and fought to change it become full Americans. If black Americans you're not going to be Americans, So it is what it is. If black America falls, everyone's going back right down with them, So it is what they do, So it is what it is. But the topic of tonight is scratch beneath the surface, the American myth. We're going to talk about that. I want to find that video and play it. Sister, there are people that are livid, mad, mostly white people. How you don't stand? I mean, I look at these people like, are y'all crazy? See, that tells me that white people I don't think they get it. They basically look at the raw MSNBC, and when they don't look if some more white people listen to platforms like this. Just listen, not participate. Just sit back and listen. They will get a window into the soul of Black America, but they don't do that. That's why they're shocked when something like that happens. How this young girl graduating college going to have so much ahead of her when they're already trying to destroy this young girl, because she said, I refuse to stand for the national anthem. I got like that one time when I was younger. I went from when I was 7 or 8 years old, being the first kid to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in school. The first kid, and I was like, I used to tell my kids, my classmates, white kids, you ain't standing fast enough for the flag. That's our flag. We're Americans, But over the years, they made me eat my words, I felt by the time I was a teenager, I felt alienated, and that's when I became more radical when I was like 16 years old. When I was 8 and 9 years old, I was an American. I was so proud to be an American. I lived in a Black community in South Jamaica, Queens, and whatnot. Still to this day, most people, Black people in Queens, are very, very pro-American because they've been tested. My question, I only question my Americanness when we moved from South Jamaica, Queens into a predominantly white neighborhood, and I faced racism. Black people who don't really face racism could basically, I am not bitter. What are you talking about? Poor Black, shut up. Just shut up. I am not bitter. I am not bitter. I'm telling you my life. I ain't bitter. I don't know. I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna find the video and play it. When the right-wing media gets a hold to this one, they're gonna haunt her for the rest of her life. They're gonna come after this girl unless somebody like say no, and also would anybody that's famous intervene and say, "Oh, I'll hire you" or something like that. They're gonna blacklist her or whitelist her, however you put it. Because the one thing white America will never tolerate, right? They'll tolerate you to anything but rejection. Like they always said, the problem they had with Marcus Garvey, right? I said, what would they have problem having with Marcus Garvey? It's because Garvey rejected America. You see, that goes against everything the white man believes about himself, his civilization, whatnot. This is perfect civilization, all stuff like that. And he really do think that he could integrate ex-slaves and people that he's murdered. It was like, and all will be forgiven. And Marcus Garvey said, no. Elijah Muhammad said, no, it will never happen. White people were not listening. You know, they still think that we're all Americans. Why do you think they, Langley, great American hero? Why are we as a goddamn great American hero when it comes out us killing other people of color? You know? So Garvey was us. Garvey was a black man. So all you race traders in the chat room, you hate fucking black nationalism. You hate us or that. In the bottom line, you guys are gonna lose. You are gonna lose because for a black, you don't have even the white people on your side. They don't even care about you. Who you gonna run to? For righteous, what it comes down to, you all, like Thanos said, you couldn't live with your failures. So where does that bring you? Back to me. The bottom line is that that's why they call me Call of Thanos. That's another title, Call of Thanos, right? Because you couldn't live with your failures, right? And would that bring you? Right back to me. It'll come right back to the College Genesis. So you're not going nowhere, pro-righteous, and sooner or later I'm going to have you in Ghana. You're here to correct me, okay? Okay. I'm going to get corrected by 4 righteous. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. And I had a really funny day. I was cracking up all day today, I began my day today. Get ready to go to my office, suit and tie on and whatnot. I had an appointment today. Really nice today, man. One of my clients took me to lunch today, man. I had this friggin' this French dip with ribeye steak. That shit was the best sandwich I have. I still got half of it right here. I'm going to eat later. That was so good. It was like he's a white guy. It was like this little redneck dive bar, right? A real nice place. Food was delicious, man. I was like, black brother cook in there. Food was freaking delicious, man. I'm like, oh my God, I freaking like this. No, it was ribeye. A freaking French dip, with the au jus sauce and whatnot, provolone cheese, mushrooms, onions. Oh my God, that shit was good. Anyway, I started the day off, and my sister was like, oh, you know something? In our flower bed, we got birds. So I looked out there when I said, I don't see him. She goes, go up, stand on the top of the steps, right? So I stand on top of the steps, and inside of our flower pot, these cute little baby birds, they were just so adorable. They had their little mouths open and whatnot. And I told my sister, well, should we move it to the backyard? I said, no, you cannot touch that flower pot, because if the mother and father, they have 2 mother-father birds, they come there, they look at you and everything like that. It's like, what the hell are y'all looking at? They got birdies. That's our flower pot. You're invading. So they took over our flower pot and made a nest. Oh my God, it was just so cute. It's so cute when that, I remember a couple of weeks ago, they would just look like 4 eggs in there. Now they're all hatched. They're little hatchlings when it's so cute, Anyway. So anyway, I said, they got the little mouths open. It's like chirping, got the little mouths open. So the parents, the mother and the father comes out and puts like little worms in their mouth and whatnot, and it's had little mouths open. I said to my sister, don't touch it, leave it right there, because if you touch the thing in any sort of way and they smell any sort of human interaction, they'll abandon the nest and the chicks will die. So we just want to leave it there. They're so cute. So it's something cute to look at when I walk out the door. You walk out the door, there's he's looking there, the little tiny little mouths open up, little eyes. First they didn't have any eyes. Now they got eyes open when they can see you on that. They are so cute, these little chicks. They are so cute. Little tiny things. They're only like an inch. Speaking of birds, I remember if you cut everybody from upstate New York, right? I tell you what, the bird that you got to watch is a blue jay. Blue jays are no joke. If you ever see a blue jay, right? Sometimes their babies fall out of the nest. I'll tell you right now, if you don't believe anything I say, don't ever go near that blue jay's baby. Don't try to pick them up. Don't try to help them. Don't do nothing, because blue jays will attack you. That's a one bird I know that will attack you. I've seen it. Blue jays come down, swoop down, and prick you with their beak and grab you with their claws and whatnot and fly back off and whatnot. They do it. They'll leave blood. Blue jays, when they're defending their nest or whatever like that, blue jays do attack. They don't care. They're like any other bird. Other birds just run off. But blue jays will swarm you and attack you, like dive bomb, like an aircraft coming down on you and hit you, like full speed, knock you off your ass, Blue jays are very beautiful birds. I don't know I don't know if the blue jay is a state bird of New York. I think the robin, the red robin. I could never remember that. When I was from New York, I don't understand. I can't remember which one was the state bird. Let's see, New York state bird. New York state bird. Every state has a bird. I used to know them all. York state bird, state bird. The beautiful state of upstate New York. What the hell? They changed it? Eastern bluebird. What the hell? Is that the blue jay? No, is that a blue jay? It says eastern bluebird. That's not a blue jay. That little thing, I guess they changed the bird, Say bird, flower. What's the official bird? The eastern bluebird. Says it's 19. Okay, the blue jay was never the bird. It says it's 1970. The state bird is 1970. Eastern bluebird. I never really saw these right here. I saw them, but I always thought the blue jay was a state bird because the Blue Jays, Toronto has the Blue Jays. I think the Blue Jays coming in from Canada because they have the Toronto Blue Jays, whatever like that, But yeah, okay, Eastern bird. I don't really bird, but I always thought New York was like a badass state. So I thought the Blue Jay was a bad bird. That'd be New York State bird because it's like a thug. A Blue Jay is like thugs. They're rough. I see Blue Jays rumble with cats, dogs, everything, man. These guys, they ain't afraid of nothing, man, They're tough. They're a tough bird, bro, What's going on, Mari Shy? Is naturally shy now. She changed her name because somebody hijacked her name. Now it's naturally shy. All right. Oh, that's a new thing. She don't have her mod channel. That's not her mod channel, She don't have a mod channel, so I don't know. How's it going, folks? I'm gonna try to find that video, Try to find that video of a girl it won't stand for the national anthem. Won't say black girl won't stand. Black girl won't stand for national anthem. All right. Girl, national. This girl sounds like somebody who's listening to the College Genesis. Before I'm gonna have millions of people freaking okay. Can't find it. Hold up. Now, most black people sing the national anthem, right? Yeah, I look at all these videos. Black girls sing the national anthem. That's what white people expect. But the one time black person says, "No, I'm not standing for that," all hell's breaking. All hell's breaking loose. What the hell's going on? Yeah, they gotta say. Of course, there's gonna be black people who say, something. I don't think we should stand for the national. So, what gets me? It's not even this. It's like, why do people act shocked? When I watched this video today, man. So why is it not popping up on my history? I don't get it. I did not get. Maybe it was a short. Oh, look at the shorts. I don't know. Says God chose white people. What's going on? God. I don't know. The truth about slavery, surviving China. I don't know. I can't find it. Okay, let me go. It was on the diaspora, the disaster channel. African disaster channel. African disaster channel. Diaspora channel. Okay, that's what was on. The African diaspora channel turned full blown ADOS FBA, nonsense, and a reparation demanding ADOS FBA, I don't know, Kamala Banks for donation. I don't know. I can't find it. I guess they might have pulled it because it was garnering so much heat. I know Phil Scott can't take that type of heat, Phil Scott they probably said, Phil, you better take that shit down. Yeah, some balls. Let me take that down. Just like that, the story disappeared. Right? Because you know why is because people don't want any real confrontation. Like, don't listen to these clowns online. They're not for real. They're not for real. All they want to do is use. They know black people are emotional. Black people are hurting right now, so they want to basically milk it for all it's worth. That's all it is. These people ain't serious. They ain't serious. Black college graduate trigger unusual suspect. Stand for yeah. Yeah, so the bottom line, I can't find the video anyplace. Let me put in black college graduate. Let's see, black college graduate, black college graduate, 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 national anthem. If this don't pop up, that means they scrubbed the internet of it. National anthem. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, okay, it's here. Okay. Oh, you know what? It was on Torrent Rain show. I should have known Phil Scott was gonna put something like this up here on his panel. I don't know why I thought it was Phil Scott's show. It was Terrain Rain. So let me put this video up. We're gonna watch this video and then I want reaction. This is what we do here. We have discussions. I want to know your opinions.
My business by solving the number one the usual suspect.
So Torrent Rain show. So this is what I did. I found it. This is what we have this channel for, to talk about topics that's relevant to our community, not to sit here and beef and nonsense about like children on my platform. Like, if you want to do that, please go somewhere else. I'm a 57-year-old man. I do not have time for fucking internet beefs and these fucking high school like beefs. I really don't. And I'm telling you right now, I'm getting tired of it. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of discussing it. When I got all the thing I want to hear from anybody is, what are your ideas? That's all I want to hear. What are your ideas? I thought we were having an arena of ideas, right now. I haven't done that. It's been on a year right now. And I'm carrying all the weight. Yeah, I'm carrying all the fucking weight of this platform right now. Nobody's contributing. Nobody's saying, Kyle, I did my homework. I did my research. This is what I came up with. And then come on the platform and share what you learn. Share with our audience what you learn. That's how you grow and build. But how do black people get out of this when nobody wants to put in any work? Nobody wants to put in any work. I put in a lot of work over the years in these movements and everything. I put in work. I paid my dues. So. What does Marcus say? Right side of history. I knew Marcus was a coon. He's a Captain America Negro. All right, let's play Torrent Rain. Let's see this.
The usual suspects are at it again, but I thought they had so-called black fatigue, but apparently I guess they're going to throw this on top of the whole so-called black fatigue. So this is something I came across on Twitter, where you have this young lady right here in the video. I don't have it playing, but it's a screenshot of it, and she's at her graduation, her college graduation, and she's sitting down looking at her camera in her phone while the national anthem is playing. And in the caption, she wrote, "I will never stand for this." But of course, the usual suspects got a hold of it and decided, we're going to take an opportunity to come at her because she did something that apparently offended us so much. Now, remember, the whole not standing for the national anthem, that goes back, of course, to Colin Kaepernick. It's crazy how 10 years later, that still has apparently it has some remnants still left over. I'm sure the usual suspects are still pissed about that too, even though the man hasn't been in the NFL in about 9 years. But we have this person here whose name is David Santa Carla, who wrote in this caption,
yeah, she's Black
it's been
American.
160 years since Lincoln freed them. Already he's lying because Lincoln did not free the slaves.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting record?
It's funny they think the Emancipation Proclamation is what freed the slaves. I'm not even going to go into a whole historical narrative about what it actually was, but it definitely wasn't Lincoln. But see, they have to give this thing of, oh, y'all were slaves, but it was us that freed you, even though we're the ones that also owned you. But then they'll come back and say that Johnson character was a black man that owned slaves, or it was black people on the motherland that sold us into slavery, or the whole thing. We know their shtick by now. Then they followed up and said, can we just admit they are not assimilating? Well, that's the thing. Two things. One, y'all never wanted us to assimilate to begin with because we won't assimilate the way you want us to. And two, even if we wanted to assimilate, you would still find a roadblock to put in there. So the thing is, it's like a no-win situation for us. And we're fine with that. We're fine with not wanting to assimilate with you because we see the ones that you allow to assimilate with you. Because then we would be walking around here sounding like Candace Owens, Fakem, ABL to an extent, the Hodge twins, the Cartier family, Foreman, Terrence K. Williams, or as I call him, Little Tiny Terry, and so on and so forth. Basically, the assimilation they want us as black people to do is to act like their pet, or basically the house Negro or a tap dancer. That for them is assimilating to their American, I guess you can say, diagram for us. When they're out there yelling black fatigue this and black fatigue that's us not assimilating to them, and in their eyes that's us rebelling against the narrative or whatever kind of layout they feel they have for us. And the more and more we don't do it, the more and more they get so-called tired or fatigued of us. If everyone was around here acting like these bootlegs, they would never, first off, they would never have hijacked black fatigue, because let's be real clear here. They were not the ones that came up with it. And to all you bootlegs out there that are bastardizing it along with them, just like y'all did with woke, y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. But I know you're not, because as long as you're getting clicks, views, and engagement and money, there is no shame to be had, I guess. So this person wrote this right here, and of course it set off a firestorm, and then everyone else had to chime in. We have this individual right here says, we don't want them to assimilate anymore. Well, that's the thing. You never wanted us to assimilate to begin with. And let's be real, if you really wanted us to assimilate, then why in the world did you have Jim Crow? Why was everything separated then? I always thought that separate but equal doctrine was one of the most hypocritical, backwards doctrines ever created. Going on, he says that time has long passed. We want them to be sent back. Sent back where? Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? We can't be sent back anywhere, because for the most part, if our ancestors were slaves, we're here. Where are you going to send us back to? Then he says, sent back to their own countries where they can sell and eat one another away from the rest of us. They hate our country, which is fine. They still think that the country belongs to majority.
Now, that's interesting. Notice how basically when white people get cornered, they quickly throw Africans under the bus. So you Africans need to understand that. That's what they think of you. That we go to Africa, we're going to be eaten by savages. We didn't start that. They did. That's what the average white person thinks. So I hate when people come up here and say, Colin, you say we're savage. No, I don't. I say some of you are savages, but they say the whole entire continent. Basically, like Africa has never had civilization. It never had cities like Timbuktu, Benin, Oyo, Kano, and all these other places like that. Jenny, Mopti, and all that. All those great black civilizations never existed and whatnot. That many of our ancestors come from the Congo Kingdom and all that. But they say that we're gonna go back to eating each other, savages and cannibals or not. That's what the average white person thinks of you, And you African immigrants, you guys gotta start picking a side. Are you gonna be with us? Probably be with them. Them is if what they like the guy was saying, Torre. I don't agree with everything he says, but because I know he's not a pan-Africanist, black national. But the bottom line is this: assimilation comes at a price in America. It comes at you forgetting who you are and accepting who they are. It comes at a point of you basically not being in your own truth and accepting and adopting their truth. Like For Righteous lives the white man's truth. She doesn't have her own truth. She's a bootleg, you know. Yes, Amasa, I's American and whatnot. I's not going nowhere. She's asking, is the girl FBA? The girl is a black African American woman, you know. It's just ridiculous, you know. And like I said, I'm glad poor righteous people come in here because I eat people alive. People fall right into my trap every time they come on my show, you know. So it is what it is, you know. I realistic, you're delusional. No, you're delusional, you know. You were the one who said that you are freaking aboriginal to America when I know you're an African woman and a half, you know. You're from the deep sub-Saharan Africa. You talking about you were here in America. No, you were 400 years ago, you was climbing trees, getting coconuts and bananas in Africa, you know.
Just them. He says they can go live without all the technology, entertainment, and fast food they enjoy.
So basically what he's saying is Africa, this guy's saying that there's no technology in Africa. This is what they think of you folks. You Africans, right? They believe, the white man believes that you don't have technology in Africa. You don't have fast food in Africa. You don't have entertainment. You don't have televisions. Also, they see the whole idea of us being in America is because they figured that black people, if they like modernization, they like electricity, they're going to stay here. But they don't understand. A lot of us have figured out the answer is black African infrastructure. That means if we could have our own land and build our own infrastructure, we don't need America anymore. You know, do you understand why they call me the College Genesis? You understand why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, broadcasting every night on YouTube? The problem is they think from this day is they brought us here as a favor. Because if we weren't brought here, that we'd be eating each other in Africa. We would have no electricity. We have no running water. We don't know like that because we're not capable of doing that because we are an inferior race. And then they brought us to their superior civilization. Complete the fact that black people contributed greatly to the scientific development of this society. See, I go there. All you people that sit there and keep opposing me, whatever like that, you're going to find out. I'm not somebody you could just roll over. You know, it's not going to happen. For righteous, I don't know why you thought it was going to be quick work. I'm giving you that work tonight, you know, because you're sounding really silly right now. That's what they think of you. When you sit up there, your big self at McDonald's, whatever like that, you know, just understand a white man sitting back saying, you know something, For Righteous, if it wasn't for us, you'd be over there in Mammy Land doing this. That's what they think of you. While you think you're getting praised for being a good American, they're sitting there laughing at you, mocking you. You know, they even say freeing slaves with reparation. Yeah, that's what they say. Freeing, they're taking something that didn't belong to them, our life, and giving us, it's like somebody stealing something from you, right? And giving it back and saying, I should get a reward for giving me back what I stole from you. This is how delusional. And the thing is, we've been living this lie for 300 years. It's a lie. You know, you can't say you're going to give somebody what God gave them at birth, which is your freedom. They took from us what we should have had in the first place. You know, they gave it back to us and said we ought to be grateful. Now stand for the national anthem. This is insane. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Hey, Dusty brother, Jeffrey Dahmer, your brother, your kinfolk, was eating people, frying black people up in Milwaukee like burgers. So don't talk about General Butt Naked. What about Jeffrey Dahmer? What about John Wayne Gacy, who cut up boys and ate body parts? Please don't tell me about no fucking General Butt Naked when you have Jeffrey Dahmer eating black people frying us up like burgers. Yo, Let's continue this.
Bye-bye. Now, what's funny is about when he says entertainment, let's take us away. You're going to take away all the entertainment. It's amazing how much they think that how well they think they can do without us. And the crazy part about it is they think the same thing about us. They be thinking, oh, they can never thrive without us. I beg to differ. I highly beg to differ. But let's go on to the next statement. This person right here says Lincoln should have shipped them back to where they came from. Some of these I'm not even just going to go over because it's like I'm just going to go through the comments because they pretty much all are saying the same exact thing. This person said this isn't going to stop until they start getting taught that they are actually Americans, not Africans living in America. Well, for those of us who are FBA, we already know that. Thanks for preaching to the choir. We already know that we're not Africans living in America. Africans live.
That's why I disagree with him. Back. I am an African living in America, so I don't go there with that nonsense and whatnot. So that's what I said. People like Torrin Rain, he was on a roll there. Had he said, "Yeah, we are Africans living in America," that's it. But the bottom line is this: you can't basically call yourself an American, and then basically when look, it's right. Okay, it's like this: if you say you're an American, right, then the white man is right. You should stand for his national anthem, right? That's why I understand that FBA some people are hypocrites. They say they're not Americans. They say I could not stand for the national anthem, but they say they're Americans. What is it? If you're American, be an American. That's why I gave Steve and Kwame the American test, right? And both of them failed. I know what Americans think. There's a lot to being in this country than just sucking off the benefits and opportunity, right? America basically is going to cry out for a real nation, a white stand, and white nationalism is real. It's growing. That's like the order of the day right now. White nationalism is growing, whether it's leftist or right. White nationalism is a reality. So you ADOS FBA people, you have really no credibility because this girl right here, she say, I bet you ain't my money. She listened to Colonation. She's going to join the Colonation, right? She ain't going to join no FBA. All these people are FBA, I don't understand it, right? I don't understand it. You have nothing to stand on. If you basically say, look, I'm an American, I'm standing for the flag because I'm a foundational Black American. My ancestors were here, blah, 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 before the war, that's fine, right? But the moment you try to basically be like, well, like this, it's I'm not an American, we're not, then the whole FBA argument goes out the freaking door, So it seems like white nationals are growing in Europe. They're growing all over the damn world. What the fuck is that? We were stupid enough to listen to these integrationists and globalists and whatnot, that we're all one world kumbaya shit, Africans could do that because they have no choice when they come to the developed world, but Black America, we know better, we know better, we know we're capable of building without these people, and so I could see how Africans say that because, if I was somebody coming from Nigeria or any one of these countries, I try to get out of there too. And my philosophy would be globalism. I'm a global citizen because the last thing I want to do is be stuck in my own country, a country I have no knowledge or capable of building, so. Yeah, like, share, and subscribe, folks. Let's do this. Like, share, and subscribe, like, share, and subscribe. White nationalists are growing in America, and you think these people are just some joke or whatever like that, you are sadly mistaken, What gets me is I don't see how we have any really comeback or defense. When you got Black people talking about I'm a foundational Black, you have no defense. The Black nationalists are the only people that could stand up to the white nationalists. The real Black nationalists could stand up to these people. I noticed when I used to debate these people online. They really have no defense against Black nationalists. People who are African nationalists. When I talk about the African and stuff like that, they really have nothing to say. They're like paralyzed. I take all their argument and their cards away from them. That's why I say it like this. Somebody like For Righteous, if she ever came across a white national tonight, she'd be crying because they'll make her look stupid, you know? As soon as they tell her, go back to Africa, you monkey, whatever like that, she'll cry. No, I ain't no African. I was a foundational black and original Aboriginal American. Boo-hoo, accept me, white people. I'm one of you or not. I'm not a tether. I'm not one of these Caribbeans or these African immigrants. I've been here with 400 years. You know, I know I was here before the slave trade. You know, we were already here, you know. So when people, delusional black people get their wake-up call, you know, that's when shit's going to go down. That's why I say these ADOS, FBA, wobble people, I attack them so much, right? Because I'm determined to destroy them, you know? Yo, trust me, you have not been, you hide, like I said last night's show, hiding from the white man. The ADOS FBA movement is, let's hide. What was last night's show called? You know, hiding from the white man, you know? Yeah, skinheads are white nationalists, you know? Hiding from the white man. That's what For Righteous is doing. She says in the dark, she's hiding from the white man, you know? Let's hide from the white man, you know? Let's be in America, but let's hide from the white man. Let's be American, but let's hide from it. Because look, as soon as you confront white people, they're going to say, no, I don't consider you American. Get the hell out of here. And you're going to get your wake-up call sooner or later because you're hiding right now, For Righteous. You probably don't come out of your house. You don't do nothing. You make sure you, I know you. How about this, For Righteous? Why don't you go on Parler, Reddit, or thing and put your philosophies in there and see what happens to you? You're going to get your feelings hurt. See if they don't dox you and harass you, you know? You're going to sound stupid. All you ADOS FBA people need to do is go on some of these white nationalist sites and whatnot, and you are going to get your wake-up call about how the majority of white people see you. People with power see you. You could just delude yourself to call yourself American so long as you stay out of white people's faces and whatnot. But as soon as you come in there and say, I'm American or not, and you go in their spaces, they're going to let you know how you're not American, and you will get hurt or killed. So, well, I am building something. I'm building something right now, you know. My movement is growing in Liberia, so I don't know what you're talking about. My chapter's growing. I got a huge chapter. All I need is my building now, you know, and I'm going to have that, you know. I ain't going to need no donations or nobody for now. I'm going to build that myself, you know, so. I don't know what you're talking about, For Righteous, you know. As far as the African, I'm just going to lay the foundation. The next generation is going to do it, you know. Okay, I have nothing. You have nothing. You have been, check this out, For Righteous. You can't even afford a StreamYard. StreamYard's only $400 for a whole year. You got to sit there and do YouTube channels in the dark because you can't even afford StreamYard. You see, I got streaming. You're on my show right now. When's the last time I can go on friggin' StreamYard? You know, I'm a joke. Okay. But you're here, though. Listen to me, though. If I'm a joke, you're here. Listen to me. That's how stupid these people sound. If I think somebody's a joke, I don't go on their show. I'm like, no, man, I'm too intelligent. I'm above that. I said, evidently, I must not be a joke because you're sitting here listening to me, getting triggered by everything I fucking say. You know? And everybody's laughing at your ass in the comment section because you're freaking a fool. You're a buffoon. So step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down with the collar rumble, you know? I don't know. I that's the only article I've seen with Torren Rain, and I don't really fuck with him because he's an ADOS FBA goofball, you know? But, you know, I would like some black nationalists to get on. The black nationalist movement is lacking, you know. That's the people we should be reaching out to. I would like to have her on my fucking show, you know. Of course she believes. She knows I'm telling the truth. That's why she's angry, because she knows what I'm saying is the truth. The truth hurts, you know. The truth really hurts. You know, these people know that, you know, but bottom line, they're delusional. They're crazy. They know you cannot look at a country after everything that's happened to black people and say, I love this country and I'm an American. You got to be insane to throw your ancestors, your history, everything like that into racial history. You got people literally trying to erase slavery. Slavery never happened and whatnot because it's so painful. You know? Just sad, man. Really sad, you know. Yeah, it's really hurt. You know, she's hurt deep down inside. I don't really hate poor righteous, but I'm just saying, I figure, this is what the damage this country's done to us. This country's produced people like poor righteous, particularly black women. What this country did to our women is like unforgivable, you know. We want that. I love America. So that's what I said. They make you love something that doesn't love you. You know, America does not love you. You know, how can you love can anybody love something that doesn't love them? You know, why can't we, friend? I'm sorry, we just can't. You know, try to erase your African role in history. What role? What African role? Look, the bottom line is this. I know Africans were involved, but the bottom line is, I say like this. Europeans would say they were an advanced civilization. They say they were enlightened. The people, the age of enlightenment. Slavery happened during the age of reason and enlightenment. So if people say we have the Renaissance, age of reason, enlightenment, exploration, age of exploration, all stuff like that, we're bringing light to the world. Well, how do you do that? Well, you know why they was able to do that? Right, industrialization like that is because black race had to pay the price. It was paid for in black blood and misery. Their beautiful world that they created was paid for in black African blood. And we're here to collect. We're here to right the wrongs. This is why the colonialism was put on this planet. For this. You could talk all you want, and like that. The bottom line is this, you know. It doesn't matter what Africans are. I love myself. And so we're going to have a new African order, you know, one which is going to have us as our place on the African continent, with our own land, state, and everything like that. And we're going to redraw all these boundaries, everything like that. Kick out the Europeans, get those whites out of South Africa, get rid of all the Arabs, get rid of all these fucking Lebanese, get rid of all the fucking race traders and whatnot, and have a new African, you know. God, America has done a number of all black people regardless of sex. All of them. All, like I said, black people, okay, but black women, they really got to our women. Jeez, you know, it's really bad with black women, man. Jeez, you know, they're delusional, Muna. They're delusional. They changed everything. On one hand, they say slavery never happened. On the other hand, they talk about we need reparations. It's just, like I say, these are crazy people that are online. And what I'm not going to do is let these people come on my platform and spread their freaking nonsense. That's why you think they don't come here, because they know I'll never let them on. I'll never get like this. They're gone. These crazy people, these Turtle Island believing people, these Dane Calloway types, whatnot, they'll never get on my platform. Never. You know, so it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Yeah. So you guys could all jump in the lake, you know, all I care, you know. So link is in the chat room. You want to call in if you disagree with the colonigenesis, scratch beneath the surface. You know what? Why reason I took this topic is because I remember a speech by Malcolm X. He said, after the march on Washington, he said, he called it the farce on Washington. He said, look, America is a country that goes for surface glossing. Whatever looks good on the surface, right? Like Colin Kaepernick. They would love to Colin Kaepernick come out and swoop the flag, even though, let's say he didn't change his views. But as long as if he would have got out there and put the flag on stage and said, I now change my views, and they would take it and run with it. See, Colin Kaepernick is now a patriot, whatnot, even though he just did that just for the camera, you know. So I'm saying the whole idea is that so long as it looks good on surface, America goes for it. Seeing black people and white people going to school together is more important than black kids having an actual education, having black teachers, black male teachers teaching black boys and whatnot. That is America. So long as you're upholding the American myth, you know, but as soon as you scratch beneath the surface of this facade called America, whatnot, you see the wounds, you see the scars. See, there's no one else on YouTube that's gonna tell you shit like Genesis. This is why I don't listen to nobody. When people gotta say, "Kala, what about such and such?" Said, I don't care. I don't care. I think this is the age of the Genesis. Nobody else matters for the most part. I listen 100% move to Africa. Either I have business in America. Yeah, a lot of people would. This idea that, oh, Kyle, how many people would go? I know for a fact that the matter is, if Africa ever became developed, which only way Africa be developed is we got to do it. I don't expect too much from Africans and whatnot. I'm not trying to put them down, not like that, but I think they reached the level of their capability. I think they did as far as they can go. They like this. We have to bring that to the next level. If we're going to build something in Africa, we can't rely on that. We have to build our own shit. At all costs, no matter what it costs, we have to do that. So we can do it. We have the capability of doing that. We built communities, independent communities in Black America for hundreds of years. We built independent states, in the world. So we have capability of doing it. We have the mind, the capability, the spirit to do it, and the resilience to do it. Then Black American man wandered at 70s. He has a young Ron. Yeah. So I'll admit that Americans hate Africans. He has neither one. So well, whatever. Look, bottom line is this, Rico. You heard what that white guy said. He called basically Africans this, Africans a shithole, whatever. Africans never built nothing. That's how most, I would say 99% of white people feel. That Africans are not quite human. They're not like everybody else. They hold Africans lower than. That's what gets me is this. You look at African civilization. It was way higher than mostly, for the most part, indigenous American civilization. It was African civilization matched Asian civilization, but they somehow in the white man's order of civilization, he always puts the African because he goes by the nearer you are to the white man, the more advanced the civilization you are, right? So the blacker you are, the less civil, All right, we got Sister Honeyflower in here. I hope we have a good conversation. All right, Honeyflower, let's have a good conversation. Let's do me a favor. No insults, no nothing.
No insults. You just seemed a little lonely, so I decided to come up since nobody came
thank
up.
you. Aren't you sweet? I wish more people would do that.
Yeah. Did you see the message I sent about Tyler Perry?
You sent it my email?
No, in the inbox.
What inbox? Where?
I liked your page.
Oh, it's about Facebook. That was you.
That was me.
No, I kind of figured that was you. I said, no, man, I don't like. I don't really like people back and whatnot. But she looks awful like Honeyflower. I said,
but that was the AI pic. That's not me. I don't put my pictures on the internet.
Why? Why is that?
I don't feel comfortable putting any images of myself online.
What do you think? Some pervert's gonna stalk you or something?
I just don't like doing that. Like I don't on any social media platform. You won't see like my pictures.
Well, that's good. That's good. You live a private life, so you still got your privacy then.
Yeah, I don't post to Snapchat, Instagram, nothing like that.
I don't do none of that, so I don't post.
Because
I post to TikTok?
You know why? No. Because when I was in high school and stuff, that's when Instagram and stuff started popping up and stuff.
Yeah, you're young, man.
Yeah, but I never really got into that stuff. I had a Facebook a long time ago, and I had like a lot of people add me and stuff. It was really weird and try to be in a relationship with me. And I was like 18 years old. I was getting people from Philly and New York and all types of, can I marry you and stuff.
Yeah.
And
no,
that's back when I used to cover my hair and everything like that. And so after that weird situation, I started realizing that the internet is actually like a very dark and evil place, that it's not safe for me to put my photos up because it attracts all these crazy men in prison, men that are married. It's just like,
that
stuff is dead. If I want to to get a man's attention, I could just, you know,
Right.
go in
Like I
real
said,
life,
me
you know?
personally, I have no idea. After the whole next month to be a year, I'm on StreamYard, YouTube, whatnot, and I'm saying to myself, I'm just taking account is how. I mean, I like some of the people I met here, you know, and stuff like that. But whatever I do, got to have meaning, you know. And I'm saying now, I'm saying like this. Like I said earlier, I don't know if you're listening, right? I said I am sick and tired of coming on here doing this, right? And
Yeah.
I never get no ideas. You know, I'm
Yeah,
looking
no,
at
you don't. You
ideas,
get
you know?
trolled. You get trolled.
Yeah, trolls. People just
These people
running
are
their
not
damn mouth. They got
serious.
nothing else to do. They think it's entertainment. I'm like this. I come up here, it's a serious thing I'm talking about, right? So I want people. I thought I was wrong, right? I thought that I beat people from Africa, Black America, and we all say,
Holly,
you know
you should have
something?
started a long time ago. That's the
Oh yeah,
problem.
I know. I started this too late. That's what it
Yeah, you
was, and I
started
didn't
too
get
late.
ahead of it.
If you would have started it like 5 or 6 years ago, you would have a huge platform. You'd have like
And I would be able to
attracted
master
so
because
many people.
I believe that even though I love Dynas, I love Brandon, they cultivate a bunch of idiots online who think they're important and letting everybody up to talk. No, they're like this Pam Mulattoism. Dude, you're not getting on my show. You know, I'm sorry. So you might as well just go Pam Mulatto. I do not want to hear what the fuck you got to say.
The
You know,
reason
Pam Mulattoism. I do
because
look.
the thing is, it's for entertainment. They can get cash apps and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I don't look. The bottom line is, I want serious people calling my show. Serious people. I want to talk to serious people. You know. Now, if I had a co-host and
On
a co-host
YouTube,
wanted to do
Kala.
something like that, what you know?
They're
And
not on YouTube. The serious people.
yeah, seriously, I'm learning that. You know, they're not on YouTube. I tell you that. Maybe you know something. I was thinking about moving to a Rumble or Parler or something like that. You know, maybe I could find
I think
people.
I think it's also the fact that you mainly do lives. You need to do actual video recording.
I think
Like
I might start doing that. I think because I said
yeah.
I think the month of August. That's what I think I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna sit in my office, record videos, and upload them. You know,
Yeah,
when I got a topic, I'm not gonna wait till night. Okay, I got a topic. See, it takes me all day to come up with a topic. You know, it
right.
takes all day. So basically, what I have to do is say, okay, if I think of something today, write it down, think about it all night, and then get on thing. What I won't do is like Umar Johnson. Something comes to my head, I'll just freaking just go live. You know, I will not do that. You know, so that's
Yeah.
what I'm gonna start doing. So month of August on, I'm gonna be doing that. You know, for a while. Maybe I might come back
Mhm.
in September and October. You know, in
And you
October.
get more. Your video gets circulated more when it's a recorded video, not
Right,
on the.
that's what I'm gonna do. You know, so I guess so. The channel gets monetized and whatnot. You know, I told my guys in Liberia, you know, I'm supporting the whole movement in Liberia out of my own pocket, man. I just really plus. So I said, you just got monetized. Every dime will go to my people in Liberia, the children that I support, and everything like that. The people on the ground. But so if people want to sit here and make me seem like I'm this bad guy and
If
whatnot,
you
don't want
make regular videos, obviously, Kala, another thing I want to say, when you make your serious videos, try not to be like criticizing and stuff that's gonna turn people off, because what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want people to invest in this, right? So you're gonna have to kind of like not speak too
Oh yeah,
truthful.
like I said, I'm a study Afro think tank when I see what he's doing. Yes.
Nah. You gotta stay collar, bro. Cause that's why
No,
everybody
well,
here.
I know, but the thing is, though, I am not. I say that, but the bottom line is, it's attracting this type of people that's
Yeah,
not
it's not
supporting
getting you
me. You
anywhere.
know,
It's not.
But I
I
mean, it's
need.
turning though. But like, bro, remember when it was like 15 people in here? Now it'd be like 50 to like 40.
Yeah, I
So
know
I'm like,
that,
you
but
just
the
gotta
whole thing
keep
is, this
doing
whole thing
you.
is,
Like,
the time will
people
tell. That,
like it. You know what I mean? It might be a little slow because you're telling the truth, but like, like real people gonna pull up.
yeah, so I'm gonna do tests. Yeah, I'm not gonna do all like I'm not gonna give up everything I'm doing, but
Yeah,
I'm
listen,
gonna.
you just got to get 1,000 subs, and we can start sending money. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, you right
What you
there.
call? I need 115 new subscribers, man. I'm saying
Exact. Come on, like you just got to
Like
just go
you
every day.
that
like
one show I did, I got 100 subscribers in one day. You know, I was like, damn, you know, I don't know what I
Right?
did.
Come on, like you
I
might as
what I
well
did. But now it's
lock
been
in.
slow. Last week or so, nobody's signed up. And all I ask people all the time is like, share, and subscribe. I'm not asking for I'm not even asking for money. like, share, and subscribe. Just, if you got Twitter, I'm gonna ask people all the time. And what I want to do, right, is if somebody has a Twitter of a large following and whatnot, and they're putting my videos out there, I also want to start sending them cash apps. Thanks for sharing my videos. If they driving traffic to this the channel, I'll pay. So that's why it's good to be
And
a
Khaled,
monetized.
you have to have good thumbnails, and you can go on Chat GPT and you could tell them, can you create like a clickbait title for me? And then they could
Yeah.
create a clickbait title. You have to have good thumbnails, and you have to talk
Yeah,
about
that's what I noticed that when I do thumbnails, the number of subscribers like double.
Yeah, you have to have good thumbnails, and you have to Chat GPT will put in all the hashtags. The Chat GPT will do everything for you, but you just have to talk about the latest things. But you have to be careful because that one guy, Afro Think Tank, they demonetized him. I'm starting to notice that pro Africa topics. I think it has to do with like if you do any topics about pro Africa and stuff, they're starting to demonetize it, especially like
Yeah, what you call it?
with
Because he got people. You know
um,
who did that? I don't even blame white people that. You know who did that? People like For Righteous, people like that. These ADOS, FBA, because they know they're losing. They know they're losing the
but
argument.
how would
They basically these people want to destroy this pro-Africa movement and pan-African, Black African movement, right? So they get online, and so I'm saying what's saying, but Afro Think Tank struck back because his Cash App, he's getting so much more money in Cash App now, right?
yeah.
That that his Cash App account crashed. He said, "Stop sending money,"
Damn.
So he's getting so much money coming in, right? So that's why I said I want to get like that. So I want to get
But
those
what
type of
camera do you
supporters.
have? You have to have good quality camera too.
Yeah, I want to do like I said, at my office, I got a good camera. My desk, my office, I just do a webcam. To do a video, upload it to YouTube, whatnot. I'm gonna just upload so much videos out there. I don't like going outside using my phone when I want to do it
You
right from
see
my
how
office.
Phil does his channel, kind of like a news kind of channel with
Yeah,
comments.
yeah, stuff like that. The background, stuff like that. I got to figure out how to do that. You got the software you can get where you feel like you're in the studio.
Yeah, you don't have to have the like nice background or whatever,
No,
but
but that's all CGI. That's not real. That's a
You gotta get a
CGI.
green screen,
That's green screen.
blue
That's all
screen.
that
I
is.
think actually for
Yeah,
that one.
so I do it. I invest in a green screen, and have a background, something like that. I'd be oh shoot, I would love that, man.
but
I'm sitting
college
there.
gonna be like, okay, so if you do all that, you invest in a green screen and a camera, and you start making videos about Africa, is it gonna just be like Liberian videos or
Well,
every
my whole thing is, like I said, I'm focused on Liberia because my goal is once I'm established in Liberia, right? I'm at that point right now. Once I make this transition, I got a house there, right? Next thing I need a personal
right?
car, right? My next step is to get an office building, buy it, right? I got property that I could buy, right? But I got to renovate it. So let's raise money for that. And I said, I want to have a ground, like what I call base camp, In the
Mm.
base camp, you got a warehousing, you got this, you got that, logistics, you got a place where you store equipment, you got an office room, you got a conference center, and all stuff like that. So I'm
Yeah.
operating in I could rent out office space, whatever like that, So I got a place of business,
So,
and I
but
got
there,
a
yeah,
lab room, I got a computer room, I got all that stuff like that, And
but
I'm
you Kala. So there's a building already there like that, or you have to
look,
build.
look, my partner. Look, I'm so connected in Liberia. I got access. I could please about 30 buildings in Monrovia. I can probably get. These are buildings that some of them destroyed during the war. Oh, they still got good structure in there because it was really built really well. And some of them just okay, they all right, but they just, like me. If I do it, I want to do it right. I want to get the contracted. I mean, you would have to get the contracts in there. Say, I want to renovate this building right here. You got to put new flooring. You put this. You got to paint the building. You probably put a brick. Put new brick surface on there and whatnot. Make it look good. Paint it, whatever like that, and build a drive. And then pave the property with concrete and asphalt and stuff like that. So and gate it and fence it in. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's plenty of property. I
But
got
what is
my
that?
partners and my members in the BAO. We all have property, but we just don't have no money to do all this stuff. We got properties, you know. We just don't have the money to renovate them.
Thing YouTube, if your YouTube gets monetized, then you could get paid off of your YouTube videos, and then Patreon.
Oh yeah, like I said, yeah, okay, yeah. Look, I
And
said
people-
it won't cost that much, you know. So I could get it started at least, you know. I get it started and boom, because like my one partner Sam, right? I can get a building from him. I don't have to buy it right out. I want to eventually own it, but I could get the building, a whole building for like $300 a month, a whole building, you know,
What? Where at? I'll buy that.
in Liberia, you know.
Yeah, because the
Ah,
currency.
never
$300 is
mind.
cheap. Africa's cheap. Real estate's cheap in Liberia. I don't know about Ghana, but Liberia is cheap.
But
Look,
Kala,
$300 a month, I
what
can
would
get a
you do
building.
with that building though? Like what?
I would renovate it.
Re-
It would have a look. In one floor, it'll have a children's center. In one floor, it'll have like a medical department. Other floor
Gym.
will have it'll be like everything. It'll be a regular office building, you know, where everything's in there. I don't know if I'll put an elevator in there because the elevator is expensive, you know, to do.
Yeah, and maintenance too. I think they
Maintenance,
charge like
you know.
$100 an
I'll
hour.
have to just.
Is it supposed to
I'll
generate
get
revenue
the
though?
building with like 4 floors. About 4 floors. That's about it. You know, I can walk
But
up. You know?
what money will you be making after you invested all of
Well,
that
yeah,
money
I got several businesses I want to operate in Liberia. You know, I got people
from
that want
that
to
one
open.
building or a different?
Look. Also, my dream is this. You know, I got people that want to come to Liberia and open up like a lot of Angolans, right? That want to do business, where it's mining and stuff like that. They're gonna need a place of business. You know, they're gonna place where you got fax machines, stuff like that. You got notary and all that stuff like that. All that stuff. When you have a building, you can do business. I have an office building right here in Virginia Beach. You know.
Yeah.
Stuff
But
you could do
so
in your
that's gonna
office.
be in one building, right? It's not gonna be
Everything's gonna be in
buildings.
one building, and then
Okay,
next,
yeah,
you know,
that
I'll
makes
have a
sense.
building properly just for friggin' logistics. You know, I have one building for operations and engineering operations and thing. Then I want to have another building for property for construction, maintenance, and operations. You know, and procurement. You know, and I will have one place for procurement. Procurement is a place where products, equipment, and stuff like that are procured. You know, a storage place. You know, because imagine I basically be able to go to China and buy a whole. Because I look online, I can go to China right now, Alibaba, and buy a whole bunch of stuff like excavators, gold mining equipment, all that stuff like that. That I could rent out, farming equipment and stuff like that. That's where we're gonna have all that. So I got big plans, you know. Now I tell people all the time, if you people invested in me instead of fucking Umar Johnson, we get somewhere. We have something. We have something to be proud of, you know?
No,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I was always like, you said that excavator thing like 2 years ago. I always was like, that's a good idea because
You know
if
what I'm
we
saying?
get access to the,
He goes, cut his FBH to a college dream. I'm about to should I get rid of Dusty, brother? I'm tired of him.
man,
Yeah.
just your show, you
Gonna
can do
make it.
whatever you want, man. You
Should
know
I,
what I'm saying?
I'll ask you too, guys. Should I get rid of him?
Yeah, get him out of here. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, goodbye. Goodbye, Dusty, brother. Have a good life. You
So
know.
Kyle, I have a question. So all those services in one building, you're gonna need employees. How are you gonna pay?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. In Liberia, you know, I look. My driver, when I go there, he's my driver, butler. He does. They do everything, man. Maintenance, get my groceries, do everything, right? Even my driver, Robert, he been polishing my shoes every day, you know. And guess what? How much I pay him? That's top five, $25 a day.
What, to drive?
Everything, not just drive, man.
Like, yeah,
Groceries,
like
I don't have
park
to lift nothing.
everywhere and do
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah, but
That's
the thing is,
crazy.
though, even though I pay him $25 a day, I pay for all his meals. He eats with us. You know, we fix him a plate.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we
that's
come to
regular though.
Christmas.
That's why
What?
I like, the Black American stuff. Like, that's just culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so we
If
know
something
people,
cheap, like
like
we
he
might as well
says,
just.
when he works for other people, like Liberians that come from America, they don't do all that stuff I do, you know?
Yeah,
I
that's
do
just
it,
regular, like because that's just nice.
you know?
Kyle is a dreamer. God, that guy is funny.
He's gone. He's gone, you know? He's gone, you know? So like I said, okay, I'm dreaming. I dreamed that I got rid of Dusty Brothers, so he's gone. I have to listen to him again. If people think I'm joking about this, you're going to be sadly mistaken, you know? So if people don't believe in what I'm doing, yeah, you can go and say, look, I accept criticism, honest criticism. But when you're just going to damn everything I do and don't even give it a chance or whatever like that, just misrepresent what I'm saying, you're not going to be here. But if you're gonna give me honest critique,
There's not a lot of ambition and vision and the where did Kala go?
Nah, he's probably gonna come back. That should be happening sometime. But go ahead, say what you're about to say.
I was gonna say, like, if you don't have ambition or vision and stuff, like, I mean, as a man, how I feel like when I think about a man has a lot of vision. You know, like men, they have this
Mm-hmm.
drive to create things or like innovate things or like I don't know, they have this vision that is different from women. Like that when I think about men, that's what I think. Like they just have a vision, and so it's like when a man does not have vision, I can understand if has like been beaten down in life and traumatized and stuff like that. Obviously, he may not have a vision, but I feel like that's what makes a man is
yeah, you have vision. Vision. That's why I say, a man has to have vision. It doesn't mean he's gonna be perfect. It don't mean that he's gonna be able to carry it out or not. But you attack a man who has vision. There's something fucking
yeah.
wrong with that.
Right? Or at least trying to have solution. Like, all men supposed to
Yeah, but just sitting
be
here
making
saying like the topic of the
solutions.
show is like, I can't keep living a lie. America is a lie. I'm here. Okay, we get it. We're here. We're making money in this country and whatnot. We're grateful for that way. But I cannot live a lie. When someone says stand and put your hand on your heart and salute the flag, look, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I want to know what that's like. Like, let me give you an example.
Kala, somebody said, Kala, you got to stop letting her bring this foolishness to your show. What happened to the topic? I feel like we
What are
just
you
have
talking about? I'm talking about the topic. The topic
this
is
is the topic. These people
it
are
is a topic.
slow.
I'm talking about my plans for what I want to do in Liberia. That is a topic, because that Liberia to me is the solution. That is a solution. If we see what I just told you about the building and
Yeah.
logistics. Now let me tell you something, right? If you don't know this, right? Everything is about logistics, right? The world is based on logistics. Europeans started their logistical system about 1,000 years ago, maybe even during Roman system. Rome controlled the logistics of the world. That's the shipping, the ports, everything, infrastructure.
Yeah.
And the more they perfected their infrastructure, the more power they had, the more organized they had, right? Over the last 500 years, the logistics of the Europeans who basically controlled the timing and everything of the transatlantic slave trade, mercantile trade, everything like that. As more inventions came on, they basically perfected this. To this day, 50 years ago, we didn't have computers. We were still all doing commerce and everything, but now they said 50 years ago, people are going to be able to communicate with each other in real time. Now we're seeing that right now, 50 years ago, they said that, so everything is about them perfecting. The more they perfect technology, the more civilization advance, unfortunately, Africa is so freaking far behind. So I'm saying like this.
Are lacking that vision.
Yeah, so you have to have a long-term vision. Where do we want to be? How do we basically like this? I don't do PayPal, bro. I don't do Cash App. I don't do Cash App. I only do Cash App. Anyone who said something, it's Cash App. It's Cash App. So the longer you basically, long as you basically are doing this, are perfecting your civilization, you're going places, right? That takes vision, and blueprinting and planning, right? And it carried out.
Not giving up.
Right.
That's the most important.
So I'm saying like this. Let's say I build what I build in Liberia. Now we could take that same model and duplicate it in 10 or 15 African countries. There you go. Voila. Now you got a pipeline between Black America, the diaspora throughout the continent, where billions of dollars are going to be flowing back and forth for land. Isn't that what we want? For Africa to have money to build its infrastructure and put money in its pocket. So why do people attack me? If I'm saying like they call me with that as a good idea, you're trying to help Africa, help us, or whatnot, and we get something out of it. We get a homeland and whatever like that it takes. But all I get is people telling me I'm a colonizer. I'm tired of it. I said, look, sometimes I feel like I'm just gonna give up. I said, okay, you guys, we don't want. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. Maybe the white man was right. You
But Kyle,
know?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you ever think in the back of your mind, like, let's say you invest all this money and stuff like that, like, if there is a chance that if things don't go well, then what about all the investment, the energy, and the
Well,
time?
I'm saying like this. I think the way I'm doing it is, it's like a win situation. It's not going to be like a get rich quick thing. This is long term, long term. What we're going to do is be in a position where other people who really want to take risks could come in. The reason why people don't invest in Africa is because when they go there, they look who they got to deal with.
Right.
If you got a lot of a huge number
You
of
don't hear
African American businessmen
that.
there in the region that got their own construction companies and everything, billions of dollars will start flowing into the continent.
Mm-hmm.
If you got African American engineers and business people, that's what we're trying to do in Liberia. We're trying to say I never tell somebody you got to quit your job and come to Liberia, but you can come over here and open up an office. And that's what I want. I want to bring African American businesses over here, by having office space for them and all stuff like that, so we can all work. So, and also I'm connected with a consulting firm, the Cynthia Blanford and her husband Val Thomas. They're my partners in Liberia. They have the magazine International Focus. Subscribe to International Focus magazine, folks, right?
Are they in Africa?
Yeah, they're in Liberia. I met them when I was in. She is the one that helped Bob Johnson get Delta Airlines flying to Liberia back in 2010, and she helped Bob Johnson get the his hotel there and stuff like that. Cynthia Blanford, I want to play her video. I met them. She's a nice lady. She's pro-Liberian. She loves Liberia. So was her husband Val Thomas. She's like, this is our country, right? She was the honorary African American ambassador to Liberia from Atlanta, Georgia, for years.
Okay.
With the former president at Madam Sirleaf, Now she's there, but they have Blanford Thompson's consultants there, right? And they help African Americans get established in Liberia or any business. They bring in a trade tour group to Liberia next month. That's what Val's working on now. So he's bringing African American businessmen. Representative Mel Thompson of Texas is coming there with a business group. We're going to bring in more business groups. My goal is to have a piece of land where I have like a campground and stuff like that. I want to bring African American children and work with my friend Dr. Kula. She brings African American children over to Liberia, for vacation and stuff like that. They learn the country and stuff like that. I want to step that up, right? And basically have a fund where we're financing. I want to get African American kids an alternative, inner city kids an alternative. Say, look, this is what we're trying to build. Could be your future. You understand what I'm doing? This is the work of the College Genesis. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but this is what I want to do. And I just need people that's serious in this movement to back me and stuff like that, and say, well, I want to be part of this and whatnot. I want to be part of this college and whatnot. I want to do this tour next year, but that's not the most important thing to me. Building this infrastructure that I'm trying to build in Liberia and so long term is the most important thing to me.
So, Kala, when you say you want to do this tour, it's not your company, right? It's someone
It's
else.
Wamani's company, but he put the tour together. Well, I'm trying to do it because of introductory, but after the tour, I'm gonna start doing ones myself. But it's not gonna be like for profit, really. It probably will a little bit, but I want to basically find money like the USAID. They cut that out, right? There's money you could tap into. Like I want to say, you have a mutual science project where you might have Liberian kids go to an American university for a summer intern, stuff like that, learn stuff like that. And we got African American children coming to Liberia, University of Liberia, and doing stuff like that back and forth. So what we're trying to do is build a whole world. Right? What do you say?
You'd have to advertise these tours and
create. Like I said, I want to start advertising in like church journals and stuff like that. I want to step it up. I want to get away from YouTube,
Church.
I want to say, like I said, I want to get press releases and advertise. And once I get set up, I'm incorporated in Liberia.
Once you fix your YouTube, you could just do your advertisement on YouTube. All these lives, you may have to like private them and then like create videos to clean up the image of your channel.
Oh yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna stop doing. Like I said, I really gonna do this. I'm gonna stop doing these lives. I'm just gonna focus on my business. You know, my
You can
business in Liberia.
live once in a while, but like make it member only, so people have to pay
Right.
to get
Well,
on.
no, I think I'm gonna get Patreon. You know, Patreon. Patreon. Hold
Yeah.
up. It's a number sign. It's a collagen, GEN, and number 5. Try that. Collagen 5, like that. It's a dollar sign. I forgot to put the dollar sign.
If you notice on Dinah's channel, you can't watch any of his videos without an ad popping up. He's
Yeah. So yeah, because he's
big
monetized.
time.
He's monetized. He's monetized. Like I said, when this channel gets monetized and whatnot, God's willing, whatnot, this channel grows and whatnot. The see, like I said, initially, I want to get a tiny office space in Liberia. I want to start with an office space. Then I'm gonna work to get in my own building. You know, I just need an office space where I could put a. I was going to use my guy Sam's office. Right, he was going to give it to me for like $150 a month. But I went there. First year I went there, I said it was all right, but he didn't upkeep it. And a year later, I went there in 2023. I went
Wow.
there last year, and I think he got a leaf in the roof. The place just looked tore up. You know.
Yeah.
And I told him
Maybe
it's going to be too much to fix this place up. You know.
Maintenance is something that's not part of African culture.
Yeah, so it's like
Sorry to
Sam.
say.
Sam is a good guy, man. But I told him, I said, Sam, because his family basically his father built SD Cooper Road. You know, that's a boulevard in Liberia, and his family goes back to the founding of the country. This Coopers own most of the real estate in Liberia, in Monrovia, and Sam got like 20 properties under his belt, set buildings under his belt.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm connected with some of the top people. All we need is money and investment to build Liberia from America. You know, we got the people, we got the black people in America. All we need is people to say the pitch for Liberia is once we get established in Liberia, you're going to have access to the whole entire continent through the ports, through the communications, the airport, and whatnot, you know, so we can operate in the continent because it's too hard to do business in Africa from America. You know, we're going to make Liberia our base camp in Africa.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
That's virtually impossible. Like, what kind of business would even be successful being operated in the United States while you're in Africa?
It's too far. It's too far. You got to be on the continent.
Airbnb,
you know?
or something like that.
Yeah. So, well, I'm fortunate Kwame, she's right. Don't take it the wrong way. Maintenance is not part of it. Now, let me tell you something.
An African man said that on YouTube. He was saying we don't have a word
this Nigerian was saying, they said why Abuja's falling apart. You know, no maintenance. You know, no maintenance. Maintenance.
I think it takes a higher level of sophistication.
Well, check us out. It takes a culture, right? A culture. If it's not in your culture, then it's not going to be in law. It's not going to be enforced in custom and law. You know,
there's a lot of apathy in African culture. There's just a lack of care. You know, just let things disintegrate, dilapidate, and just.
Now there's 5. Like I was talking earlier about logistics, right? Everything is about perfecting logistics, shipping, all the communications. It's all logistics, right?
Shipping though, like
what
will you be shipping? Like,
well, everything that comes in is going to be shipping equipment in their capital goods, equipment, cars.
Where throughout Africa or
no, we need the operating inside the country. You'd be surprised how transportation logistics generates wealth. You know, just look. I'm gonna tell you right now. In Liberia, right? If I had like 15 cars, right, or minivans, right, I could start a business in Liberia and whatnot, and just basically have people driving just from the airport to Monrovia. You know. That right there is a business right there because Liberia is transportation everything. Because there's no subway system, there's no real busing system. They got a couple of buses, but they don't really run that well. So transportation is important. Transportation is moving. Somebody needs furniture moved. Somebody needs a bunch of wood pile moved. You know, somebody needs a gravel moved. You know, so having trucks, dump trucks, and stuff like that. That's how you operate in our country. You know, you can get stuff done. If somebody needs stuff done, let's say somebody needs their house painted, right? Okay, you got to go to city builders and get paint. But how do you get it from there to there? You got to borrow somebody's truck, whatever like that. And if they like that, you know what it took to freaking get me and my wife get our house set up in Liberia? Holy shit!
It
She's
was
pissed off me to this day because I was back at the hotel. I was like, oh, I'll handle this, right? She was gone from 7 o'clock in the morning. It was like 12 o'clock at night, but she got it done, man. She got all the furniture in there.
Why did it take so long?
Because people are unreliable, you know?
Mm.
The guy had to do several other jobs and whatnot. There's very few people with trucks and whatnot. So that one guy got the truck, got so much work that, you guys got to do it. So it was like 12 o'clock at night. I said, babe, I want to finally sleep in our
Do
house.
they deliver from the furniture store?
No, we had the furniture from the store, right? No, we had to pick it up on a different day. So he had to go by there at a different day when he was available, and then take it to the house or not. But the thing I was talking about was we already had a bed, right? Her bed had to come from Brewerville, where she lived at, right? Our bed. We had a custom bed made 2 years ago, We had to bring that bed there and whatnot. And a lot of her stuff was she brought like a month ago. I paid for it to come down in Monrovia, right? And it was at her cousin's house. So the guy had to go to Brewerville and her cousin's house and whatnot, And it took like all day to do all that, because the guy had to keep doing stuff, going here and there, getting gas, whatever like that, It is a mess. And like I said, the first thing I'm going to do to get settled in Liberia is I need my own vehicle. I need my own truck. I could hire a driver, but I need my own vehicle, Because renting somebody's vehicle there is expensive. That's a big business, Transportation is like the number one business in Liberia. The KK drivers, the pen boys, everything.
So the logistics is not really a thing, or
no legit. Hold
so
on, they have logistics, but it's like when you perfect your logistics. Let me give you an example. Rwanda perfected its logistics. You know what Rwanda uses? Like, let's say the hospital, they use drones. Drones and packages, right? Even in America, we have drones.
Oh, like how Amazon was.
Yeah. So
they already have
does
that in Rwanda.
Rwanda does that. Yeah, Rwanda has that. So therefore, instead of going all these roads and whatnot to other cities, they got drones that drop stuff off and whatnot. So that saves them billions of dollars. Because other than that, they got to widen the roads, spend millions of dollars on roads and whatnot. But for logistically, the product is there, right? They use drones to deliver equipment and products to remote areas in Rwanda.
I never knew that, though. I never heard of that they have.
Let's find the video. The video. Like I said, this is a learning channel. I'm glad you're a good student. You learn. Oh, hold up. Let me see. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Rwanda drones. Rwanda drones. Holy shit. Hold up. Rwanda drones. Okay, here we go. Pop right up. Rwanda drone medical delivery. I saw this years ago, 5 years ago. See, I'm ahead of everybody. I've known about this stuff for years,
That's probably why I haven't seen it, because if it's 5 years ago, it's probably so low in the algorithm that it doesn't.
Yeah, because that's what. Okay,
so they're really advanced then.
Rwanda. That's why I said when it got an idiot like Lewis come up here talking about Rwanda. This one, that Rwanda is like technology.
Kagame.
Yeah, Kagame. I was like, shut up, You Black American, like, look, bottom line is this, man. I look at things differently. I'm not gonna let Africans tell me who do I like that. Everything that comes out of African mouths is a fucking lie,
Yeah, disregard. Don't even listen.
Oh, online delivery. Look, this is what happened. A guy basically started I don't know if it was Ghana or Liberia. I'm not gonna, but somebody told me a story of the guy had a food delivery service, right? The guy he hired ended up she's dumb, but Louis, but your country don't have this technology,
And he doesn't say anything when you insult at him or anything. He only like has something to say about me because he's scared of men.
Because you're a woman. Let me say this.
Yeah.
Look, no, in Liberia, somebody basically started it was Liberia, Ghana. I can't remember what I remember the story. I can't remember what country, right? It might have been Liberia, it might be Ghana. I can't remember. The guy started a food business, right? He had a bike, whatever like that, in delivery, right? Mm-hmm. The guy he hired got hungry, ate the food, and left. and left the bike in the with
The
with
guy
a
ate the food.
the guy there, the driver ate the food.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it didn't work that well. So I will say like this: what we talk about doing is you gotta have food delivery, you gotta have it locked up in some way you could have remote unlock it so they can only take it to the customer because people will eat the
I
food.
wonder if the employees were paid so little and he was probably
Yeah, yeah, that's why I said you always like my driver when I'm in Liberia, I pay my driver good and I feed him. I feed my guy. I said, you eat with me, you sit down. I say, well, Africans, they have a natural thing is they basically when you employ them, they don't think they're worthy of sitting down with you. They got to go over
Yeah.
here. I'm like, dude, where you going? I'm gonna go over here, boss. I said, sit down here over here, bro. Sit down at the table, and I tell my wife, go get him a soda, go get him a drink. I basically let him know that I'm a man. You're a man. I'm going to treat you with the respect that of a man, a dignity. Sure, you're working for me, but I'm a man. But the thing is me. I feel like that I have it's like this my whole entire life, right? When I'm in front of white people, I feel like I got to represent my race in front of white people. When I'm in Liberia, I got to represent my peoples. I know people are looking at me. I hope that
People
I
are always
basically make
judging.
a good impression on them. And I'm helping my people say, those African Americans, they're not so bad. Because this guy, Kyle, came here and I always tip them good, whatever like that. I treat the women with respect. I'm not hitting on them or nothing like that, so. And they're like, this guy's cool. He's a nice guy, a nice man, whatnot, and the impression of me is good. I'm doing that because long term, people are going to be like, yeah, these people, I like these people when they come here and whatnot, All it takes was for one idiot to go over there
Because
and all
the
that up.
as people, all groups of people have stereotypes assigned to them by the media. So of course you have to
Yeah, the
kind
media
of
has the worst image
aware
of
of
Black
it.
America out there, right? So I gotta go, not just if I go to any other country or white in America, right? I even gotta go to a motherland and act a certain way to dispel stereotypes about my people,
Yeah, because the propaganda machine never
There's a
stops.
propaganda machine we're up against. So I tell people all the time, only an African American male can understand that. I understand that. It's like I tell everybody, I can't just say, "Oh, let's just do business." No, I gotta basically be on my guard at all times. I know the world does not like me, at all. So I know I'm.
Tyler, again with the topic, I don't try to interrupt, but sometimes I have a very forgetful mind. So you were talking about the drone deliveries and
Oh yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Let me. I'm playing it now. Let me get it. I track drone. I get distracted on the show. I tell people all the time. People have no idea how often I get shot. I be meaning to play videos and stuff like that. I'll be honest with you, freaking
The
chat room.
topic always changes. Like if people,
The chat room
yeah,
always distracts me. I can't concentrate on this show because I always in the chat room looking at somebody gonna say something. Dark Migo. I mean, Dusty
Dusty
Brothers.
Brothers.
He's a thing in the past. So
I'm not gonna lie, he's hilarious though. Some of the
yeah.
stuff that
So
he
bottom
says.
line is this: we just went too far today. I get it. Okay, you're not interested in Liberia. Let's move on. Leave me alone. Okay, I get it. Okay.
I will never forget the day he said, he said, I lived in Section 8 and Kwame sells the fake patties, Jamaican patties. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah,
I was just
the dude is a scream. Okay, can you see the screen?
I can see it.
You
Yes.
see a mountain in the background?
What country is that?
Rwanda.
Okay.
Okay, you see it. Okay, it's up there. All right, let's watch this.
When people think about going to hospitals or getting medical supplies there, it's not a big problem. You can just get in a car. In Rwanda, it's a little bit different. With using a drone, you don't have to worry about whether the roads are slippery today, whether it's nighttime or daytime. My name is Joseph Ndagijimana. I am the general manager for Zipline Rwanda. Zipline is a drone delivery service. We deliver blood, medical products, vaccines to hospitals in remote areas in Rwanda and in Ghana. One of the hospitals we serve just requested us to send us 2 units of red blood cells. So Nicole over here is going to start packing it and make sure that the units gets to the hospitals as soon as possible. The hospitals do not know when someone is going to come up at the hospital with a knee condition. So the pharmacist picks up the phone and calls Zipline. So within 5 minutes, the drone will be in the air going to the hospital. So we aim to make it as fast as possible. Some of the products that Zipline delivers are needed in critical situations, like life or death situations.
When the blood dropped here, then this lady will just pick it and take it to the laboratory. It is coming, it is coming. It is like lightning. It is very fast.
It just drops it like that.
Zipline has done a lot
Doesn't
for
break.
us. No, it has reduced the costs that we've been incurring in going to Kigali to collect the blood.
If there is a woman at the hospitals, they were going to deliver their baby, but then something unexpected happened and they started to bleed. You don't have the luxury to do a 4-hour drive one way and then 4 hours the other way to be able to treat that person. We asked the hospitals, how long does it take to get supplies? And they were like, okay, 6 hours, sometimes a day when it has been raining. And we were like, okay, yes, we're going to beat that. When Zipline started developing this technology, Rwanda was one of the first countries that were interested. Many other countries were interested, but Rwanda was willing to take the risk. Rwanda is embracing innovation and technology. It's one of the competitive advantages over other places where there are many natural resources or more access to trade. I have a drone coming back from a hospital that we are going to recover. So the structure has motors and they communicate with our server. And when the drone gets within the vicinity of the distribution center, they can already communicate. There is a small hook on the tail of the drone that the recovery system is gonna catch. Here we go. The recovery system communicates with great precision with the drone to be able to catch it mid-air. It's small continuous improvements that we do that make a big difference. The doors on the drones that are kept here standby, even the doors are open, so you don't want to even waste those fractions of seconds. Zipline Muhanga is the busiest airport in Rwanda. It's busier than Kigali International Airport. On a day-to-day basis, we can do around 30 deliveries here, and then another 20 from our second distribution center in the eastern part of Rwanda. We are currently working with 44 hospitals, but we are working to also onboard more health facilities. So our goal is to be able to service all 500 health facilities in Rwanda using our 2 distribution centers. So our capacity is estimated to be around 150 deliveries a day. Zipline works to give access to vital medical supplies to patients in rural areas. I think if we have been delivering pizzas to people's homes, we would have had a harder time convincing the government to take a risk and be the first country to actually have drone delivery service on a national scale.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Kala, can you stop the video now? It's showing the video.
So what do you think?
That is highly because the government decided to invest in its people. That's the thing. He had that vision, and his government actually invested in his idea. And I even went on the website. They're still operating, and the website is really nice as well. So that's actually very impressive, to be honest with you. It's very
Yeah, it
smart.
is.
We don't really even utilize this type of technology here in the United States. I mean, they talk about it, but I've yet to see it in my state.
Yeah, the United States is behind on like even like mobile banking, e-banking. Africa is actually ahead of America as far as like mobile banking and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, I think it's because of the collaboration with China. You know, China's light years ahead. So, I mean, that's really nice to see. And that was 5 years ago, right? So I'd imagine they probably have way more
Yeah.
like development since then. They have a really good leader. Like that's
Right.
one of the things that is so important in Africa is having a non-corrupt leader that's willing to invest in his people and willing to be innovative and try new things. So I think I
Yeah.
don't know. I wish like other countries were like that, but Ethiopia is kind of like that, but there's not a lot of jobs. Even though
Right.
there all this infrastructure and stuff like that, there's still a long way to go. Kenya's good as well. Is Uganda considered East Africa? What is it? Like
That's
it's
East
like
Africa.
yeah, I see like a lot of East African countries are taking the initiative to develop themselves. Hopefully Burkina Faso and everything like they they also innovate and develop their country. But yeah, East Africa, in my opinion, seems to be like they're paving a brighter future for Africa in comparison to some of the other countries in
Yeah,
Africa.
you're right.
I'm not being like I'm just looking at it for what it is. Now,
Yeah.
as far as Liberia, like it's not really that developed, right?
Well, actually, Monrovia is very developed. But when people say Liberia's not developed, they talk about the rest of the country. Like Monrovia is like one of the oldest modern. It's like the first modern city in West Africa.
Okay.
So Monrovia had things like street lights, railways, stuff like that over 100 years ago. You know,
Mhm.
and so therefore,
But
when you look at
that,
Monrovia, as a well
that
developed
right?
city. Yeah, excuse me.
That's because the African Americans
Yeah, yeah,
that
they built it.
built that.
They just duplicated what they knew in America to
Mhm.
Liberia. You know, so Monrovia basically had a head start. It has well developed streets, infrastructure, and stuff like that. You know, so it's like the head Lewis goes, "Fuck around, super seller." Somebody lives in UK, speaks with a British accent. It's calling somebody a fucking sellout. I mean, it just
I asked clarification if it's East Africa because I don't know how people classify uh,
yeah.
these.
Uganda is East Africa.
Yeah,
So
I
is
don't know if
Rwanda.
they
So is
classify them non-East Africa.
Sudan, Tanzania, Burundi. That's all East Africa. You know,
I
Somalia.
assumed, but I didn't want to just say it right away because I don't know how people see them. But so when this Afristan thing, do you have a specific area that you want to?
Well, I
Are
say,
you?
look, the Afghanistan is not just one place. It's gonna be many places. You know,
I thought
it's
it
gonna
was
be
gonna
many
be.
places. What I want to do is have these territories emerge into having their own self governments. You know, like autonomous, like the Dubai or stuff like that. You know, where they have their own laws, their own tax base, their own codes, whatever like that. You know, that will work. There's no way we can go to Africa and not have any sort of like, rely on Africans governing us. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, because we'll lose everything. You know, Sudan is East Africa. You know, we will lose
So
everything.
you won't want Africans as parts of the government or
Well,
political.
they were part of the host country, yeah, but I think we should be able to govern ourselves. You know, we need to, because we're on. Well, let me tell you something, folks. Right?
But don't you need like a constitution, a legal document, like
Yeah, that's what
you?
it will take. It will take us basically having like treaty when that. And the bottom line is this: now Africans say no. All they're doing is basically continuing European. Like, I don't think. Look, the bottom line is this: all these countries in Africa were formed by Europeans. So all they did was basically take over what Europeans built for them. So they're not in a position to be like, oh well, we can't do this. That's
But how
all.
are you stop the? Okay, here's the thing now. if you create it where it's like, okay, only African Americans
I never
have
said only African Americans. I never said that. That's what people say. Or you only African American. I'm saying we as a people have a right to govern ourselves, right? But doesn't
yes.
mean that I have a right to exclude anybody. You know, all kinds of people be able to come there and live. But the country, the narrative, people don't understand something.
But Khaled, this was what I was gonna ask. Like, as far as like the political party, you want to govern, you want your people to govern themselves, right? But
Yeah,
how
govern
do
ourselves, and the only
they?
way we can govern ourselves is basically make laws where only our people can vote, or our people can go hold public office and stuff
But
like
what
that.
about like if they mix with the people and they have kids? Like
Oh, that's
then it's
fine. The kids can be part of society too. But what we don't want is people like what you have a lot in Africa is people who come in and they don't assimilate. You got a large number of people who don't assimilate and they're just biding their time till they get numbers up. That's what happened in Liberia. You know, any other country, people bide their time. They instead of assimilating and become part of the country or that. So that's why these countries were right. Nigeria was rightfully to expel Ghanaians in the 80s, you know, right, vice versa. You had different countries expel other people. Why? Because in the Angola expelled a lot of Congolese because they understand something. Tribalism in Africa is real. You know,
yeah.
one day it's tribalism, and next day it's sectarian separatism. Next thing you know, you got a whole separate part of the country trying to succeed, and you got them bringing in foreign mercenaries and stuff like that. That's what happens, you know. So
Like
before that can happen, you cannot let large numbers of people come in and it's not assimilated into your society, you know. And
Okay.
South Africa gonna get like that too. If they keep having large numbers of Zimbabweans, Mozambicans in there, yeah, that's gonna pose a threat to the black South Africans there. It's like, well, geez, because it's already happening because the migrants are working hand in hand with their former apartheid people to slight the
But
black.
that's the thing, Khala. Like, if you intermarry with the Liberian people, then your children's gonna be half Liberian, and then it's gonna be ruled by Liberians again.
Yeah, so I say I have no problem with that, right? Because the children are going to have a mindset of trying to preserve the society that they built. You know, I have no problem with that. The problem is when you have people coming over there to your country and trying to rearrange stuff, and they don't
So
believe
you're
in
gonna
the
build like a
values of
wall.
that society, You know, in America, so you got to say something. America was well founded and established institutionally, financially, economically, structurally, and everything before they started inviting millions of Irish and Italians. It was already established, you know. So therefore, even when they brought them over here, these people just carved out little existence for themselves. And that's what I would say. You want to come to our land, carve out space for yourself and whatnot, you
So
know, and
are you
become
gonna
part of
build like
society.
a border or something? Like, how are they?
Well, look at America's example.
Yeah.
The Germans and the Irish came here when they were instrumental in bringing like the pub, the nightclub life. You know, that was their country, and Irish were like more about the police. You know, than the police. Germans contributed greatly to the science of America. Yeah, you know, they were great scientists. You know, and Italians were, every society got to have gangsters. Italians were always like the gangsters. You know, they were like the gangsters of the white world in America. So
Yeah.
everybody played their little part in this thing called white America, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying like this, if you want to be part of our civilization, but the foundation of the country is the white Anglo-Saxon, you know? Every immigrant basically knows who George Washington is, right? They become Americans, you know? That's what they call the melting pot. Now, if you want to be part of our assimilate into our melting pot, fine. But if you come over there, you know, and you don't want to assimilate, and you don't want to learn our ways and stuff like that, you know, bring your culture, but assimilate, you know. I don't know why Africans have a hard time assimilating with each other. They assimilate with white people, you know. You see Africans speaking Italian, German.
Because they're scared of white people.
Yeah, but they don't think it's good enough. Like you have somebody in one country who speaks one language or whatnot. The Africans there have all that time to learn the local language, and they don't do it. They'll just keep their native tongue, their native ways, and they don't make any connections or whatever like that. And so
They don't have respect for the lower tribe or whatever tribe.
Yeah, so they come into
White
another country
people, yeah,
feeling
they
like
have
they're better
respect
and
for them.
superior. and whatnot. And
Yeah.
that's where the tension comes in at, you know?
Because the thing is, Kala, people need someone to look down upon to make them feel better.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's the thing, and I don't want that. I don't want to look down upon nobody. I want people. If you come around me, I want to say, look, you got plenty of opportunity to rise and do whatever you want to do or not. But what you're not gonna do is sit down and just be in the whole corner wishing for our downfall. Like, look, you got these people, these Mexicans out here right now. You see them waving the Mexican flag. How can you come to somebody's country, right? No, Monrovia. I would say Monrovia is probably
But the thing is, Mexicans.
The structure
some of that
Monrovia
land
was
was
developed in
theirs
Nairobi
before,
because there's a lot of parts of Nairobi that got slum villages and no infrastructure. You don't have that in Liberia, So more people live on the grid in Liberia than in Monrovia than it does Nairobi. Because Monrovia, like you Mexicans, you come over, you see them coming over here, and they basically waving the Mexican flag, burning the American flag. You're in this country. And I'm like this, you got to respect the country that you're in. Now, I would say, Colin, you say, like, yeah, but I would never disrespect this country. I would never disrespect.
The disrespect started when they crossed the border illegally.
Yeah, they come across the border. They get all this entitlement. That's why liberals are so dangerous. When you give people entitlements like that, and they could threaten the police, and they could, like those Venezuelans that was threatening, beating up cops and stuff like that. That's dangerous. If they don't have no fear of the police and they come here to their country, and one guy was deported, said, "Don't worry, I'll be back." You see that video? I'll be back. I said, "Stay in your own country. What the fuck? What the hell is a freaking big deal? Make a life for yourself in Mexico. I don't understand.
They're scared of. They say that they don't want to. There's no opportunities there, and then also they're
create the opportunities.
The cartels. They're scared of the cartels. They have a bad
territory as big as the United States.
They have a bad drug culture over there.
It has two big coastlines, right? As a population, I don't know if that had a population. They had Mexico City is the largest city in the second largest city, the largest city in North America. Mexico City is the largest city in North America. And so
the one good thing about Africa is, it may be a shithole, but I'm so glad we don't have cartels.
Yeah, the cartel. Yeah, Mexican cartels messing everything up, But the Mexicans got said, "Look, we're tired of cartels. We want our land back." They don't want to do that,
No.
Because they don't want to fight the cartels, and they don't want to have that finally.
But they fight in ICE, though.
Yeah, they're fighting ICE. If they had that same smoke for the cartels as they do ICE, they would get somewhere, And they thought that, remember they had that day without immigrants a few months ago? They said, we're not going to work on that. And no, they thought, we're going to shut America down. Did anybody get shut down? No. Things just went on. So they people overestimate, a lot of immigrants overestimate their importance in this country, Who's going to pick a strawberry? We don't give a damn about no damn strawberries, we pick the strawberries. So what,
Wait, can't robots pick strawberries?
Yeah, we get robots out there, What the hell is on one hand,
I think
they say robots are replacing human labor. This is what I don't understand. On one hand, they say robots are
replace it with robots anyways.
Yeah. Lewis, you got to go. I'm sorry. You got to go. I'm sorry.
Africa is a shithole, stupid bitch.
Lewis is banned. He's good.
It is a shithole, though.
Oh, man. I actually, look, if I'm about to ban somebody, don't be friggin' talking, Let me see. I actually banned Kwame. I meant to ban fucking Lewis, I banned Lewis. I meant to ban Kwame, I actually banned Kwame,
How do you unban?
I have no idea.
Let's figure out right now. Hold on.
Well, if I'm saying I'm going to ban somebody, don't fucking type, don't freaking type. Because you'll come up and you'll get in that ban.
Figure out.
Huh?
I'm about to figure out. I'm going to Chat GPT. I'll go there for everything.
All right. Lewis is gone. When I say I'm going to ban somebody, do not type in the chat room.
Kala.
Yeah.
Listen, hold on. Okay. Sign in and go to YouTube Studio by clicking your profile.
No, it's StreamYard. StreamYard.
Okay.
It's StreamYard. YouTube is StreamYard, I actually banned Kwame and whatnot. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to ban Lewis, But when I'm saying I'm about to ban somebody.
Click the settings icon.
What settings?
On your StreamYard, click the enter your
it's
StreamYard.
not in there. That's how to unban people from your live. Yeah, go ahead.
It says that. It says click. Okay, enter your StreamYard studio.
I'm in the studio.
Click the settings icon.
Hold up. Okay? I don't know what. Hold up. Let's see. StreamYard Studio. Let's see. Do I have is there a StreamYard Studio? I know there's a YouTube Studio.
You're on StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
There's no setting.
Oh, okay. Hold up. I have to go back in there. Hold up. Let me see. I have to go in there. Hold up. Give me 1 second. StreamYard. Okay. Library, terms, units, settings. I don't know.
Settings. Click the settings.
Hold on. I don't see it. Hold on.
You
Let me
just
get back
said
in
it.
there. No, I was just rambling. Okay. Home, library, destinations. Let's see. Destinations. Let's see. Reconnect. No.
Okay. It looks like he was unblocked.
Who? Already unblocked comment. Okay, she knows how to do it. Okay, well, on my other account. Okay, I'm glad you do that. Okay, not Mari Shai, you're my unblocker. If you got anybody else in there, unblock them. Except for Lewis. All right, can you do that? Unblock everybody except Lewis. You're not gonna come on my platform and disrespect my guests. You don't call look. Say what you want. You may not like Honey Flower. Does she deserve to be called a hoe? No man calls a woman that, you don't do that. And you don't do it in my presence. You don't talk to women
and the B word, stupid hoe bitch.
You don't call the B word. Oh my God, man. Back in the days, you call a woman a bitch, you get your ass whooped, That's the one thing that will have all the females, dudes, the whole pack come out. He called her a B. You don't use that word to a friggin' female, especially black women,
Oh God.
So Lewis is no more, Okay, so what about anybody else? What about that freaking idiot? What's his name? FBA Young Lion, whatever. I don't even like him, but
Nah.
Oh yeah, Mari, can you unblock G? Unblock G. Here's another one accidentally blocked.
Nobody else is coming up tonight, Carla. Dang.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not gonna be on all night.
Yesterday you was on. It was like a 7-hour live.
Yeah, man, I hate those 7-hour live. I'm not gonna do it tonight, man, because I got the rest of this sandwich I got. I want to freaking kill this shit. I can't wait to get off tonight so I can eat the sandwich. So matter of fact, sometimes when I got a bunch of people on, I'll be going downstairs. I get in my car, go to the store.
Quiet. It gets quiet.
I just mute myself, get out of my car, go to the store, get something to eat, whatever like that, Go outside, sit on my front porch. So it's summertime coming, man. I can sit out at night and smoke a cigar while y'all out there arguing when I'll be out there puffing.
I don't like
it's gonna be a beautiful summer,
like nighttime in the summer because you just don't know what's out there ready to bite you, like mosquitoes and all that.
Okay, you can only block Kwame because he was live in the chat. Well, thanks a lot. I like Kwame. I didn't do that. I meant to get Lewis, right? Well, I say, for now, I'm going to give people fair warning. Do not type anything. I'm about to block, don't block, That's how people do. They start typing and whatnot, Well, try something. You said you could do it. Try to unblock everybody except for Dusty Brother and Lewis, I want to see these motherfuckers again, Lewis started off all right, but I realized he's nothing but a Negropean, woman hater. He's the type that
he is a woman hater. Like he has a lot of vitriol, especially
he probably women haven't treated him right his whole life and whatnot.
I think so too. I think he had
guys who act like that have been rejected by women their whole life and whatnot. That's why they act like that,
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But yeah, that drone thing, that's Rwanda, man. And I said I want to see the other drones. There was other one that was a plane drones, but there was the other one that I liked. You know, that was really nice.
And they're still the thing that's impressive is the company still exists. You don't
Yeah,
see longevity like that in
yeah,
Africa.
delivery service. They said the reason why they did that. Here's the one with hospital. Okay, here's the one hospital. This is hospital drones. You know,
All right, I'm gonna be straightforward with you. I paid for this ad.
On their website, they partner with.
I had my own medical transport business, right?
Mhm.
And I was going to get into medical equipment transport, right? Like delivering like critically needed stuff. Like right now, I'm selling wound care products and whatnot. You know, I would love to basically get into the shipping of it, you know, and stuff like that. Drone technology would be great because you know what it takes
What do you
driving
mean?
3 hours in
You want to
traffic.
get into the shipping in the United States?
Well, I want to master the United States and then bring it to Africa. It's a lot of ideas I got, you know, how to revolute. Because if Africa tries to be developed like the West, they got to wait to bring in. They got to wait to build highway systems, roads, railways, everything like that. But with mobile things like mobile banking, drone technology, it could skip whole sections of the Industrial Revolution. That's what they said.
Mhm.
It could skip whole sections of the Industrial Revolution with new technologies out there, you know?
I think that America is gonna start rolling that stuff out more and more too.
No,
Actually.
America's stuck in the way. They rejected high-speed rails in California, and there was a proposal to build a
No, but have
high-speed
you
rail.
seen the bills that have been signed for more of like AI
Yeah, I know
technology?
AI is one thing, but you need magnetically levitated rail. I studied this stuff 30 years ago. Magnetically levitated rail. Those rails, magnetic rail, I'm gonna play that too. They go 500 miles per hour. And there was plans to build one from Senegal to Dakar, Senegal to Djibouti. You know, and across the Sahel. You know, maybe with this AES they might do it. You know, so basically like this. You know, so it is what it is. You know. So that magnetic transportation, magnetic levitation is the fastest transportation there is besides the airplane.
Magnetic levitation, is that a new type of technology?
No, it's been out for a long time. You know, it's been out for a long time. When I was with the Schuyler Science Institute years ago, right?
Somebody said "ho" in the comments.
What's it? Okay, W. Who are you calling the hoe? Who are you calling the hoe? Are you calling one of my guests the hoe? He ain't gonna be scared. He ain't gonna be man to come up to it.
He probably meant how.
Oh
no.
No, he probably did mean how. I'm sorry.
How what?
Probably.
How? Manic. Just be careful.
Like sometimes your phone like do that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, magnetic levitation has been around since the 90s. You know, levitation is a fact. It's magnet. It's like you're literally rolling on magnets. It's so seamless. It's like I heard that my friend John Cashin, he was doing monorails, but I told he had a project for magnetic levitation. I said, yo, dude, he was trying to enter in Nigeria for 35 years, never got it over that. I said, magnetic levitation, you would have to have serious government investment and stuff like that. But it will solve transportation problems all over the world. You would not need cars anymore with that sort of technology, you know, magnetic levitation.
That's something that is being worked on though. I've read like a lot of documentation about how they're working.
Yeah, but the bottom line, the whole thing is you need good leadership in Africa who see the vision. You know,
I'm talking about in the United States.
To be in front of you right now.
And
I targeted you because
the United States are so used to, like I said, I don't know.
When the boomers go, we'll probably
America
have more.
is far behind in technology compared to China.
America's transportation technology, but everything else, AI, they're ahead. But transportation, logistics,
it's getting
even China's ahead in AI also.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. What you call America was all founded, you know. By most of the iPhone, all that stuff like that, software, Microsoft is America, you know.
What's the date of this
There's
video?
mostly American companies in China too, you know. All right, here's this stuff like it. Check this out.
What's the date of the video?
This is hospital drones, and I saw this video years ago.
Okay.
I saw this video 7 years ago, and I said, man, This is when I first got. I said to myself, the African is possible. When I first saw this, I said, "Yeah, anything to everybody with technology, we could build an African." Look how they deliver stuff. Now they don't have to. You know how much it would cost to have have that shipped by car or truck?
A lot of money because the
It's known as
roads.
the land of 1,000 hills. And
They
so
got
the speed at which
rural
you can get
areas.
somewhere
People
in
got
the air
access
is
to
drastically
stuff,
faster than
just like
the
they
speed
would
at
in
which you can get
Kigali.
somewhere
All
on the
stuff
ground.
shipped out of Kigali.
Before the
Like this.
crime,
Blood
when we needed
transfusion supplies,
blood,
everything,
we had to send some person to Kigali. But now it takes between 10 and 20 minutes. When you have to wait 3 hours, we can lose a life in that time. But 10 minutes, it is very easy to save lives of our people.
The reason we thought it was so important to start Zipline is that you can actually deliver blood in a way that can save lives and also save money. Blood is an incredibly critical component when it comes to keeping mothers safe right after they've given birth. 5.8 million children die every year due to lack of access to basic medical products across the world. And that's a totally solvable problem.
I see. One thing I'm going to say, this, I'm going to pause this right now, is the fact that I had a lot of thinking today, right? I think I'm going to change my views on working with white people in Africa and stuff like that. I see a lot of white people doing a lot of good things on the continent, right? Mm-hmm. And because years I've listened to the pan-Africanists, blah, blah, this black stuff. And
the white man is the devil.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stop all that stuff because I realize now, even when I go when I build this in Liberia, anybody's gonna be welcome to do business with me. Anybody's gonna be welcome to Liberia by me. I don't give a damn what color you are, whatever that. I got your heart. I'm gonna be the first Pan-Africanist black nationalist to take that position. And I don't give a damn who doesn't like it, because the black movement is going nowhere the way it is right now. Nowhere. We're isolating ourselves from the rest of the world and all stuff like that, So I'm going to work with anybody. I don't give a damn if you're Chinese, Lebanese, white, whatever like that. If you could do work and you could help our people on the continent, because I want to see Africa rise, I'm all for it. If you got good investment or whatever like that, man, proper investment, hey, bring it on, And also,
are you familiar with anything, with any Pan-Africans doing on the continent?
Yeah, a lot of Pan-Africans on the continent, they're not doing much, All the thing everybody's doing is building houses, that's it. Everybody doing something like this white guy right here.
And selling land.
Selling land. I'm sick of that, I'm sick of that. Don't want to hear nothing about no land no more. I don't hear nothing about no friggin' stupid nonsense they talk about. It wasted so much time talking about land,
Are you familiar with the Pan-African Bank?
If somebody coming here introducing this technology is value. It's saving that. This is changing Rwanda, saving lives, right? It should have been a Pan-Africanist who did this, but it's a white guy. So, and also, I thought about this when I was in Liberia.
Wait, how do you know it was a white guy? Because he appeared
This is a guy talking.
But did he say he created the idea?
But that's what it is. I've seen this thing. This technology introduced. These young white guys, right? And I see them all the time in Liberia, right? They got all this stuff. I see. Look, back in 2023, right? I was sitting in a Fusion restaurant, right? Owned by Tele Ure. She's fucking fine, beautiful Liberian woman, right? She's real top. She's a public figure, Liberian, right? She owns Fusion restaurant, Ate there last time. I didn't like it this time, but I went there in 2023. The food was, oh my God, was good. Anyway, I'll eavesdrop on a conversation. I know I'm not supposed to do that, right? There was two Liberian men. I think they were government officials, and this white guy, like he was Dutch or whatever, like that, French or Dutch, whatever. And I was eavesdropping on their conversation, right? So I get insight, right? The guy said, "This is what's going to solve your problem. This technology right here, blah blah blah." And the guy said, "Well, you don't seem to understand. This country, because that's what the George Wales thing, don't have that money. Is there any way we could do that?" He said, "No. It costs like so many millions of dollars, blah blah blah." Yeah, we gonna understand something. We have a budget. This country is poor. We don't have money to do this. It's a perfect idea, something like this, They said this will save lives, this like this technology, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting over here in the conversation. And I said, that's what I learned, that Africa is really in a situation where they can't afford a lot of this stuff, technology, stuff like that. So if you do got a white guy that finds a way how to find funding from NGOs and stuff like that to fund the stuff, hey, I welcome it. I welcome it. Saving people's lives is more important than some idiot Pan-African pride,
So, Khaled, the countries don't make enough money through like
No, no, they don't.
products and stuff that they
No,
can't
they
fund
don't.
anything.
No, because most of the money Africans make, like 30%, 35 to 40% of the money they gross, got to service foreign debt.
That's
Michael Blackson
horrifying.
lost a lot of money in Ghana because he invested in the Ghanaians a Eurobond, right? And they took that money that they raised to pay off Chinese debt, and he lost.
It's because they don't manufacture and export anything.
See, the whole thing, how a manufacture is possible in Africa is all these countries have to work together. It's just like Japan would have never developed if Tokyo was a country, Kyoto was a country, Okinawa was a country, and they did their own things and whatnot. Japan would never this. Japan was only possible because companies would locate their headquarters in Tokyo and have branch office warehouses throughout Japan in these major cities, Osaka and all the cities right here. Think of it like Africa. Let's say Africa was one government, right? You would have your headquarters in Lagos, right? Echo, and have branch office warehouses throughout the continent, and it's protected because you're under one government. But because Africa is so divided, you cannot scale a business.
Yeah, but that would be impossible because of the tribalism and all that.
Did you see what African Goddess wrote in the chat about Paul Mugabe putting forward a unified Africa? That's
the whole thing is that he said that years ago. I love Paul Kagame, but the thing is, Africans, they have too much to friggin' lose. The power structure in Africa always gonna feel like they're slighted. Everybody wants control of their little piece of dirt, their little fiefdom and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so they could deal directly with the Europeans themselves. Like that. That's just reality.
And it's kind of like too big. They should have just divided it into regions. That would have been smarter.
Yeah, it's a bottom line. Like I said, I said that, I said, look, West Africa should have been one state, one territory, one government, whatever like that. East Africa's in one government.
But I think they already working towards something like that. Even
it has to be. It has to be done by
hell
force,
on earth before that happens.
It has to be done by force. They're not gonna look. Then Kwame, I know Africa.
There would be blood.
They're not going to agree to that because there's too many people. I remember look at my guy Amara, right? He comes on the show, and all he's waiting for is that his people get back into power in Sierra Leone. That's all. They don't care about no Africa. That's your Western mind. Yeah, we're gonna unify the continent. The average African is not thinking about that.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the Sahel countries are trying to do something like that.
Yeah, they're trying to do something like that, but the proof is in the pudding when they economic integrate. It sounds good politically, we're playing that, but the bottom line, most of the businesses in the Sahel are still owned by foreign companies. That's it. So they're still owned by foreign. The logistics of Sahel still controlled by foreign company, foreign interests. So. So the proof is in the pudding when it actually happened. When money's everybody's good. How black folks are. Yeah, everybody talks until it's come down to friggin' bring out money.
Kyle, I have a question. Now with Burkina Faso, people are saying like, he I have a hard time saying his name. Sure, whatever. So he's like opening up a way to manufacture tomatoes, right? But where is that only for his people?
Yeah, if he does that and he finds a market for
processed
tomato, if he finds a regional market for his product, he's on his way.
He already got 2 factories.
Yeah, but he got to find a market. He already have factories, but you got to have buyers.
Yeah,
I think Ghana and Senegal.
Hold on. No, actually, the Italians control the tomato market in Ghana. So forget Ghana. If he go try to deal with Nigeria, that's fine. Ghanaians, basically the Italians grow tomatoes and ship tomatoes from Italy to Ghana. You know,
But would Nigerians actually buy and accept tomatoes from Burkina Faso?
well, I don't know. Like I said,
I
Nigerians
doubt
make
that.
tomato paste, but I don't think they. I don't know. They could be. You
I
know,
mean, I know you don't like his. I know you don't like his name, but when Wody Meyer did the documentary, and he was
Wody Meyer.
yeah, I know you don't like
This
his
is what
name,
you're
Colin.
talking about. Where he gonna think he gonna come out with Wody Meyer.
But he was talking to the people in the factory, and they basically saying how they shipping. I forgot the exact metrics, but they was selling a lot to Ghana and some of the West African countries
I don't know
already.
how that is because
Okay, that's
Ghana,
good.
the Italians got the Ghanaian tomato industry on lock. You know, so I don't know. If there's a bigger market. It's not probably a market in Ghana. You know.
Damn. So all these tomato paste and stuff that is bought around Africa is coming from Italy, even though they can grow their own tomatoes.
Yeah. Well, the Italians ship tomatoes to Ghana, and they also grow tomatoes in Ghana. You know,
That's
Ghanaians started making
humiliating.
Italians start growing tomatoes and process it in Ghana. That's one thing that.
But are the workers Italian or the workers are?
Ghanaians. They're Ghanaians. They're Ghanaians.
So they working for the white people in their own country.
Yeah. Well, I see. I'm starting to change my opinion that if the white people got capital to
Yeah.
build a factory, that's money coming into the country. So you can't have. I would love to have black people, blinkety black people coming over there like that. But the bottom line is that ain't happening. You know, you got to go with what you have.
Somebody said people scared Africans gonna put a
I see.
spell on
Here's the
them
thing, Colin. Here's
so
the
they
problem
say
with
no.
that. The reason that can't happen, like the reason Pan Africans keep everything black, is because of the relationship that we have with white people. We don't have the same relationship with white people the way like Arabs and like Japanese do. Like
Why we
the
don't have
white
a
people,
simulation
they
of black
go
people?
and they invest into those countries. They invest into the
Hey, hold
Asian
on. Let me
countries. They
say this.
invest into the
I know this.
Dubai and the Middle East.
Hold on. Let me say this, Obama.
Go ahead.
Let me get in here. Let me get in here, bro. Let me get in. Let me stop right there. The problem is that when you look at other people, they go into business. Business is about relationships, long-term relationships, right? They check each other's background out before you do business with Japanese. These are descendants of Japanese samurai, right? These people will check your business out. They'll know everything, your history. If they think you're compatible to do business with them, they will do business with you long term. We have a long term relationship. In Africa, you know, you go to do business with Africa, some regime change and whatnot. Next thing you know, you lost all your investment and whatnot. Your property's been seized by the succeeding government and stuff like that. That scares investors away. Now, Ghana has been able to have peaceful transfer of power for a generation now, right? So investors see that as thing. That's the sad thing about Africa. The only thing Africa needs is social and political stability to attract investment long term. But like Nigeria had like 20 coups over the last since it's been independent, right? Every time there's a coup, the first thing that gets looted is the central bank, the Treasury Reserve, also get looted, right? So whatever investments you have in that country or not is gone. So that's
So
why.
you looking at it like the white people gonna come in and make it better and
No, I know.
somehow
Hold on, Idama. One thing I'm not gonna do no more, bro, is talk this. Look, I was a Pan Africanist, black to the black, but I'm sick of bullshit. You know, you don't know what you're talking about. I do. You know,
is what it is. You gave up.
my whole thing is this. Look, I watched Pan Africanism for years and whatnot. Do absolutely fucking nothing but run the damn mouth. You know,
Okay, they're doing a lot, but you don't.
But Ghana,
Yeah,
it's
Colin,
real.
they doing a lot,
Real,
Colin. I don't.
it's real investment in Ghana. Nada Adu is bringing Japanese, Chinese, Arabs, and Europeans. That's the reality, you know. So the bottom line, whatever they say, that's why they don't pay no attention to those so-called black diaspora, because you ain't really contributing nothing to their country.
Because the money's not there.
Yeah, so black people in
They
America,
focus on where the money's at.
yeah. So it is like this, you know. I even guys check me. She goes, "We haven't had a coup in 20." Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
but here's the thing, Color. If you want to work with white people, you can just do that in America. Just stay in America. You don't need to go to Africa.
Like I said, look. Bottom line is this: like that's the whole thing. My goal is to build in Africa, right? But if I need something done, whatever, I see something done, a project done, whatever like that, I'm gonna reach out to whoever the hell gets done because ultimately, Adama, people are looking at me, not you. They looking at me to deliver. You know, I can't call Adama up and say, Adama, I need this freaking built. You're not gonna be there.
Okay, you don't know if I'll have the ability to do that or
I know
not.
you don't have the ability. I know you don't.
Yeah, but you don't know
If you
if
had
I'll
the ability,
develop.
you would be going on this trip with us next year. This tour with us next year.
All right, well, you don't know my personal situation. I mean, I've been in.
You got personal situations, and like I said, you got to just say, look,
Okay,
Kyle,
so how many
I
white
can't
people are
help.
going to go with you on your trip?
I can't help you,
Okay,
Kyle.
okay. How many white people are going to go with you on your trip?
Nobody's gonna be on our trip on this trip, But I tell you one thing: when we get set up an office,
And why you got to call them? I mean, you could call the Turkish.
Hold on. We're gonna have
You could call the
everybody.
Chinese. There's a
We
lot of
already got
people.
enough black people. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's not about calling white people. It's calling if I need something built, something done. I need an investor. I need a developer, whatever like that. You put it out there. Whoever puts the bid in wins the deal. That's it. That's business. You've never had a business before, so you don't know how business operates. That's the real world. That's business.
Yeah,
It ain't about
because some
feelings.
groups of people, they actually are about action and not just talking. While others are just talking, and making no action. So I understand your point, Kala. Makes sense. If you want something to come into fruition, into reality, that you can physically touch it, you have to deal with people that will bring it into reality.
Okay. Yeah, hold up for a second, folks. Give me 1 second. My Cash App is messing up. Whoever sent me $50, I'm sorry. The Cash App was rejected. My Cash App is fucking up. I thought I had my account a couple of years ago. They shut my account down, and it's like it's acting up again. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if somebody hacked into my account or whatever like that. But I got.
But it's always good to practice nepotism and source it to the people.
Oh, we already got enough. I got enough black people and whatnot. I just don't have black people that could do shit. That's all. I got plenty of black people. Thousands of people in my network.
You said you was looking for somebody that could do coding and IT. Is somebody in job chat?
How many times I've said that?
Well, I don't know.
Did anybody step forward and say, Colin, that idea you had for a black-owned trading app or something like that? I could do that. How many people step forward?
Well, I told you about the guy in job chat.
I don't want to hear about that guy. Why isn't he on this platform? How can you even give my information?
I mean, I thought you was in job chat.
I'll be back a second, man. Y'all keep babbling.
I mean, you can't just be pessimistic about things and just say, "Oh, like it's just not there." You gotta associate, your people and see who's skilled
Yeah, well, see,
on
here's the
certain
thing.
things.
Here's the thing I see with Kala. Kala, he said, well, I've been in this Pan-African movement for so many years. And I mean, I've observed you, Kala. I mean, I saw him when he was on Bamani's channel and stuff. And the thing is, this stuff takes time, okay? And what we're trying to build. And for you to just be like pushing people away who want to work with you, but then you're gonna say like some mythical young white people are that don't exist, that are not around you, but somehow these people are gonna come out of the sky and they're gonna give you $1 million to fund your project. Is, you know what I mean? It's just not gonna happen. Or if they do come in, they're just gonna end up taking your stuff over, because you know what I mean. They feel like once you let them in, they will take over the organization. It's just what it is, you know. Maybe that's what
Yeah.
Colin wants. Maybe he wants that. Maybe he wants like the white people to be involved in what he's doing in order for him to feel good about what he's doing. I mean, he doesn't like the Africans. He doesn't
I
like
think
the
he's just referring to getting it off the ground, at least. Like with
Okay,
other
well, look,
things,
Everything
like what?
Kyle is talking about is
look,
is
HF.
black
Let me
people's
say this,
children in all of
HF,
those
is
areas.
that for decades, white people they were the West, especially, they did not want Africa to develop. They had to get the Chinese to come in to get Africa to develop. For
Yeah,
decades,
because they get to take the
they did not want,
resources.
they did nothing for Africa. They gave them colonial currencies. They gave them IMF loans with high interest rates. That's what what Europe did for Africa. And now 2025, like the white people,
Hey, Dama, let me ask you a question.
they're
Have you ever?
supposed to turn. They're supposed to have a change of heart. Like,
Dama, have you ever been to Africa?
look, 4 years ago, you hadn't been there either, Tyler.
Dama, have you ever touched African soil?
4 years ago, you had
Okay,
not.
the answer is no. Shut the fuck up. You know, that's what I'm doing right now. You look, man. The bottom line is this, man. I'm so sick and tired of people running their goddamn mouth, whatnot.
You always kick them off.
Yeah, man, get the hell out of here. I'm tired of hearing people's fucking bullshit. You know, I'm tired of nigger babble. You know, really. You know, I'm not listening to nothing anybody got to say anymore. Not
It's
a damn
just detraction.
I don't give a damn. Look, I have no respect for what none of you say. Nothing. I'm in charge of this. I know what I'm doing. I know how to do this. I know the way forward. That's it. Now, if you want to give some advice here and there, it's fine. But to think you're going to distract me or try to convince me otherwise, you got to go someplace else because I don't want to hear it. You know?
Kyla, what do you think about this comment? W said, Black people don't have the knowledge or capital to build, so they just build houses and open restaurants in Africa.
Well, the black people who do got the stuff like that don't go to Africa. You know, really. The black people who got knowledge and whatnot, I know plenty of them, that stuff like that could build stuff, engineering firms and whatnot. I know people that got the engineering firms, something like that, they can put up anything, right? They're not interested in no damn Africa, you know. Only a few of us interested in Africa, so that's
they stay in the U.S. like with their investments.
Well, hold up. Well, we're trying to in Liberia, right? We got a tour group coming here in next month, an investment group coming here. These are bankers. These are big hedge fund owners. These are people that want to do real things and make Liberia a base. They're very, whatever Liberia is doing, it's attracting a certain type of African Americans nowadays, right? And the bottom line, these people, you think they're going to come alone? No, they got business partners that are all different types of races and everything. Africa needs that type of energy. You know, they don't need somebody promise them some pan-African fantasy bullshit, you know, because nothing. People Africa tell you, we're sick of hearing all that, and they're starving. When you got no money to bring, no investments and whatnot, they're like, you know, so
it's like a fart, like it just disappears in the air. You can't see it. You get nothing from it.
But you smell
it's bad, just a bad odor. All this pan-Africanism talk,
yeah,
it gets you nowhere.
I'm just shutting the shit the fuck down. Pan-African, in theory, we love it and whatnot, but in practicality, man, it don't fucking work, you know? If it was Asia, if we were Asian people or any other race of people, it would probably work, you know? But black folks, the way we are right now, nothing works, you know?
Hey, yo, Carla, why do you think you'll work with Asians and not Africans?
Because they have a certain sense of love for themselves. Africans don't. Black people don't.
But Kyla, what exactly are you aware of that's going on in Africa regarding Pan-Africans?
Oh, there's nothing going on in Africa, Pan-Africa. I'm just telling you right now. A whole bunch of talk, hype, and
The AES.
Hold up, yo. Everybody, the AES, whatnot, because long as you got people like you out there talking and stuff and whatnot, and then Africans, you know, the people on the ground really are just laughing at you guys, you know, because they know when they can just loot the continent, keep doing what they're doing nothing when and you always got black people in the West defending them, right? Neo-colonialism and whatnot. And I realized years ago.
But Kyla, you're not aware of anything PLO
Look,
is doing.
PLO Lumumba is a good guy, right? I love him. You know, he's smart, whatnot. But the bottom line is he has no government. Tell me what government post is he at?
I mean, the man just opened up a university in Somalia.
I don't want to hear about no damn school, whatever like that, you know?
A university in Somalia?
He has no business and he has no power whatsoever, you know?
If he's opening a university, he got to have some type of power and capital.
Yo, there's not one university in Africa that's accredited.
Wait, he
Come
opened
on,
up a
Colin.
university in Somalia? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah,
But they need jobs though. Like, I
yeah.
mean,
But he's
They
all
need
these
he's
food.
schools
They
but
he
need
no
just
food.
had
You know.
jobs.
500 he just had 500 graduates
Yeah,
from the
graduate to do what?
university. Huh?
You know how many Liberians I know that got degrees and whatnot, and Liberian degrees. Like my wife, she got a
Exactly.
degree, but she can't find a job. She had a
There's
So
degree
you
no
telling me
jobs.
that? So
5
you
years
telling me
ago,
the
and she
schools
can't
in
find a
Nigeria
job.
not accredited?
No, Nigeria. Not only Nigeria and Europe are not accredited, right? They rank almost 8,000 in the world, behind some of the worst schools in America.
Oh my
So how they
god.
getting H1B B
I
visas?
have no, they're not. They're getting them from like Europe. When they go to Europe and UK, that's where they get them at. And they go
Or
to UK.
Malaysia or other
Yeah, countries like that. When they
Turkey,
go
all
to
the
these other third countries, nobody comes directly from Africa here, Kwame. They go to Europe, stay there for a couple of years. That's what they do. They go to Europe, England, whatever like that, get some accreditation, whatever like that. Then they come to the United States. You
Khaled, do
know?
you have a list of that? Like that shows the where
Kyle, they got a website for these type of stuff. They have like
Oh, yeah.
the medical practitioners
Oh,
that's
please, Kwame, stop.
list. I'm
Stop it.
serious.
You're singing to the choir, man. I mean, I mean, every time I look, no offense, Kwame, but I've been hearing this bullshit for fucking too long. You know, everything I do, like I said, I want to see fucking results, right? I over the years, from John Cashin to so many other Pastor Hyman and other people, I have been involved with so many different projects in Africa, throughout the continent, right? And every one of them fell through. It's like Africa's curse. Every last single one of them, man,
yeah.
comes down to it.
Kyle, you know if you
Somebody
do.
today on Kiki Loves Nigeria show, chat room, was talking about the Luke Major situation in Dynas, right? She said, I lost a lot of money in Luke Major situation in Dynas' show right now, years ago right now, So we get people hyped up on this Pan-African stuff on that, and then people get let down, and we just move on like it don't
They
happen.
get
Kyle,
scammed.
there's
They
many
get
people
scammed
that fail
bad.
with businesses in America.
Oh, yeah, but look at America though. Look at all the people that succeed, versus the people that fail. There's a lot of success here.
Pan-Africanism is this fantasy in your mind. It's not reality.
It's not real. It's not.
I
So
mean,
I try to.
y'all can say
I
that,
tried
but
to make it reality,
it's,
but people like Kwame don't want to put in no work.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
want to
have to
put
Bible,
no
have you
work
have to
in.
perform
You
Kwame, you
ask
don't read the
you.
Bible. You don't read the Bible, but the Bible says about faith. It says faith without works is what?
I don't
Yeah.
need. I got science. I don't
Yeah.
need the Bible.
Faith without works is dead. You got faith,
Yeah.
but you don't put no works in.
Kyle, I have a question for you. How come no one's like taking Umar Johnson to court about the school?
People are just tired. Black
He
people are just so
promised a
beaten and
school
broken.
for black boys.
Yeah, well, he has
but
another
never...
grand opening in August. Well, there's like his 15th grand opening. But people like Kwame will say here and say, Umar doing a good thing or not. How do you? I said, Umar. Okay, he said somebody broke into the school the other night and stole $5,000 sitting on the desk.
Kyle, is Umar federally funded?
Look, the bottom line
He
is
made a promise and he didn't fulfill it.
Yeah, he took people's
all
money.
these people's money.
The income that he generates for building a school is his only source of really income. So basically, he was grifting. That's a grift. You say it's a straw man. You say you're gonna do something, you hype something up to get an audience and get money coming in.
People donated. They first people donated. They say he don't have a place in Delaware. He showed the place in Delaware.
Look,
they said it was run
he
down.
got a couple of abandoned buildings. That's like Kwame. The problem is, like as I said, I have no hope for
them up.
I have no hope for the Pan-African movement, but just for people who think like you. You're the problem. Be honest.
I'm the problem.
Yeah, you're the problem. You're the problem.
You're just not optimistic about this.
No, it's not optimistic. You're a fool. There's a difference between optimistic and being a fool. I'm sorry to say that.
You're not a fool, Kwame.
Yeah, he is. He sounds like a fool. Everybody knows Umar is a fucking joke. It's a joke, it's a scam. And we do that because I don't know, we like them. Like Umar or whatever. Like he's funny. Whatever like that, he means well. We know
Umar's not a
he
millionaire. He's not federally funded.
Yeah, hold on. That doesn't matter.
The
only reason why he's not federal funded is he don't want any accountability. He knows if he took federal money, he'd be looking at like 30 years jail time. You know, if he didn't misappropriate, that's the only reason, bro. You know, not because he's
bro,
some.
he doesn't want to go through the white man. He's standing
You know
on.
no,
He's standing on
it
his
ain't about
principles.
going to the damn white man.
He has to
It's the
go
fact
through
that
the
he don't want
laws.
to be on the hook for that money, taxes and stuff like that. So he's running that. You know he be going to jail for.
So you don't think he gotta pay tax? What are you talking about?
No, look, bottom line, we don't help. We haven't seen his books. How do you know he's paying taxes? You know. So it is what it is. You know. So the bottom line is this. And also, Elvis, talking about people like Umar Johnson is talking up. So like we're among black. We could talk about ourselves.
Scam people. He said he would open a school.
Who did he scam?
All the
Where's
people
the
he's
school?
do you really think that he's going to ever have kids in the school $500 a month, paying him $500 a month with you? And he's not an educator,
bro. People said the school would never be fixed up.
Oh, check this out. You know what?
And he renovated the whole thing.
You know what? Hold up. You know what should have been happening over the last 10 years? What he should have had. He should have had Dr. Umar, FDMD, volunteer educators and whatnot. You know, meet and greet, whatever like that. Put press release, whatnot.
He could have had a virtual
we got like
school.
1,000 people who volunteered. They're gonna be in school. Who pledged? They're gonna pledge this. They're gonna donate time, money, and all that. He has not one person. Show me one person he's working with.
It's a scam, man. It's a scam.
I want Kwame to grow up and be a fucking man, man. You sound like a little fucking kid, man. You know, grow up, be a fucking man.
Kala, you just pessimistic about things.
No, I'm not pessimistic.
You ignorant about a lot of things.
Man who's been around. I'm a grown man who's been around, and you cannot tell me just anything. You know, I'm not a fool.
You undermine PLO.
No, I'm not undermining.
You undermine the Sahel
I'm
countries.
A man. Nobody asked Omar to do this. If he comes out as a public figure or whatnot, he's gonna be up to public scrutiny. I'm sick and tired of black people thinking
he scammed people. He did a crime.
Public criticism and public scrutiny. No, it don't work like that.
Exactly.
Black America is not up for grabs. I'm sorry, just not. And people, whether you're African American or you're African or Caribbean, you're gonna start respecting our people.
Exactly. He took these people's money, didn't deliver. It's a scam. He did something wrong.
Money, you know, because I said like this, until I really got something solid, like what I'm doing in Liberia next year, I'll know whether I could start saying, okay, I gotta go fund me, whatever like that. But I know in my heart I'm not there. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, so you and Honey Flower, is there any black people that's doing something good?
I am. You know,
there are black people.
What's his name? King Randall? Yes. Randall X? What's his name?
I told you about King Randall. You know, I like what he's doing. You know, he built a school, after school boys, and whatnot. You know, he did it. You know, and Umar.
So why you can't give PLO Lumumba any credit?
Look. I don't know about PLO Lumumba. What the? I see. What? Hold up, Kwame. Where do I live?
You live in America.
I live in America.
But I thought we was talking about the continent.
No. Yeah, I don't know what you think. You keep thinking wrong. I don't give two shits about PLO Lumumba and what he's doing. That he let him help Africa. You know, my problem is Black America, my people. You know, that's what I'm worried about. I don't care about what PLO Lumumba does. I hope he gets it together. I hope he could do something and create jobs. I wish him all the best luck, but that ain't gonna solve what I'm going through in America with the white man in America.
I'm saying maybe you could work with
him. No, look, I don't want to hear about no work. All the working with people I've done. I reached out. I've done everything. I reached out to everybody. I brought.
Have you reached out to PLO Lumumba?
I'm not reaching out for what? Is he a businessman? You know, can he cut the check? Can he do anything like that? What am I going to do besides more talk? I am sick and tired of talk. You know?
Yeah, capital is needed.
I'm all talked out, bro. I really am. I had all the conversations I'm going to have. Now, only thing I want to do is move forward, build what I want to build with people of like mind. That's all. I don't want no more talking. You know, the time for talking is over. You know, everything, like I said, the philosophy of one century should be common sense and next. I'm not going to be talking the same thing that was talked 100 years ago. We need to build this. We know that. I just do it. You know, that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I know what needs to be done. So I'm starting with Liberia. I'm building this infrastructure and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. I'll spread to other countries. And then finally we'll have an African, you know?
Like Kala, Umar Johnson, he makes all these videos about Black topics, but he doesn't do any actions. He has all this money that he's taken. He has not built anything.
What are you aware that Umar Johnson is doing?
His legacy is YouTube videos. That's it.
He's at a
it's
university
real.
every week. He's at a
I'm like this,
university every
okay,
week.
yeah, we're gonna make some conscious babies. Still flirting with women, talking about we're gonna get. I can't wait to get down to Miami. When we're going out there. Some women talking about we're gonna go out to eat and we're gonna do this. Oh, I can't wait to see.
You're not even aware of nothing that Umar
Yeah,
Johnson is doing.
also, what is he doing in the DR? Right? He had this one video where he was like, look at the woman, like, damn, man, looking at a woman outside the window. I'm like, come on, man, you're supposed to be a role model, man. You know. Like, why are you lusting after a fucking woman in a fucking video, man? It's fucking disgusting, man. You know, you'll never see me do shit like that, man. I keep it professional. When I'm in front of my people, I don't do that. You know, I don't do that nonsense. I don't do it in my personal life, but definitely.
But look, somebody in the comments says he visits universities and talks to the youth. But what
He
about all
doesn't
that
visit.
money?
He's getting paid to
What
go
about
to
the
speak
money?
to speak at university.
Somebody pays him to do a friggin' lecture. And that's how he's making. It's a grift. You know,
And he's on tour. He's busy all day long. He's at different.
That's how he pays out. He does not have a job. He gets out there and he does let people pay him because he's entertaining.
So that's not an occupation.
No, it's not an occupation. It's a grift. You know.
How is it a grift if he's at universities?
About Candace Owens and fucking Charlie Kirk. I am so sick and tired of the age of the grifter. You know, in America, only America has.
What makes him a grift if he's at university speaking to young black people?
Come on, man. Come on, you got to be kidding me, man. You know, they're all fucking grifters. You know.
Do you believe that Candace Owens is a grifter?
Yeah, she's a grifter. You know,
that's the Kwame. That's the Kwame.
Charlie Kirk, all these people, they're grifters. You know. You know, the freaking Hodge twins, the freaking what you call what's his name? Brandon Tatum. You know, ABL. They're all fucking grifters, you know? All of them, you know? They're grifters.
I mean, Candace Owens just a Republican. She's a conservative
She's
Republican.
a fucking grifter, you know? She's a grifter. She don't mean none of that shit.
Not a pan-African. She's just a
I
conservative
think she does mean what she says. I mean, she's married to a white woman, man. She hangs around up by white people. So I actually believe Candace Owens is what she says.
Yeah, I know she does.
She mean what she says. She speaks about...
Look, hold on, check this out. You could go out there as long as you're saying what people want. Grifter tells people what they want to hear for financial gain. That's what grifter. You know?
Colin, can you play the video in the back?
What video? I'm not playing no video. No, I'm not playing no video.
So you don't want to see anything positive that people do.
In the future, if you want a video play, it's going to cost you.
How much?
You know, I don't know. Well, I mean, in the future, anybody want a video play, it's going to cost them. Because I got to sit here.
$5, Colin. Make it $5.
You know, I make it $10. But like I said, right now my Cash App is down. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm talking to them now. And they got, I'll say 30. It says it's going to be 30 days before my Cash App back up. So whoever sent me that $50, I appreciate it, but send it back to me again. You know, my Cash App is down. I don't know what happened. I don't know who hacked my account. But it's fucked up. I was sick of this shit. You know, so my Cash App is down. I don't like using my PayPal. You know, I only can PayPal. I got Vimo, but
Colin, did you see where Neferkari Dessalines last video?
No.
Dennis Berlin
talking, but listen to people. I don't really.
I read the title. He's being sued, right?
Yeah, it's been sued by Dennis Berlin.
So FBA versus Pan-African. Is that what it is?
Yeah, Dennis Berlin is suing Neferkari.
He's another one.
I hate that dude. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even
For
like
$250,000.
But he's one of these black conservative types. Yeah, I don't like. You know, I mean, he invited me on the show a couple of times and whatnot, but I said, nah, I'm not. When as soon as he started talking about Africa against Africa, I said, yeah, Africa has all the problems and everything like that. You know. And I understand your frustration with what you see online. I don't get triggered by what I see Africans say online because I know that most Africans are ignorant. They don't know any better. Africans are better.
Well, I got a good comment. Someone said, "Good that Honey Flower is back." Wow, thank you so much.
Colin, listen, it's your show, but I mean, we gotta stop saying stuff like that. All Africans, most Africans are ignorant.
What do you want me to say? Most Africans are enlightened. You know, I can't say that. I would like.
Oh my
I don't hold it against them. I don't hold. That's what I'm saying. I don't hold it against them. You know, like I said, when Africans say stuff about Black Americans, I don't get upset. You know, I don't see me get upset. They're saying this.
Listen, you can't fight ignorance with ignorance.
The only time I basically get upset is when like that Akari gets up there and make it seem like, man, since we came off the boat or plane where like that, we rescued Black America. That fucking sends me into fury. You know, says me in a fury because it's a
You
bold
said
face.
who said that?
Freaking a lot of African immigrants. They say that, and African immigrants like the poorest demographic in America. It was the most discriminated group of people.
Africans say what?
They
That
say,
they helped us.
yeah, they're doing all this, they're doing all that. Okay, a couple of you got jobs, but they act like, yeah, we're coming over here making.
I haven't seen that from anybody, Colin. I haven't seen that.
No, you know, and Cuddy Brown, a lot. They always bragging about they got. There's a video going out, right? This African girl is saying, "Tell me why the black people that come overseas do much better than the black people that's here." And this black African woman, she was wrong for saying it. She goes, "You crispy black burnt bitch," you know, shut the fuck up. And I was like, "That's wrong for her saying that," but she was just going.
That's funny, honey flower.
It's
no,
funny
I'm saying it's wrong. It's wrong. But this Africans come over here.
I laugh when people cuss me out. I laugh at it.
I just think that Africans don't have manners. They don't know proper etiquette. You know, you don't come to somebody's country. There's certain things you just don't say to somebody. You don't say to somebody, you know, I was told not to hang around with you because you're Black American and you guys all commit crime. That's something primitive, you know, that you say, you know, that people have no class.
How can I be colorist when I'm dark skinned? That doesn't make sense.
You know, no. So I'm like this. I say like this. I understand when I say the ignorant, right? I understand they don't come from a culture of enlightenment and stuff like that. So they're gonna say things that they don't know.
Yeah. Like they'll say rude things, offensive things, and not even think about how it might impact.
Yeah, they don't even think about that.
I understand. Like we say a lot of ignorant stuff as well. So I mean,
I know, but hold up. When African Americans say something, we know that person ignorant, but Africans will think what they said is normal. We'll know, even an ignorant black will say, "Yeah."
But that's what.
So you don't think it's ignorant for African Americans to say African booty scratcher, coconut?
Hold on, look. That's another thing. That's a lie.
That's a whole other topic, though.
I've never heard anybody say that in my life. I've been around African my whole life. How come I've never heard anybody say that? I never heard.
Maybe you're not ignorant. We can't get into this conversation again. Let's get back to the topic.
That phrase being used. I've never heard that phrase being used. Nor did I have yet to meet anybody that said they know somebody called somebody a freaking African. Look,
So you never heard African Americans say Ethiopians got flies on their face.
Kwame, be quiet 1 second, right? I want to say this. I want somebody to call in that can verify that they witnessed with their own eyes somebody being called an African booty scratcher. I want an African to call in and say he was called about it.
Yes, they were calling Africans African booty scratcher in school. When we first came to the United States, that was the main thing. African booty scratchers and that you're starving.
I know the starving part is probably real. You know, I know that part, but I never heard African booty scratcher. But then again,
they say it
I didn't go to school with African immigrants. I didn't go to school with Africans.
That's why you don't know. African immigrants were traumatized. Kala. They traumatized. African Americans used to roast us like crazy.
Yeah, but that's look. That's African American culture. You know. Because if you're
no, Colin, no.
Still wrong.
No, Colin.
Look, I got roasted in school. You know, you come in school one day. You come in school one day, and thing is, let's say you got a split in your pants, you got a hole in your pants and whatnot. Man, motherfuckers, that's the longest day to work because everybody be
Kala, to be honest with you, African Americans were the first bullies of Africans.
I would say like this. Look, I didn't go to school with Africans, right? So I don't know.
So you ignorant on the topic, Colin. Just say that.
I didn't go to school like that. I know.
I have trauma from African Americans bullying me.
When I went to school in North Carolina, for 1 year, I got beat up, bloody, bullied.
All right, Colin. Exactly. So you know that it happened to other. Like I said, that Black Americans do it to each other.
What I'm saying.
Let me finish, Colin. So you know that Black Americans do it to each other. So what makes you think they didn't do it to Africa?
Yeah. Okay. Let's say that's true, right? People got bullied, right? Now, what do we do about it?
I mean,
we don't allow these FBAs to gaslight and make it seem like they didn't start it.
I'm like this. That was wrong. It should never happen. If anybody, I apologize if anybody got bullied at school by so Africa, even though I shouldn't be taking responsibility for somebody that knew. Okay, if you feel that way, why not? Yeah, okay, I understand what you do. But now going forward, right? What people do is this. I got bullied by African Americans, Colin. You can't come to Africa. You know, that's how I go. I say like this. So my problem I have is this:
But nobody says that.
See, now you got people like not Black Americans issue in the comments.
I got told years ago before I went to Liberia, Colin will never go to Africa. So you go to Africa, you know, he's not welcome in Africa because I was a pan-Africanist, right? This is before a couple of years ago, I was a hardcore pan-Africanist, right? And all Africans kept talking about it is, well, you people. I said, oh, I never did that. I love Africa. They said, yeah, but your people did this. So you're not, so you're going to hold me responsible for what somebody else did? That's prejudice, you know? I said,
well, some people are. I don't do that, but that's just how some people are.
Even if I put this to rest, I'll say, look, on behalf of the Black America, I deeply apologize, right? But I don't think it'll put it to rest. People will still keep going on about it. I don't know.
That's because the NBA started back up again.
Bro, people are calling Africans savages right now. Calling them
I never call
you got people in your chat like not Black Americans talking about I don't care. Who cares?
Look, hold up. When Elvis says something like to Chantel, I'll eat you raw. What do I call that?
He was just joking, Colin.
No, you don't joke.
That's disgusting. That's
hold up. When Lewis gets up here and calls a young woman on my platform a hoe, am I supposed to say nothing about that?
He just
why is it that Africans say whatever the fuck that's what I hate. They think they can say whatever.
No, Colin. Africans don't feel like they can say whatever they want to say.
No, he's right.
Why was somebody on my platform after I warned them? Don't talk like that on my platform. I don't care what you feel. Still do it.
Right. Exactly.
They have no respect. That's what I'm saying.
No respect.
No respect.
Absolutely.
So the bottom line is this. I say like this. So that sort of disrespect is what they have when they online talking. And Black people in America, one thing they hate is they hate people disrespecting them, you know? And you go up and say, yeah, how you're coming over here making money and Black people over here lazy and whatnot.
It's because they're hateful, Kala. They're very hateful.
It's very hateful. Africans bring their hate over here. And I'm not going to sit here and let
Black people in general are hateful, Colin. You know that.
Hold up. If you want to be hateful, you stay in your own country. You don't come over here with that, you know? Like what you call Arnold Schwarzenegger said, when you're an immigrant, you're a guest in this country. You know,
so
you come
over
here,
America now your country.
What? No,
America
we live here though. You know, I'm not gonna say America's the system of America and the culture of America may not be, but I live here in the United States. I'm a resident here in the United States. I'm a citizen of this country. You know, and I'm a citizen of this land. So when you come to this land, right, where the Black nation resides, you show respect. As simple as that. We reside here.
Colin, can you remove the comment from off the screen?
You know, so it is what it is. You know, hold up. And the bottom line is a lot of Africans refuse to have respect. You know, and it's something in their culture, but they don't know etiquette. They basically do things like
what you mean Africans don't show no respect.
I told Liberians years ago, right? When I debating online, they got much better at this, right? And when they basically say stuff like, okay, I know Kala is really a drug dealer and a Black man who lives off welfare, a drug dealer. If he comes to Liberia, years before I went, he's going to bring this, he's going to bring that. And I said, look, let me tell you something. You may not like me, right? But there's a thing called character assassination. Somebody's in this culture, America, right? By law, you're not allowed to defame somebody's character. You're not allowed to say it. But we have people come over here and defame the collective character of Black America. You know?
So what about Black Americans calling Nigerian scammers? And
hold on. First of all, most of the people called Nigerian scammers are other Africans.
Good point.
And so what you want to do is put this on us. It's mostly other Africans who call them scammers. And
Colin, quick question. This is how we end it right here.
Most Black Americans know nothing about Nigeria, never heard of Nigeria, and all stuff like this. You know, so the bottom.
You should do a romance scam episode about them.
No, let's not do that. Listen, Colin, Quick
Why
question:
would you
who
even
started it?
interject that in the air though?
What?
It's
Who started
actually
this
causing
whole?
a lot of
I
pain.
said, look, I said years ago, I told Africans, right? It all started when the movie Black Panther came out, right? There
No,
was
no,
a
no, I'm
lot.
not talking about. No, 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 I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in America. Who started it between the Africans and the African Americans?
I would say Africans did. Be honest with you.
No,
Oh, okay,
African
Kyla, come on,
Americans
Kyla.
did.
No, hold on. I say like,
We
look, I
came
would
to
say like this.
school
I say
and
this. Hold on.
got bullied.
Actually, I will say this. It was started by whites. White people
No,
started.
no, Kyla, stop it,
No.
stop it. No, Kyla.
No,
Kala,
Kyla.
but you never
African
went to
Americans
school.
got it from
Wait,
white
hold on,
people,
hold on.
but
First
Hold
of
on,
all,
1 second, Steve.
give me a chance to talk. Like I said in a terrain video, right? Whites were the ones who put the images out of Africa starving when I was growing up. Only thing I saw was women with naked breasts when they're out there. I never seen on US TV an African skyscraper or a city and whatnot. You know, they always show Africa when they started that, right? They started this
okay,
idea.
but you ended up, regurgitating the.
Hold on. Let me stop. See, y'all. I know you're not one of us because you keep saying y'all. You know, so I know. See,
No, 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 Kyla. I'm saying y'all as far as the ones that were doing the bullying.
That means you just
No, Kyla.
I
I'm
think
saying
he's
y'all as far as.
African, Kyla. I think
No,
Steve
I'm
is
not an
African.
African,
you
bro.
say y'all.
Yes, you are.
Kyla, listen,
Yes, you
Kyla.
are,
Kala,
Steve.
why you trying to force the man into a position that he don't want to
Kyla,
take?
I'm saying y'all as far as the ones who were doing the bullying.
No,
I
he's
never
talking about
bullied
y'all
nobody a day in my
bullies.
life.
He's talking about y'all bullies, Kala.
As far as Black America, look, I'm saying like
See,
this.
you notice how I'm.
Hold up. We can't all talk at the same time, right? I said y'all. You said y'all. You mean all of us Black Americans? Okay, I get it, right? Now, and I'm saying
No, the people who were doing the bullying.
Hold on. First of all, when I was coming up, there were no Africans here. You know, none.
So you're ignorant on the topic, Kala.
Hold on. No, I'm not ignorant on the topic. I'm saying like this. Now, white people put it in their head that Africans is starving continent and everything like that. We had the We Are the World. So like that when I was in the 80s, when I was a kid. Africans, when we Black people in America tried to say we're proud to be African, white people would roast us. Oh, you don't want to be African. They told us we're different. They told us that we're better than African. They told us that we were lucky that we were.
Kyla, let's not shift the blame to white people. Come on, man.
See, here you go defending white people. This is what
I'm not defending white.
Go get the fuck off my platform. First thing is that let's not shift the blame to white people. Yeah, they are fucking responsible. You know, they're 100% responsible. And also, I'm gonna have Frenchie and Honey Flower. I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear no fights, no arguments. I'm tired of
I don't
shit.
want to hear it either, Kala.
I'm
I don't
giving
wanna
everybody
hear it.
warning. I will delete everybody. I am dead serious. I am not playing.
She's the one that's coming up.
I'm saying I am not playing. Let's have a discussion about the topic. When I don't want to hear no fighting, no back and forth. Don't say if you have nothing good to say about to each other, please keep it quiet. Don't say nothing. You know.
Okay, I won't say
that being
anything.
said, right, everybody, this is what I'm saying, brother.
I'll stay mute.
So this is what I'm saying. White people started this. Kwame, Steve, don't talk about white people. Don't talk about white people, right? Look, the bottom line is this. They're the ones who told us that being African was ugly. They're the ones who told us to hate our kinky hair. They told us to bleach our skin. They told us to straighten our hair. They told us all this stuff like that to make us hate our African self. So don't get up here telling me that's all our fault. We're victims of this racist white supremacy system that's determined to fucking destroy us. You know? So all I want to do is these Africans to come the fuck over here and have a little bit of empathy of what the hell we went through. That's all. Of that, we have nothing else to talk about. You know, so people want to blame us when we're the victims of the shit. They made us hate our motherland. And I'm doing my best to tell Black people in America, Africa is beautiful. Africa is a place you should visit, you know? And I got to deal with these Africans who bring out the worst in me, you know? They bring out the absolute worst in me. And when that make me say stuff I don't want to say, you know? They'll blame me. Oh, Africa. Yeah, I understand in the 90s people calling each other names and whatnot. But I'm telling you, but that was not my life. You know, we always admired Africa. The #1 movie in Black America was Coming to America in 1988. Everybody fell in love with Africa. Every magazine, African this. Eddie Murphy played an African prince. That was the #1 movie in Black history. You know, so don't give me that we hate Africa. It's bullshit. I'm not gonna let anybody sit on my platform and tell that lie. Black America really loves Africa. Yeah, we got things back and forth. Ignorant people say shit, but it doesn't mean that we hate Africa, you know? So I'm not gonna let people put it away. White people have always tried to make us hate Africa. We never did. Coming to America was a #1 fucking movie in Black history. #1 movie. And everyone out of it, everyone said that we are Africans. You know, my father said that. My father was a Creole black man from the South. He said when he heard at the end of the movie, because he loved James, my father looked like James Earl Jones. Yeah, he said, man, when I saw King, whatever his name is, Mufasa, whatever, I forgot the name, right? He said, man, I just felt he had the line on him. He said, man, I felt like an African so much, you know, I felt like an African, but drums or at the end of the movie, the drums and whatnot. He was like so proud for the first time in his life when the movie Coming to America came out, you know. I know we came a long ways in learning how to love ourselves, you know. I know we're not already always there, you know, but cut us some fucking slack. You understand what we went through in this country? We went through a physical, mental genocide. Let me get Steve and Frenchie on. You're up. Please add to the conversation and let's be cordial. Let's talk to each other like we're civilized, you know. That's all I ask for is people act like we're civilized.
Let me just explain something before Frenchie goes.
Faith in this movement at all. Go ahead.
Let me say something.
Yeah,
what I'm saying by that,
don't defend white people. I'm seriously don't.
I know I'm not defending white people, but all I'm saying,
you say stuff like don't bring white people in this.
Let me explain my reasoning, Carla. Let me explain my reasoning. I have never in my life cared about what any white person thought about Africa or they felt about Africa. So I disregard.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Carla, like I told you before, I never.
Hold up. Why is it that white people basically control the image of Africa to the world? They put out that Africa was jungles, Tarzan. We didn't do that shit. They did.
Do they control the image of Black Americans too?
Oh yeah,
what they put out to the world.
Yes, they go around.
I get that. I get that point, Carla.
Most of the people have negative images of Black America for what they see in the American media. This one lady said.
So why you don't blame them for how the Africans and Caribbeans think?
Oh, let me finish what I'm saying, right? Lewis, man, you're banned, man. You know, Lewis is banned. You know, like I said, you know, and Lewis, you'll be banned from a thing. He wants to come on here right now, but I'm telling right now, Lewis. I'm gonna tell you why I banned you. Lewis,
why are you banning me?
I'm telling you because you called a woman. You do not disrespect women on my platform.
She comes here on every day and disrespect Africans, and you allow her. You don't check her.
Look, nigga. I don't give a
every day she disrespect Africans, and you allow her.
You do not call a woman a bitch or a hoe.
If she wants to come and talk shit about Africans, she deserves.
Get off my fucking platform. Get the hell out of here. You know, get the fuck out of here.
Can I finish, Carla? Can I finish?
Not call no women no bitch or hoe and whatnot on my platform. I don't give a damn what she said about you. I talk about Africa and whatnot. Shut the fuck up, you know, fucking punk. You know, you not freaking talk to women like that in my presence. You know, I don't tolerate that. Women, even if you don't like them, women are supposed to be protected. You know, and that's what they get from me. So I'm telling people, showing people all the time. If you ever came to the Afghanistan, we build a nation. You're a Black woman. I don't care where you come from. You will be protected. You know, you'll be protected from people like Lou. You know, go ahead, bro.
Listen, Carla. All I'm saying is that no white person can make me feel ashamed of.
No, it doesn't matter.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Look, Steve. I get that. You're missing my point, right? I'm saying when it does happen, if it didn't happen to you, that's good. But when it does happen, right, it's the friggin' like me. Give me an example, right? My brother Nay, I love him to death. He's ignorant, right? I remember one time years ago, I talked about Africa. Oh, you gotta talk about Africa. Now he don't laugh no more because I went over there one night and he saw a picture. Oh man, this place is beautiful one night. He used to always laugh at me because my trip to Africa. Oh, you gonna marry some African girl? Blah 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 blah. Because I'm not mad at my brother Nate, but he was fucking ignorant. He didn't read the books I read. He didn't know the history of Africa. He didn't know what is such a beautiful people and beautiful place. He didn't learn to love the continent like I did, right? But I understand where his brainwash of Africa come from. It doesn't come from what we'll teach him in our household. It didn't come from him reading Black magazines. It come from the media, the white media. That's what I'm talking about. But I don't ever see Africa hold white media accountable for the images of Africa they put out there. There was this Chinese guy. a couple of years ago that was arrested in Malawi, I believe it was. He was having the Africans say, "I'm a monster, ugly monster," and whatnot, and he was putting it on.
You talking about the children?
Yeah, the children. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he was selling it to the world, right? So now
Mhm.
the anti-African stuff is global. Everybody has a field day on Africa, and it was African Americans that were outraged over that. Saying, "Wait a minute, who's this Chinese guy coming to Africa?" And
I understand that, Carla. Go ahead.
So is it fair to blame the white man for the perception that Africans or Caribbeans, you think, have a negative view on African Americans?
I know for a fact of the matter is when it comes down to it, yes, it's the white man, because he puts that in your head that the black immigrants are doing well and they're hardworking and stuff like that. My problem is when you guys go along with it, when it's a nonsense. You got Caribbeans who work hard, you got Caribbeans that are lazy, sitting off on the system. That. They make it seem like every Caribbean African is working hard. African Americans are the problem. You got Caribbean gang members, African gang members now in all these cities right here, but they make it seem like all the gang problem and everything is African Americans. That's the problem.
Carla, let me make this point. Go ahead.
Last point. And also our Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Winston Sears, lovely lady, love her, right? She always makes it a point to distance herself from Black America. She always says stuff like, "I'm a child." The first thing that comes out of her mouth every time she interview, "I'm a child," as an immigrant, right? She wants to make it be known that she's not one of us. I'm not one of those people. I'm an immigrant. I come from someplace better, like Jamaica's better, So go ahead. Let me get Frenchie on. This Frenchie has to say. Go ahead, Frenchie. No interruptions, folks. Go ahead, Frenchie.
I don't even know where to begin because there's a lot going on here. But I mainly wanted to address your comments about Africans not having any manners and such, because previously you've stated that when you were in Liberia and the African children that you had come across had always been well mannered. So I think it's really dangerous when on either side, when we make these sweeping generalizations, we should avoid doing that.
Exactly what I'm talking about, right? Exactly what I'm talking about. In Africa, what I've observed in Africa, right, is the children, as far as adults, are very well mannered, right? What I'm saying is, when people come to this country, America, right, I think and I know that's not a reflection of Africans, right? I think people don't know how to conduct themselves when they're overseas, right? You don't come to somebody's country and tell them that they're less than you. You don't do that. That's not having good manners, right? And I don't know if it's African culture, but I see it an awful lot. I'm like, when I go to Liberia, right, I do never tell them that what I do is better than what you do because I come from America, right? Even though I may feel that, right? I do not say that, right? Because it's about respect, respect. Having good manners is about having respect for people. You don't have good respect for people, you don't have good manners, right? And I see that too prevalent where Africans say stuff in America, not in Africa, right? Because I'm in the spirit side in Africa. When they come to America and they lose they lose something, their humanity, and they say certain things and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, geez, that's not the Africans I know on the continent. I try to tell people all the time. I defend Africans. I say, real Africans in Africa are not like that. They're not like that. They're not judgmental. Like Africans that come to America brag about the money and whatnot. Oh, look, there's one girl video going around. This girl's talking about, I got a good job. I'm doing most better than most Black people in America. And I just got here and blah, blah, blah. That is not having good manners. That's not how a young lady should conduct herself. But you go to Liberia when the average woman is so quiet, so peaceful, and so prevalent. I don't know what happens to people when they come to this country. And it's not African. I think it's America. I think America does something.
Yeah, America corrupts you.
So, Colin, you're gonna blame one woman's statement and penalize the whole continent?
If African countries were so strong, the culture was strong, they could resist the temptation of because they become materialistic, petty, foolish, nonsense. Well, that's what I mean by not having manners, because people who have good manners, like the Japanese, they come over here one night and they never forget their culture. They're so polite. Japanese are the most polite people in the world. And you meet a Japanese person, touch you, whatever, they bow to you, whatever, like that. How you doing? They're very friggin' friendly and polite when they come over here. That's their culture. They bring the best of their culture here to America.
Because back in their country, they had something. These are people that
even
didn't
if you have
much,
nothing right now, you should be able to go and bring your manners, your proper manners and stuff like that.
But what I'm saying is some of them come here, back in their country, they had nothing. They come here, they get something and their head get, big.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too. I was about, yeah, that's true, too. When people have nothing, they come here and they drive in a car and they got AC and they think, in their minds, Africans think that this is all here and the black people in America are just lazy. They don't understand. Like I said earlier tonight, if you listen to the show from the beginning, I said the Dred Scott decision did not end with the 14th Amendment. All the 14th Amendment did was allow us to access to the court system so we could challenge the things of the Dred Scott decision.
So, Kyla, why don't you just penalize the white man for putting that thing in the African's head, just like you know?
Hold on. That's why. Why do you
man.
think I say what I say? I said if white people do that, to me, that's unforgivable. That's why I said we need to part ways from the white man. Now, of course, people like Steve tell me that he's American and whatnot, and I'm saying, well, one thing I would never forgive is the fact that the white man turned our brothers and sisters against us. They turn on the whole, they turn against us. Black people in America, like a lot, like my nurse is Cameroonian, right? She's Cameroonian, right? Nicest lady, man. She's hard on me and whatnot. Just that thing sometimes whatnot. She's like, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, whatnot. Yeah, your blood sugar, you gotta watch that. She's really tough, She's really tough. But she was basically telling me that we black people, she calls herself a black woman. She goes, we black people gotta stick together. She told me that when she was went to Texas to work whatnot, she had white people say, I don't want that lady touching my African lady touching my body. She says, I deal with this racism all the time in America, right? And we're both talking the fact that I said, well, what do you think about whites when they come here? So something goes through me when I go back to Cameroon and I see white people smiling among the natives and they have no idea what I went through with white people in that country. They really have no idea. That's what she told me. And I said, the same thing I feel when I'm in Liberia. I see the Liberians so loving and they're sitting down with white people and everything like that. White people they're beguiled by white people and white power and everything like that. And I'm saying to myself, do they have any idea what these people are about? What these people are about? And she goes, yeah, after you lived in the States for a long time, that's how you see things like that. I said, yeah, I told her, I said, you're becoming an African American. She started laughing, and she goes, yeah, I see what you people are talking about. So when I first got here, I didn't understand, but she goes, yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. People just judge you by what you look like. Don't even give you a chance, So I said,
Kyla, the point I'm trying to make is that it's 2025. Can we really?
I don't care if it's 3025. The same. If we don't do something, the same thing will happen 1,000 years from now. So
I'm just saying, like, we have so much information at our fingertips. We can learn about people, and we don't have to generalize people.
I know that. Okay, if that's the case, then why do white people? The first thing they do attack us like, there's a myth going around now. They was telling white girls.
We talking about us. We're not talking about white people.
Hold up.
I'm not speaking on white people right now.
If that's the case, right? I'm telling like this because that's what fuels all this, right? Asian, let's say, forget white people. Latinos was for the longest time have been hating on black people, black America, hate at black America, right? Now they want black Americans help, right? And black people are not doing that, right? Now, I'm saying like that. We have all this technology, like you say. Why do Latinos have such a negative view of black and hatred of black America? How come they're not watching things that edify black American culture?
Bro, because that's just them. They don't like black people as a whole.
Hold on. So if Steve's argument is right, then the technology should have solved that. They would have learned all the beautiful aspects of black America because everything when they talk about is quoted stereotypes, So if Steve is right, then the stereotypes can be countered with social media and like that. So if social media is out there,
I can't control what other people do, but I can control what I do.
Okay, so there's enough black people putting out good content and good images, but people choose to think like they think. So this
And I
that's what,
can't. And listen, I can't do nothing about that.
okay. Let me get Frenchie back on. I guess she didn't finish what she was saying. Everybody, mute up. Let her talk. So we gotta keep our women happy. I want more women calling the show. When I'm sick of this sausage fest y'all put me on. I need more women talking. Go ahead, Frenchie. So the floor is all yours, sister.
I won't comment on that, but yeah, so I don't disagree with what you've said. I think we definitely should all respect each other, both sides, but at the same time, I do think it's a bit disingenuous to maybe downplay the role that certain, not all, not the majority, certain Black Americans or African Americans have played in the disrespect that goes on between both parties. Because if we're going to say, well, oh no, I only blame the white people for how Black Americans think, then surely by that logic we can apply the same for African people too.
I do.
Mm.
Frenchie, duly noted. Let me say this. I know you're not done talking, but let me say this. Duly noted, right? I basically will try harder, right? Understand that, right? I'll say like this. This is what I would say. I will tell Black people in America, you're responsible. Like I said, it's when somebody comes across my thing like Rico Miller saying shit like that, I don't tolerate that. I don't, FBA people, I do my part. I don't tolerate African disrespect and stuff like
What
that.
about not Black American issue?
Yeah,
What
this
you talking
dude been
about?
talking. This dude been
He,
saying the wildest shit in the chat.
yeah, he been saying the wildest
Hey,
stuff ever,
like I said,
whatnot.
now hold on, look. Like I said, like I told you, I
I'll
have my
probably block him
moderators.
soon.
I have my moderators. If my moderators don't do nothing, I don't see. You see what happened when I did that to which
To the
thing.
moderators, block him then.
I was saying, so it's up to what you guys got to do is get with the moderators. You feel offended by that, then get with the moderators and they're
He's
blocked.
talking about who cares stay in your country. Like,
Oh yeah, well,
this is the,
like I said, hold it. I'm saying like this: if
he's
moderators,
making a great example right now, Colin.
moderators can easily time people out, erase the comments when and that sends a message. I can't do this show, talk to you, and watch the chat room. I can't do it, and that's why stuff gets by me when sometimes people say stuff on the show. I'm my head's in the chat room because I'm focused on the chat room. People say, "Did you hear what such and such said?" No, I didn't, because I focused on what the hell was in the chat room, And so if I
But
knew that,
stay in your countries is not necessarily an offensive thing to say, though.
well, I would say like this. I believe
Because
everybody.
Black
He's
Americans can
basically
be
saying take the
concerned about
disrespect. He's basically saying take the
immigration.
disrespect or go back to your country. Basically,
He
That's
said
No,
exactly what
stay
he's
in
saying.
your
look, check
country.
this out. Hold up. No, I don't approve of that. No, look, everybody that comes here around me, come here around me deserves respect, right? Disrespect. Nobody's going to advocate for disrespect on both sides. Everybody's going to respect each other and stuff like that. And nobody has a right to tell somebody to come leave America because they don't want to take your disrespect. So this guy goes, Colin's the most disrespectful man. Comes to did a great Africa. I'm the most disrespectful man. I'm only sitting here talking about how we could build Africa, right? But the moment I push back on African look, let me tell you something. I don't want that. One thing I don't do is I love Africa enough not to cuddle Africa. I learned that. You don't cuddle Africa because that's very dangerous, right? I check Africans. I check African. Everybody listen to the show. 1 minute he said, "Who Colin gonna come after today?" One day it's my good friends the Adolf's FBA. Oh, I got some videos I'm gonna play. You guys are gonna laugh, man. I got some skits I want to play. It's gonna have you dying laughing. Okay?
But Colin, I stick up for everybody that you talk bad about.
I'm not finished. I
My
said,
fault.
look, everything every day. Sometimes Black Americans get it. Sometimes Africans get it. Sometimes Liberians get it. Sometimes Nigerians get it. Sometimes this person gets it. Only people I don't mess with Cameroonians because I don't want to get Frenchie pissed off. That's the only people I don't go after. I don't
Can
go
I
after.
just say something, please?
Yeah.
So yeah, so just to address Kwame and Steve, the issue is, as mods, we were, well, in the beginning, me, Mari, and what's his name? Jar, we were the initial mods, the first set of mods, and we would be accused of unfairly timing people out or
I
even
could care
banning
less.
people.
If you
So
feel it's
what we
necessary, all let me say is, if you feel it's necessary to time somebody out, go right ahead. I don't look. I have no,
no,
like
I
I
know.
said, I'll tell you like this. Any of my mods, because you got a wrench, I got like the main thing is it what's worse is if somebody say something offensive to me and it distracts me, because sometimes I'll be thinking deep thought
Mm,
Frenchie, and if I turn over and look at something, I have something I really want to say and deliver, and I'm so pissed off at what I just read, I don't forgot what I was gonna say, and I said, "Damn, I meant to say that," but somebody pissed me off that. So it's up to the mods to make sure I don't see the stuff, you know. So if you got to
mm.
time somebody out and delete their comment, go ahead. Don't worry about what people think about it, you know. Don't worry about that. I tell you all the time. I gave you a wrench for a reason to use it, you know. Don't worry about somebody getting mad. Somebody getting mad. You felt the need to time somebody out. That's on you. That's why I made you a
Oh,
mod. You know.
yeah, I
Yeah.
understand that. It's just we were just trying to give people a chance before we actually ban them. So we might time them out once or twice before we actually go ahead and ban them. So that's why you'll see a lot of comments from certain FBA people or Africans that are making disparaging comments towards each other, and we just leave it there because we don't want to be seen like we're being biased. But I guess now we'll just any form of like disrespect, we'll
Yeah,
just,
any point,
time
you
them
know,
out.
when I say that we can argue, everybody's gonna have their little bits, but you know when people are going too far. You know when people are going too far. People say stuff. Everybody should know, have a brown what they know. Because, like I said, some of the stuff like say about me, whatever like that. Okay, yeah, okay, Kyle, I could take it. But people know when you're crossing the line. Everybody should know when you're crossing the line, when you're saying stuff like that. You know. So
Yeah,
it's like,
I delete them when they mention your wife. I don't play about
yeah, that's
Isabella,
out of the box.
so I don't play about
Now I
Isabella.
know who
So
this is, Maitland. That's that Henry Mugler guy. That's that Afro dumbass as a disciple guy. Black Putin. That's who that is. Yeah, but I blocked him.
Kala, I figured it was him because he made a comment on Dinah's channel about white women and how he like white women, and I knew it was him.
So I knew that was him. When I didn't know, I said, "Well, I forgot it was Dollar Bill that banned him, I think." So I forgot. I was like, "Where's that guy that keeps freaking trolling me when
And there's also
I don't
some
mind people
Kala.
disagree with me.
There's
I
also,
welcome
oh
disagreement.
my
Let me say this,
goodness.
Fire. I welcome disagreement. I welcome people who hate me. But be fair about it. Be fair. Be fair. Like I said, Dusty Brother, right? Talking about Liberians, Kala, are cannibals and blah
Nah,
blah
he's
blah.
fun. Nah, he's funny though, Colin.
That's
He's
not
funny.
funny. That's not funny. There's nothing funny about that, because my wife's Liberian, right? There are people in Liberia, good people who haven't done anything to anybody, and it's my job. What if a Liberian listen to this and whatnot and say, and I let people say that about them and whatnot? They'll say, "Colin, man, you let that guy talk about me." People got feelings, just like people will check me and say, "Colin, man, so much is saying this and whatnot," and you're like this. I say, "Okay, I didn't catch that when and I was being a little insensitive, whatever like that. I should have checked it, whatever like that, and I apologize. I didn't check it, whatever. I'm not perfect, right? But one thing I'm not going to do is when somebody constantly doing something that I know about, like Dusty Brother, every night he's basically trying to disparage Liberia. I don't know what it is he got against Liberia. I don't know what it is, I'm going to ask him to go there, whatever like that. So if you got that biased opinion and I'm trying to promote Liberia as a country, I believe in the history and all stuff like that, and I love the country. Leave it alone, man.
Kala,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, because I just wanted to say something before I forget. There are some people that have fresh, brand new created accounts that I noticed that come in and cause issues. Like, their only point is to sometimes, like, once your live has updated, there's uploaded, there's this guy who just talks about me constantly, and every single like comment is about me, and then on the live stream He was just talking about me as well. So there's people that will come on here with
I
freshly
won't
made
tolerate.
accounts.
I will not tolerate anybody. I don't want to care, man, woman, or child. I don't like
Who is
people.
it? Call it out.
What's his name? He was on a video yesterday talking about me. It's like he has this really attractive male
Well,
profile.
check this out. He called into the show.
He's
I
in
think
the comment
you talking
section.
about the French guy? Well, he's not French, but he
Yeah, it's
knows
a
French.
fake. I looked up the image on Google Reverse. I found the guy's picture. It's a catfish account. He took a picture from a guy on Instagram, a Haitian model, and all he does is talk about me.
That's weird. We got a lot of weirdos out there. Speaking of weirdos, we got this guy
I know
Jay.
who you talking about.
We got
I
this guy
forgot his
Jay
name.
calling.
What's his name
We
again?
got this guy Jay
It's a
coming up on
Haitian
that.
name though. I looked it up.
Yeah, we got this guy.
He was commenting on Scholar's last show. I know who you talking about.
I was thinking it was Princip's account. No,
Princip
Ross
is
Moise or somebody. I think Ross Moise creates a bunch of
Princip
accounts.
is pissed off at me right now. You know,
It's the I think he's from the
Well,
Caribbean.
Princip doesn't
No,
have
it's not
time to
Princip.
make fake accounts.
It's Ross Moise or somebody. I don't know. Some Haitian guy.
No,
it's not
Ross
Ross
Moise
either.
wouldn't do that either.
I don't
let me
know.
let me get Jay. Please put on your camera for a second. Make sure it's you. I can't see you, Jay. You're in the dark. No,
He's
I want to see your
he's
face.
coming to defend white women.
Yeah. Where the white women at? You know. Okay.
I don't even think we have any
Where the
French
white
people
women
on
at?
here.
He just gave me the finger. He just gave me the finger. Okay. All right, Jay. You know.
As soon as he said
That's
white
man.
women,
It shows you what type of class you got. You know.
Wait,
I guess.
I didn't give you the finger. I did this.
No, you gave me the fucking finger, nigga.
No, I did not, bro. You're trying to start shit, bro. Come on,
you
man.
can fool the college Genesis, man? You know.
I did not give you no finger.
You gave me the finger, man. Come on. Anytime, look, I'm talking to somebody and they got their middle finger, scratch their head with the middle finger. That's a subtle way of giving somebody the finger. You know, trust me, I know it because I used to do it.
What are you? No, that's not. I did not do that, bro.
So what's on your mind?
Man, I just tuned in like a few minutes ago, man.
He's gonna call in to come in and defend the white women. Yeah, where the
yeah,
white
he
women
heard. He's a snow bunny advocate. He heard somebody say white women. He came in the comments. What about white women?
All right, here we go. All right, tell us about what did I say about white women this time, bro? What do you say?
Well, I just feel like it ain't nothing but you said. I just feel like people shouldn't be judging other people's relationships, especially when we're not coming for black women. It's just like even though.
So let me ask you a question.
I agree with him.
I know, Steve. You agree?
No one cares.
No, call it.
Steve.
I'm the one. I'm the one that mentioned white woman because the reason why I brought that up is because Broman, he made a comment that he never found a black woman that's attractive, and that's why I was trying to tell you, Carla. That's how I figured out it was the same account because on Dinah's channel, he made a comment.
Hold on, this is what I'm talking about. This is what the hell I'm talking about. Not only is Broman don't like black women, right? But he keeps saying, try to nitpick everything I say to make it seem like I'm anti-African. And so he's a freaking bunny chaser and whatnot, talking about this. See, people like that hate me because I love African women, all African women, especially South Sudanese. They're my favorite. If anybody know one, send them my way. I'm just kidding. I love South Sudan. I love to me that's the most beautiful women on the planet. They're tall. Just
Kyla,
one.
they too tall. They too tall for you, Kyla.
I don't care. I have something to climb, man. Shit. But they're like 7 feet tall, man. I'm like, yo, that's fucking beautiful, man. I love that, man. God damn. So anyway, what I'm saying is this. Since I love African women, black women, African women particularly, right? These people who want to come here. They want to get with white women, right? But they hate the fact that I'm an African-American male and I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about African women and they hate it, so they want to take me down. So yes, I go over the top sometimes and I say stuff out of anger. I get angry. I'm only human. If you push my button, like David Hitt said the other night, why you guys always come here pushing college buttons? You push somebody's buttons, he's going to react. That's what they try to do to me. That's why I said, people in the comment section pushing my buttons all the time.
It's not good for your blood pressure and stuff to get mad.
So actually,
like
my
this.
blood pressure. My Cameroon nurse came in and she She said my blood pressure is 9. I had a
Yeah,
126.
your blood pressure is getting higher and higher.
Yeah,
So
when
be
I do the
careful.
show, it probably does. I hate to take my blood pressure now. I'd be like, yo, what?
The older you get too, the more
Oh, you
you
trying to
can
say I'm
have
old
those
now?
issues.
No, it's kidding.
Carla, you
That's
are
'cause,
older.
since I had my heart fibrillation surgery, my blood pressure is normal. So
You had a
But
heart
yeah,
surgery?
truth or Jay.
I had heart surgery 5 years
Okay,
ago.
you
Then I
should not
had
be getting mad and stuff.
last year,
and
this
arguing
year,
with people.
last year I had a defibrillation. You know how we shock the heart back into rhythm? I
Yeah,
had
you have
that.
to be careful. You have to be careful. You can't be
Yeah.
arguing with random people online when you have a heart
I try
condition.
not to, because like I said, I don't want to fall out with a freaking heart attack here,
But yeah, truth or Jay. That's all. That's the reason I brought up white women because that's all. I'm not talking about your white women, man. You can have all the white women you want.
Okay. Well, so let me ask Truth or Jay this. Okay. You obviously, when you defend white people, I assume that you date white women, white girls, right? You have like white girlfriends
Well, I don't have a girlfriend right now, but I talk to numerous of white women. Yeah.
online,
Yeah.
right? Are you getting any feedback from them or like that? What they say, or did they say,
Colin, why
something?
you in the
Do they
man
say,
bedroom,
hold,
man?
hold, let me talk. I mean, when they say, Jay, I would get with you, man, but there's this guy online that I don't like named Carl Genesis. Can you go over there and deal with him? And you come over here trying to put me in line.
Nah, that don't be.
Is that what happened?
Nah, it don't be like that. I mean, I'm taking my time right now. Like
He
I
has to
just ain't
defend their
settling down with
honor.
anyone.
You have to defend the white women honor.
He gotta defend Becky's honor.
I got a question for Jay. Jay, do you like white women more than black women?
Of course he does.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. See, I don't care about who you date. Don't black woman or man. I don't really care. But
Yo,
that's
Jay,
one thing. Like
do you
this,
talk
that's
to
weird
white
to
women
me.
over 30?
No one cares.
Not really.
Hold on.
Why do you feel that way, Jay?
I would say, look, I would say like this. This is my opinion, right? This is coming from the College Genesis, right?
Well, Carla didn't go to a PWI. I went to a PWI.
I did go to a predominantly white school. I
Oh.
went to an all white school. I was like, there was only 3 blacks in my graduating
Are you
class.
serious?
Yeah, I went to Pine Bush High School. Look up Pine Bush, New York. That's the whitest county in the world. Pine Bush. It was only 2% black population. That's where I grew up. Anyway, so there was 3 blacks in my graduating class, right? There was me, my brother Anthony Watkins, who called me the other day. We found each other on classmates.com. We reconnected, right? That dude was a beast, man. He's a football player. And this girl, D Barnes. You guys ever heard D Barnes? She's the one Dr. Dre punched. Remember her?
D Barnes. I know about Michelet, but not D Barnes.
Yeah, I know. I
She
know.
had a
Dr. Dre put Miss
she had a
Lay through
group
some
called Body
shit.
and Soul, and she was the one Dr. Dre because she had a show called Pump It Up, right? Where she never shouted out our school and nothing like that. She had a rap show called Pump It Up that was on like local channels across the country, whatever. She never bigged us up. She was part of our crew, hip hop crew, right? She never bigged us up. I was like, mention us. She never did. She went out to LA, got famous one night, and she basically was beat up by Dr. Dre. But she and me, one other dude was at my graduate. 3 black kids in our graduating class. That's me. I grew up.
Yo, Jay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you ever have any type of relationship with black women before?
Yeah. I had a black girlfriend in 9th grade, like 2015.
A black girl or like multiple?
What turned you off on them? Was they bullying you? Like, did they treat you like a nerd or something?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. It was just like I just felt like it just really wasn't like working out. Like I didn't really.
Do you have any swag? Do you have any swag? How do you dress?
Yeah, I was about to ask that too. Like, what do you put on a, like what's your fits? Or what you wear?
Usually Yankee hat with a t-shirt with some jeans.
Like what shoes you be wearing? Like what sneakers you be wearing?
Black Nike low tops.
Kala, somebody said, look, Kala, somebody said, look at Kala interrogating that man for his choice of women. You have a starving Ethiopian woman with flies on her head.
Who are you talking about?
I seen that comment, so I muted my mic and started laughing. But
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who are they talking about? Who's the star of Ethiopia with stuff flies on the head? What are you talking
Me.
about?
I'm the
Oh,
star of
you.
the
Oh,
Ethiopia.
wow. That's mean. That is freaking mean. Yeah, I mean,
Why does he have this much hatred for me?
who is that? Is that the guy? Is that the black
that's
dude?
bro
McKaylin,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, that's bro man.
You
That's
know,
the
I
dude.
think
That's the
you
snow
know what
bunny
it is. You
man.
know what it is? I think
Yo,
he likes
wait.
you know. So.
He
So
probably is
so
with a
Jay,
white woman too, but I don't care like
He is
what
with a
race
white woman. He
they
said
with.
he hasn't seen any black woman that look good
Are you
to
sure
him.
that's not Ola's
hold
account?
on.
It's
Me ask
probably
Jay one more
Ola.
question. Jay, what turned
That's
you
not
off from
Ola.
black women?
It probably is.
I
Ola
don't know.
says starving
The last black
Ethiopian
woman I went
women and
after
stuff like
was
that.
in
He says that.
2021, man. She
What
used
what
to
what city you in?
Cleveland.
Oh,
That's
you
where
in
all the
Cleveland.
swirling black men live.
Oh, that's why. I see.
Yeah.
I understand
A
now.
lot of them over there.
Hey, yo, Jay. So you said a while ago you said that you like white women better. Why is that?
I feel like they nicer, they're easier to talk to. I feel like they're easier to approach.
Your mama's a black woman, right?
Yeah.
Was she mean to you or?
No, but that's a different generation, bro. That's
Oh, okay. You right.
they
You right.
generation know
Different
how to act.
generation.
So Jay, you don't go to Cincinnati or the other black cities in Ohio or nothing like that?
Not really. I mean Akron sometimes. That's pretty much it.
Damn.
Well,
I'm
I'll say
sorry,
this.
but why do you guys
My
care
whole thing
though?
is, if you
Why do you guys
Cause we
care?
cause this is a Pan-African channel. We are Pan-African, so we care about our brothers. Picking
If he
snow
doesn't
bunnies
want
over
black
black
women, he
queens.
my
doesn't
whole
have to
thing is
be
this,
with
Kwame. This
one.
is what I see it, right? I see it, right? Okay, and like I said earlier tonight, like I said an hour ago,
Are you a swirler? Why you
I'm
defend? Are you
starting to open.
defending? Are
I'm
you
starting to be.
defending him or something?
I'm starting to be
No, I'm not
more.
a swirler. I just don't
I'm
care who
starting to
people
be
date.
more open with this. I'm starting to be more tolerant, And the only thing I can never be tolerant for is the LGBTQ, And I let me say, I don't want people to take this the wrong way. What I'm about to say. Please, people, don't come for me what I'm about to say, but I gotta say it. It's on my mind. It's in my heart, right? We have a situation in America, particularly, right, where I just think unless something changes around, right? Look, young men are gonna seek. I can't stop this, right? Young men are gonna
Nah,
seek.
Colin, they got to be educated. I don't mean to cut
Hold
you.
on. It doesn't matter if Kwame, right? If you're going out and like this brother's saying, right? See, I happen to love black women. I know. Look, instead of me hating black women and getting with white women, I got myself an African woman. I'm still with black women, But the women in our culture in America feel like they're entitled to a black man's time, space, money, everything, and they don't have to do
Colin,
what they
don't
want.
generalize all black women.
Close
All
your
black
ears,
women
Mary
not the
Shy.
same.
Close your ears, Mary Shy.
Hold on. No, I ain't talking about people like Mary Shy. She's sweet. She's a sweetheart. Don't even bring her into it. She's sweet. What I'm trying to say is this. And I don't know who started this one. And like I said, I always bring it back to the white man. It all has to go back to the white man. It all go back to the white man. Why? Because the white man puts it nonsense. I live in Virginia, right? When I first moved to Virginia, it was the first time I ever seen in my life a black woman in a white man's arms, like making love. Like, let me give you an example. What I'm talking about. You guys gonna laugh, right? I'll never forget. I was pumping gas at this gas station, right? And this tall, fine, dark-skinned woman with long hair, with a mini skirt, come to me and said, "Excuse me, can you give me a ride?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta pay for the gas, right?" I was like, yes, yes, yes. She was a little older, right?
Okay, Colin.
I was like, yes, man.
He was excited.
I come back to my truck, right? And she was hugged up in the passenger seat with some white redneck guy, right? He was like, "Thank you, bud, for giving us a ride. Me and my old lady a ride." She was like, "Yes." She goes, "You did good, baby." He goes, "Thank you. That's right, Daddy." Call him Daddy. When I was like, And I had to drive them like 5 miles. That was the longest trip of my life. I'm sitting there like, I can't kick them out. So I'm saying I got played, man. I said, and they'll say another thing was I had this one girl, right? Like I said, I always obeyed the color line when I grew up in New York. That's one thing we never did because when I was growing up, a couple of my friends got killed for dating white girls, murdered. You know, Jay.
Kyler, you get ashamed
I
in New
mean,
York for
Kyler, I
dating
mean,
white
you
Hold
do
on,
girls.
know.
let me say this. A couple
Right.
of my friends were murdered for dating white girls growing up, so I stayed away from them. My parents always said stay away from white girls when
Why
you're
was
young
they? Why was they murdered? Why?
Like
because
I'm
they were
not
dating
going,
the white girls. They were dating white girls. You
Who
know,
murdered them?
Kyler. I'm
white
not.
guys.
I
You
ain't even.
know, hell, white guys. The one kid, Sean Edwards. Look it up. Google his name, Sean Edwards, SEAN Edwards. Look him up. The case is still unsolved to this day. Of 1986. The case
I
is
mean,
still
do we know
unsolved.
for sure, or are you just
Yo,
speculating?
dude, man, the case is he was stabbed 33 times.
But are
And
we
then
sure? But are we
yo,
sure?
look, he was supposed to meet this girl, his girlfriend, and he was lured in the back of a school, Middletown High School, and he was stabbed up 33 times and whatnot, you know, because the kid was warned to leave her alone, whatever, like that by
But
some
we
family.
can't. But okay, I understand that. But I
Also,
mean, we
no,
can't.
you don't know nothing about the case. I do, but you're gonna say like this because you bottom
Wait,
line
wait,
is
wait, wait,
Nah,
wait,
he
wait.
up here
But
to
I mean,
defend snow
do
bunnies,
we know
Kyler.
for
I see.
sure?
I hear his whole gimmick about to
yeah.
come right
So
now.
anyway, hold on. Anyway, okay, that I'm saying that to say this, right? When I moved to Virginia, right? I said, okay, I stay from white girls, stay with black girls, right? So I come out of Virginia. I said, I just got to always find black women. I learned this, really fall in love with black women, love them, black women, right? There was plenty of them down here in Virginia, right? So I said, okay, I thought the white man was going to obey the same rules, right? So tell me why I had this one girl, Sally, right? She was beautiful, man. God damn, she was beautiful, right? She liked me, right? She liked me, right? Because she worked at this restaurant called Cece's. We used to go to Cece's after work, right? From Daryl's restaurant next. So we go out there, all hang out, have drinks. She worked there, right? And all my friends would be like, "Yo, your girl's working tonight." Right? Everybody knew I liked her, so they hooked us up, right? But there was this one white guy, some fucking bred fucking white devil that liked he basically told everybody, no matter who thinks she's gonna get with, she's my property. And that my friends were like, well, we're gonna kill this fucking white guy for you, you know? I said, no, I don't do that, right? He put his fucking hands up her skirt in front of me. And she was like, I said, I'm a fucking kid. She goes, no, he's all right. He's just my friend and whatnot. And then he was telling people that, look, this I have any black woman I want to and whatnot. I said, man, that's not the rules I thought it was. I thought you stay away from our women, we stay away from your women. See, the white man does not obey his rules, you know? That's why I went on TikTok. There's one viral videos black women post out of them with some white
That's why we
guy.
train them. That's why we train out. We train out
Oh
snow
no,
bunnies
black
now.
women ain't here.
Talking about the master challenge?
Oh, they ain't. They ain't listen. Nothing you got to fucking say, Kwame. Stop it. So anyway, you got these black women putting these videos out of them with their white man. There's one girl, right? I'm so fucking. I don't even take about. I'm about to quit the show. She's 18 years old. She's married to a 42-year-old fucking white man. I wrote in the comment section, "Where's your fucking father?" I said, this guy is a fucking beast. A 42-year-old white man with an 18-year-old little black girl. She go, we're happily married. I said, it's sick. They prey on our fucking girls, and we're powerless to do anything about it, right? But you even look at their women, right? There's social consequences for dating white. I tell this guy, Jay, it's very dangerous with dating white girls. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you, he's an older
No,
brother.
you're speaking for yourself. That's
No,
what you're
I'm
speaking
telling
of.
you right now.
You're
You're
speaking
gonna
for
get
yourself.
Color,
No,
he
no,
doesn't
no.
you're gonna
care.
get
Kyler, you're
your
He
speaking for
you're
doesn't
gonna
yourself.
get
You're
care.
speaking
Hey.
basically off
Colin, can I
opinion.
say this? Colin, can
yeah.
I say this? Listen, would I prefer if black people were other black people? Absolutely. But I'm never going to tell anybody if they find the right person, no matter what race they
Oh,
are, not
please.
to marry them.
No,
I'm going to
please.
be
He
honest.
ain't talking about
Because
marriage. He's
life,
talking
because
about
life,
he's one of these
listen,
guys.
let me
He's one of
explain.
these
Let me finish, Carla. Would you listen, if you had a daughter, right, you wouldn't want your daughter to get with a black bum, and you had a white man who took care of your daughter and got everything for her and was a good man. So I mean, I understand that, keep the race pure or whatever else. I get that, but at the same time, life is too short
Oh yeah.
I would never
Okay.
tell
Yeah. How
somebody I'm
about this?
close
How about
with.
this? Hold on. You didn't let me
Kyler
finish my.
just
Hold
Kyler
on. You
just
let me
hates
finish
white
what I'm
people.
saying.
That's what he
I
does. He
said
just
the
thinks
whole
every
thing
white
is this.
person is
Hold up.
bad.
I
I mean,
see. Look
that's
in
what
the
he does.
comment section. Hold up. I'm talking. In the comment section of the black women, they got the white guy husband. They got like 4 kids, whatever like that. The comment section was all these people, even with rebel flags, saying, "Dude, man, she's beautiful. Y'all got a beautiful family, whatnot. This and the other thing." But let it be a
Yeah,
black
true.
man with a white woman, right? They'll say, "Oh, there goes the race, mud shark, and all stuff like that. Oh, your future baby mother, whatnot, future single mother, whatnot." You know, all the support from the white community and black community when a black woman gets with a white man, but a black man gets with a white woman, Asian woman, all hell breaks loose. You know,
Real men don't care about what other people think about who they
No,
marry.
Kyler, you're
you're
speaking for
living
yourself.
a
You
delusion.
care.
You're living a
There's
delusion.
You
also
care,
negative
Kyler.
comments on
You
black
care.
women's videos too. They call them bed wench and all that stuff too.
Yeah, but hold on, but
Exactly,
No,
exactly.
a lot of dudes
You
have given
care.
up on that. The
You care.
black women don't even pay attention to that. My point about it is white guys who violently see the thing is the difference between cauliflower, black men who oppose interracial marriage, white men is that black men have never shown any sort of act out of violence. White men have.
Yeah, white men
Active
don't
violence.
they don't want black men with their women. That I mean, it's common
Yeah, I know
sense.
that.
No
But
man
why is
wants
there a
to see
lot of
their women with
interracial
any other
couples
group
today
of
then? Why is there a lot of
black men
interracial
men.
don't like
couples today then?
black men don't
Man,
like white women.
white
But
men
Why
we
is
are
don't.
there
We're
why
cucks.
is there a
powerless.
lot of
White men
interracial
are
We
couples
don't
cucks. I
have
today?
the
don't know what
power.
y'all
We don't
talking
have the
about.
Why is it
power
a
in
trend going on?
society. We don't have the
Why do you
power in
see it in real
society like
life?
white men do.
You see it in real life.
Yeah, you see it in real life, but they don't want you with their women. Duh.
But it don't matter.
Every
It
Most
don't
group of
matter
most
men
what they
is
men don't
want.
want
Like
territorial.
you're
want other
seeing it
men
in
with their
real life.
women.
They're
Now, now,
territorial about
sweetie,
their women. They
if you're
want their
mad that
race to
people are dating
continue
out,
on.
that's
Okay,
on
They
you.
want
That's your
yo,
problem.
Jay's
birthing
gonna
their
fight.
own
Jay's gonna
people.
find that.
If you're mad that people are dating out, that's your problem.
Nobody, I don't
No,
care.
I'm
No
just
one
trying. I'm saying
cares.
it for yourself, man, fool. We're trying to save you the embarrassment,
Kala,
man.
No,
swirlers, people
Kyler,
that
you care
swirl are
about
not gonna
yourself.
listen. They don't care about black
You care
race and
about
all that
yourself,
stuff. They
Kyler.
don't care, dude.
I do
They're
care
gonna
about
do
something. I
whatever
care
they
about
want.
you. You
But
know, I don't want to see you end up in the
Jay,
Ohio River or
you
something.
don't think white girls smell like wet dogs?
Ohio River.
No, why would I? Why would I
No,
say
white
that?
girls smell like rainbows and sunshine
Yeah, I know
and
Jay.
Nah,
Obviously,
flowers
he's
yeah.
and
swirling.
Listen,
roses.
listen. White people smell like wet dogs. I'm not even gonna lie.
What kind of white people you be around, Steve?
Oh
I
gosh,
mean,
you guys are
Quantum.
childish.
I mean, I
That's
was
what I
at the
said.
country. I mean,
This
I
is
was
what
at the
I'm
country
talking about.
fest.
Oh, what you just
Hey,
said. This is what I'm talking
Kyler, I
about.
was at the country fest by myself.
Hold on. Why do you come on here bringing the conversation down to that level on my platform? Why do you think you can do that?
What you mean? What I do?
Hold on. You said white people make a comment like that. Somebody was going to flag this show. I can get flagged for that.
Wait, what'd
What
they say?
comment? What
For
You
what?
comment?
said white people
It
smell
was
like wet dogs.
I said, yeah, I
Kwame
said
made
that.
the
What?
comment.
Well,
Why would
and
you
I'm
get flagged
telling
for
right
that?
now, do not say that shit on my platform. You know, I don't give a fuck what you think. Keep it to yourself. You know, that's all I ask. You know, because I don't want
Kwame,
nobody
remember
to
the
hear
eggshells. Kwame, remember
fucking
the
racist,
eggshells.
fucking racist, stuff like that. I have my issue with white people, but I'm fair. You know, I'm not gonna say disparaging stuff like that because it's unnecessary. It's childish. You know, it's foolish. You know, childish. I don't believe that stuff.
White
If
That
I
people
ain't
don't believe
don't
it,
smell. Black people don't smell. No group of people smell. I don't know where
yeah.
that
That's
came
my
from either
Humans
with
that's
the
my
smell
whole
I
white
bet
opinion.
y'all
venom,
half of y'all
actually.
scared to go to country fest on here. I went to country fest by myself, had no issues.
Keep going to country fest, brother. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
so it
Just
is
don't
what it
bash
is.
black women. Just don't bash
Yeah,
them.
like that's I don't listen. I don't like I said. I don't care about interracial dating. What I, like? Well, I mean, it's people's preferences. But when somebody says a comment like, "I feel like white women are better than black women," or even when black dudes do, I mean, black females do it. I feel like white men are better than black men. Like, why y'all got to do
They
that?
be
If you want to
getting their
interracial
karma for
date,
saying
I'm
stuff
like
like
this.
just
I'm
that.
go
saying
over
like
They
this.
there.
get
Hold
their
on. I'm like
karma.
this. I think women could basically take it a little better. Black men, when they hear a woman that's supposed to be their sister say stuff like there's one cute black girl going around on TikTok. She's saying, "I want a white guy, but I don't think she's fucking cute, man." You know. So you got white guys in the section talk about, "Yo, send me your information. I know I'm a white guy. Dude." So she got all these white guys, and also not only that, when she goes live, all these white guys. Another thing is this: when every time these chicks go live, black girls go live, you got white guys sending them cash apps, hundreds of dollars that bros ain't doing. So white guys
They're
are
easy
winning
to
them.
get.
What you
You're
say?
eating to death.
And here's another thing, Carla. I don't see no other group of people do this though. Like when they date out or marry out, they just marry out. You don't see them. You don't see white people saying a white woman
Actually,
saying the reason I
Asian
married a
women,
black man is because of
Asian
this.
women do it a lot. Asian women do it a lot. They basically
Oh
bash
well.
men. Asian women,
Okay.
Chinese Asian women bash their men. They're the only ones that do that. They worse than black women. You know, they bash their men. You know, so it's like that is
Black
prevalent.
women don't even date out like that. It's black men that date out
That's
more though.
that's
Black
true.
women,
That's
black
true.
women. I would
That's
say
They're
some.
cap.
just black women are
That's
just now
cap.
expanding their options.
Yeah, I
It's
would say something,
relatively
but
new.
I'm not gonna do that because I got 3 sisters on the platform, and I don't want to get
Most
hung.
of the wealthy black women date white men. From Eve to Serena Williams.
Man, that's a whole hot ghetto mess. When that, when it's freaking, I mean, that's
It's
so
a
embarrassing. Why'd you
relatively
bring her
new
up?
thing.
Eve not ghetto no more, Carla. She changed.
Yo,
All of
man,
a
she's
sudden, she
she's
changed
a
when she get with
ghetto
a white
chick with
I
a
man.
will
white
say
guy.
that I seen the most ghettoest chicks change when they get a white man. I
What
will
I'm
say
telling
that.
you people is be a chick from the hardcore hood, and you think your life has changed because you're around Brad and proper society. That's
But I
ghetto as
have seen that,
Yes, their
Carla.
life does
I
change though.
seen the most
Their
ghettoest women
status goes
change
up.
when they
I
Their
get
haven't.
with
status
white
goes
Yeah,
men.
up.
I
that's
will
still
say that.
ghetto. That's still ghetto.
That's Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah,
No,
so.
don't be
Hey,
jealous.
hello.
Don't be
Hello,
jealous.
Oh,
hold on.
let Mary
All
Shy
hell
go.
to
Jello,
Mara
pepperoni
Shy.
sandwich.
What's on Mara Shy?
Oh, hey, hello.
You don't have to delete undelete anybody. You can only do Kwame, but other people you can only do it when they're live in the chat.
Huh?
How'd you undelete somebody? How'd you do that?
Because I seen you like okay, so in the live chat, um if I see his comment, I just clicked on him and then like it pops up. Well, it only happens when you're a mod. So if you're a mod, if you click on that person's name,
Oh, you know what
it
it is? I'm
could
a
says,
mod with my own show. You know, that's what it is. I gotta make
huh?
myself a mod. I gotta make myself a mod. That's why I'm not doing it, you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm the host. That's why I can't do it, you know, because I'm not a mod. You know, okay.
No, Color, you can do it. You can.
I have tried everything. I took this whole thing apart, and when I cannot find the thing, you know, nobody. I don't
You
know,
can
man.
only do it during the live stream, though. Right there and then. That's when
Yeah,
you'll be able to.
one time I did that before, right? But it's not doing it now.
Mm.
Why is that? Now it doesn't click.
Oh,
You
that's
know.
fine.
So you say you clicked on the comment, right, and it popped up, right? That's what you're saying. It did that for me one time, but it doesn't do it for me anymore. Maybe it only gives you one chance to do it. You know, I don't know. You know. Yeah, so you go to settings and look for hidden users. Where? What settings? Is it the friggin' StreamYard settings or is it YouTube settings? I don't know. People, be clear about what you're talking about, man. It's frustrating.
maybe I would Kala just ask Dinus maybe Dinus can
Yeah.
help you.
I'm
Hustle
trying
Smart
to
said
talk
he can
to
show you
Dinus.
how to do it as well. So if Hustle Smart was here, he could walk you through it.
Yeah, so
Jay, why
YouTube
you only
Studio.
get on the panel when they talk about white women? That's kind of crazy.
You
Because it's
got
like the
he's like,
second
where the
time I
white
see you
women at,
jump on
man?
just for white women.
Where where the
He was
white
like,
women?
"What you say about white women?"
You said about white women,
Why you say that?
And I never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
Go ahead, and let Mary Shy go. Go
No,
ahead, Mary Shy.
please do, Marie. Share your perspective.
I mean, I don't know when I don't know because I went to white predominantly high schools and I'm not gonna lie, the only reason why I didn't date white guys is because my mom didn't allow it. My mom she prefers us to stay within our own race, and that's fine. But um, it was 3 white guys that had liked me at the high school I went to. I'm sorry, at the high school that I went to, and he asked me out for homecoming, and I had to tell him that I was not going, and I didn't go either. So I didn't lie. I didn't go because I knew what my mom was going to say. If I would have brought him home to homecoming, she would have been like, "Oh no," like she would have never been really that mean, but she would have pulled me to the side, like, "Didn't I tell you?" You know what I mean? So that's why I just didn't date out, and I never dated outside my race, but um, I prefer black men but um I can't help whoever they want to date. I can't even speak right now. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Take
can't
your time.
help.
Take your time. Take your time, sister. Take your time.
Yeah, I can't help who other people want to date. I could just only focus on myself. But yeah, I had three white guys that had liked me at my high school. So I mean, I don't know. Just
I had a similar experience too. A white guy asked me to prom, but I didn't go because I didn't feel like going to prom. But most black men or whatever, they don't realize how easy it is to get a white guy and how white guys actually have tried to get with us and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like
they're fed. White guys.
most black women can get a white guy, believe it or not. I know you guys
That's what
don't
I was about
believe
to
it,
say. That's true. Most
but
The
we
problem with white
choose
guys, the
to
only thing
date
in
our
white guys is
own
this:
race. But
white guys feel if you're in this country, you belong to them. That's how it is. You know,
but
they
but
feel
that is true though.
but you
Oh, go ahead.
but see, this white guy, the one that asked me out for homecoming, well, all of them were nice, but the one I could tell he genuinely liked me. He was really nice. He was really nice. He was in the same class as me and stuff, but I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I was like, no, oh, no. I said no. But yeah, I'll just say that.
Listen, I will agree with it, what they just said and whatnot. There's a lot of black women that get hit up all the time by white dudes, and they just don't go out with them because they choose not to. That's a fact.
Yeah, they do. The social stigma. My whole thing is
it's because they're more race loyal. That's why.
a woman's natural instinct. It's a natural instinct, right? Is to mate with somebody that's going to give them a stronger offspring and preserve bloodline, stuff like that. That matters to a lot of women. You know, when that's broken, then it's desolate. Women are the only people that can keep a race together. Women, you know, they decide, and that's why I said I never argue with a woman in their choice of men. If they want to take a white man and whatnot, and whatever people say, well, Carl, would you have interracial? Look, I couldn't stop. Even if we built a nation, I couldn't stop interracial marriage, right? What can I do? Be at gunpoint saying, no, you can't do it, you know? All you can do is create the scenario where women know it's in their best interest to stay within their race. The problem in the black race is we give black women no incentive to friggin' procreate with us because we don't provide none for them, you know?
But you know what? But you know what, Kala? I think I was starting to become a little brainwashed when I was a child because when I went to in middle school, I went to like kind of like predominantly black schools in middle school. And like the black men would pick on me and like sexually harass me and stuff like that. And when I got a chance, to like where we moved at, when I got a chance, I had to decide, okay, the district where we lived in, I could have went to Northland High School or Westerville South. And Northland, I knew it was going to be predominantly black, and Westerville South is predominantly white. So I said, no, I'm going to Westerville South because I knew the people from middle school. I knew they were going to go to Northland or Beechcroft, and I just could not do it. I couldn't. I didn't even want to go to school in middle school. That's how bad I got picked on. And I said, I'm not dealing with this in high school. So I went to the white predominantly high schools and I had a better life. I hate to say it, but I had a better life. I had no one picked on me. No one picked on me. I had a pleasant time in high school. And that's sad for me to say that.
Kyle, see. This is what I was talking about earlier.
So your experience is similar to mine, basically.
Kyle, this is what I was talking about earlier. When you talking about in our culture roasting and whatnot. Like I said, I participated in some roast sessions with people talking towards each other, but a lot of the times what I didn't like was bullying. A lot of it, what happened with schools with black kids, they would bully other black kids, and I noticed that. So that's what I was talking about earlier when we was talking about the African immigrants. Some of that, like I said, if both people, having little jokes, throwing jokes back and forth, that's fine. But a lot of times it was just straight up bullying, and I seen it firsthand at school amongst
Yeah.
like black kids. So yeah.
And it's
Hey, yo,
traumatizing.
Hey,
Oh,
I seen the
forget about
worst.
it when you get
You see the
older.
worst in New York.
and you know what,
It's
Steve?
terrible.
It's funny that you say that because some of the some of the African Americans, they thought I was African. They will say you look African, and some of them thought I was African, and they would just
And they would use that as a joke, right?
yeah, they would use it as a joke, and I'm not trying to talk about my
Actually,
African brothers and
that right
sisters,
there is
but
90% of the problem. Right there is that it was Africans overheard African Americans insult other black people.
Kyler, come on, Kyler. No,
I think that's what
No,
that's what it
Carla,
all.
come
come on, Kyler.
on.
Come on, man. What are you
Kyler,
doing?
Hold on.
every
Look,
excuse in the
What are
book.
you
hold
doing,
on.
man?
My ex-friend Wayne
Yo,
Wonder, who
Kyler, you
did the
should have been a
chorus last
lawyer.
year. Hold on. She told me that her one of her nieces was in America. She's Liberian, like, and somebody told her that she looks like an African girl. Oh, you like an African? And the girl started crying. How you little girl started crying. She was like mortified. Mom, she sounded like an African girl. And
Hey,
mother said, "You
yo,
are an
even
African
when you
girl."
too black, they'll call you black and
That's sad.
crispy.
That's actually sad.
Yeah. So hold on. Who started the colorism thing? The white man.
All right,
The white
Kyler, but it's 2025.
Hold
Did
on.
he
Nah,
say
it's
the
all it's
Let
government?
me say it. Look,
2025.
I'm not letting black people in America off the hook with the colorism and whatnot. What I
Wait,
do
Kyla,
say
what
is
did you
this.
say? The government started it?
No, I said the white man started.
The
Oh,
white
the
man? I
government,
thought you said the government.
I wish I had that video.
The white man is the black American version of the government. It's the
Yo,
black
I
American
done
version.
seen black women say they want their baby to have pretty hair and nice
You heard
eyes.
about that? You heard about that black woman, that fool that went over to Thailand, had a half Chinese baby, and she's bringing it back to America for a black man to raise. It's just like slavery times. The white man would go out there, sleep with your wife, have a mixed kid and whatnot, and they give
Oh
the
my
mixed kid off to the
God.
white man to raise. It's the truth, though. People like Jay don't understand that,
Most of them were assaulted, though.
Kyler,
So we
man,
got
you like my
Oh
baby,
no!
bro. Oh
Look,
my God.
some of that was consensual. Trust me.
I could tell.
some of it was consensual. A lot of that
Yeah,
was
the bottom
assault.
line is this. Well, I think a lot of it goes a lot. A lot of times, white guys had a thing for black. It was mostly the overseers, man. The one of the perks of being the slave system was you had access to the black woman's body anytime you want. And some white men want that privilege back. They told me, they said, "Man, I miss those days. We could just go out in the outhouse and just take a woman to the."
Kyler, you a sad individual,
I know. I'm
man.
saying that these
Jay,
things I heard white guys say. And so
Jay,
therefore, I'm saying when you basically go along with this, all you're doing is throwing our
So did
people
we
under.
just ignore what the lady said? Did you just ignore what she said
No, well, hold on. Look, it's like
about her
this.
high school
Hold
experience?
on. When you're a slave, you have no right over your body. A slave
So
master
wait,
owns your body.
are we just gonna ignore what she said?
What? Who said
With that lady
that?
about her high school experience?
Yeah, I know that.
Marisha.
Yeah, so you're gonna put it on black men? Yeah, it's unfortunate what she went through.
No, we not gonna listen. All we gonna
no,
say is
I'm not.
what
I'm not blaming it all on the black men. I'm just saying that, like what I experienced in middle school, I just did not even want to go to school. It was bad. It was like a group. It wasn't just one black. It was groups of black
Ma,
men just teasing me and sexually
Exactly.
Ma,
harassing me.
They do it in
Marisha, can you
groups.
imagine
Marshawn,
how an African woman
when I was
felt
in
going to
junior
high
high,
school in America?
I had the same experience, right? I didn't even go into the lunchroom because I was scared of getting picked on, bullied. I was this little skinny kid. I had these big fucking Irish kids that beat my ass every day. Every day, these white kids would fight you because they were bigger than you and not. So I used to go to the library during lunchtime, and and when I was in 7th, 8th grade, I was so freaking skinny. They was like,
But yours
my
was
ribs were
white
showing. Yeah, because
people.
I didn't eat.
Colin,
So,
Kyler,
high
that's your
school days
experience.
your high
That's
school
your
days was
experience.
far longer than
You're
ours.
speaking from your experience.
Yeah.
let me say one more thing. Like, listen,
well, it happened though. It happened. It
I went.
traumatized me. It
I was
traumatized.
when I was in elementary school. I was mostly around white kids. When I went to middle school, I was mostly around white kids. It wasn't until I got to high school I was mostly around black kids. And I will say this: black kids, they do not treat it like it's like they the most disrespectful children you will be around. And when I remember times, it's just crazy. Like I got stories for days how we treat each other so bad. It's unfortunate, but It's
So why would
sad.
how is it that you can get away with saying that, but if somebody says Africans are disrespectful,
Yo,
they're generalizing the whole
I
group?
never denied that some Africans.
yo,
Some
yo,
Africans
Steve.
weren't
Why would
I
that
was
be?
Yo,
gonna I was
Steve.
actually gonna comment on that, Color, and say you shouldn't make sweeping generalizations like that.
Kyla, what?
Yo,
Why are we
Steve.
talking about Africans?
I can remember in school, like people used to act like literally gorillas when with like seeing like African students. Cause you know New York is like very multicultural. You got people from Ghana,
I went to school in
Nigeria.
New York. I don't remember
Oh
no
my
Africans there.
god. They used to make
you weren't
gorilla
in
sounds.
you weren't in
Bro,
school with
literally, you know, like
Africans,
hopping
Carla, and
around
neither was
Color,
I.
with their hands
we're
crossed
all
over.
individuals.
I'm just telling you,
So
Carla, we're ignorant people in our
Kyle,
community.
I went to
You know,
PS 132 in Lawton. I went to ICE
there you
59 in
go, man.
Springfield,
Why'd
and
you
I
go to
went to
PS
Martins
twenty
Van
three?
Buren.
You
and
should have
I shouldn't generalize.
I want to hear
you
what
should have
he's
went
saying. Hold
you should
on.
did
I
like my
cannot
cousins.
hear
My
him.
cousins lived in
Kala, I
South
cannot
Jamaica,
hear
Queens, but
Kwame.
they
He's
hold up.
telling
They went to Forest Hills.
no, he was
My uncle got them out of there and went to a good school, Forest Hills. Now they're all successful in
I
life. My
went to
cousin Devin.
Carla,
238,
please let him
and I went
finish.
to 238. That's what Trump went to that school too. But the things I seen in junior high school and high school was just bizarre, Kyle. Like the anti African and Caribbean. Like yo, Kala, they had a term. You dress like a Haitian. Like the shit that I used to see people say about Haitian was just wild. So I know the struggle. I know the struggle how African kids felt in high school and in junior high school. Some of these kids ain't even want to go to school no more, Kala.
Well,
The way
Like
they
I
yeah,
was getting
said,
picked on.
I
I
didn't
hear
grow
You
up
you.
know
like
what?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know what? To be fair, there was there's a white nurse who I used to work with. She said she got picked on by her own people too at her white school. So to be fair, it's not just a black American issue. White people pick on other white people too. So I can't just I can't just blame it on black Americans and stuff like
I
that
hate that
because
when people do that. Everybody gets picked on, you know.
yeah, because
Happens every place. You go to
yeah,
Hawaii, go to Hawaiian school. Let me give you an example. My brother's brother-in-law, right? Mike, love him to death. He's white and he's married to my brother's wife's twin sister. She's Filipino, they're twins, right? And so we're all close, right? Their kids come out half Filipino, half white. Do you know? Mike told me, he said, "Look, they always pick on Kai because the Filipino kids pick on him because he's mixed, you know, because he's half white. You know, it's like, you know, they call him white boy, Snow White, whatever like that. And he's bullied in school. Elementary school, he was bullied because he was half white, you know. So it's not something that's unique to African Americans, Kwame. It's all across America. Bullying is an
Yo,
epidemic. You know, it's every
Yo,
group of
N1
people. You
and
know,
my fault. N1 just wrote something in the chat room, and that's a fact. I used to see people make click sound like, "Yo, speak African." Yo, speak African for me real quick.
Yeah, and
Like,
they try to
and
beat
dudes
you
used to
up
start
too.
making
They
click
always trying to
sounds
beat
yeah,
you up.
Kwame, aren't you Jamaican? Why was it bothering you?
I
because
mean,
he's a black man. What you talking about?
yeah, because
When
it,
they do that,
I
they
know that. I
disrespect
know
our
that.
ancestors.
Look, I'm upset and appalled by that too. But you're taking it personally, man. You know.
why wouldn't I
Kyla,
take it?
interesting
Why?
you sounding
It's
about the Africans shooting
traumatizing.
in Utah, shooting the innocent people.
Kala,
The
did you
who?
hear what
I
I
mean,
FBA,
said?
I'm not gonna lie
Kala,
and say
FBA.
I'm not gonna lie. Like for Jamaicans, we're a little different because we come from a different type of.
Hey
But
Kyla, African shot into the crowd in Utah like a few days ago.
I didn't know about that. I know
Kala, did
about
you
up
hear
in
what I
Minnesota,
said?
there was an African guy that went on a shooting streak targeting black people, black Americans. I hate black Americans. African guy
Kala,
went on
did
a
you hear
shooting
what I
spree.
said?
What?
That they also try to like one thing that used to happen to me is like they used to try to beat me up and stuff, like the girls and sometimes the guys would egg them on. It's just like I didn't understand like
What
why
did
they
you
want
do,
to
honey
fight me
flower?
so much.
No, I'm just
Huh?
joking. Nothing. I'm just joking.
No, I was like a really
I would
quiet
say a joke. I would
girl,
say
but
a
they
joke right now, but I don't think Honeyflower would like it. You know,
what?
all you have to do is gain like 60 pounds, get big, rich.
Uh,
It's,
oh my
instead of
gosh,
them
Kyle.
picking on you and whatnot, they will have feel sorry for you and they'll leave you alone. You know, but if you look good and they don't look good, whatever like that, you're thin. Look, any
No,
girl
it
that
wasn't
if
about
you're
looks, Kala. It was to see if I was a punk. They wanted to test if I feared them. I'm like, I don't fear you. I grew up and I'm like living in the
Did you
same
fight him?
projects as them. Like, I'm not scared. They try to see if I was a punk.
Did you fight him?
that's what it is. Look,
I stood up.
when
The
I
thing
was
is,
when I was in
let Kala,
school,
I'm not done talking. The thing is, they try to act like they're gonna fight me, and then when I like defend myself, like I don't give a fuck, blah blah blah. When I talk back to them, they don't fight me. They just walk away. They just say like, okay, whatever. They try to test to see if you're a punk. That's basically what they
you ever
do.
notice that women will fight each other in a minute? Because maybe because you guys don't have enough strength to really hurt anybody yourselves and whatnot. Men, when we fight, we know it could lead to death.
I will
But you
agree with
know
that,
what?
Carla.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
If you
to
show
interrupt
you're
you,
scared
Steve.
of them,
I'm
yeah, they'll
sorry.
fight you. But if you show that you're not a punk
It's all
and
good,
that you're
Teresa.
crazy
What's the
too,
point of women?
they
You guys
kind of
can't
back
hurt each other.
down.
What's the point of even
I'm
fighting?
not a
It's
violent
like,
person
And
either
Kyla,
way. So.
the reason why I had a lot of sentiment, because coming from Jamaica, you kind of got like a pan-African type of mindset. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the old heads be the rosters and they start telling you about Africa and all type of
yeah,
stuff.
hold up.
So
Black people are double in charge because we learn about Africa, blah blah blah. But when it comes down to reality, when they switch up and be like, man, I ain't no damn African. But when it comes down to it, like I told you, the number one movie in Black American history was Coming to America.
Wait, Carla, can I say something? Mr. Cat said, notice what she said projects. Yeah, because we all lived in the same projects. We took the same bus together. I know that they get food stamp. I get food stamp. We live in the same conditions. They got roaches. I got roaches. They know what's up. So that's like, why are you messing with me? Like, you trying to think I'm a punk or whatever because I'm African?
And
No.
you
I
know
grew
what?
up in
It's
the same
crazy.
projects as you. Like, it
You
doesn't make sense.
you know what was crazy? I hate to say this, I only got into like really one fight in my life, and it's crazy because it wasn't with an African American girl. It was with an African girl. She was my friend, and the crazy thing is she's from Sierra Leone, and here I am that got Sierra Leone citizenship. I was like, oh my god! But yes, me and her got into a fight, and it wasn't because I started it. We were on the bus, and she got in my face, and I don't like that when somebody
I can't
trying
imagine
to get
somebody
in my
getting in your
face.
face, Mari.
So she got in my face, and I didn't like that because I feel like that's disrespectful, just getting in my face. And then I got up and I slapped the shit out of her, and we just started fighting.
You
damn,
actually hit
Marshall.
somebody. I can't picture
So
that.
you won, Teresa?
Can
I
I
can't
make one
picture
last
you. I
comment?
can't picture
Carla,
you
I
hitting
just want to
somebody,
make one
Mari. I
last
can't
comment
do it.
about the roaches. The reason why I said roaches is back when we first came to the United States, roaches was a big thing, like around like 2000, 2001. I haven't seen a roach since then, but when we first came to the United States, they put us in the projects. That's what they do. They put the immigrants straight in the projects because we were refugees. We weren't like, I mean, my family were,
Did you come?
we
You
were,
come with? Did you come with Ilian Omar?
no, I didn't come with Ilhan
Why?
Omar.
She's Somali.
I'm not Somalian.
Really,
Kyla,
Kyla,
she's
let her
not
finish, Kyla.
Somali.
Kyla, let her finish.
No, 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 no. I'm
Omar.
saying no. I
Okay,
said
10
okay,
6.
you're
she's
Ethiopian,
not
right?
Somali.
No,
Yeah.
no. I said
They
no.
put us in the
Ilian Omar
projects when we
Somali.
first come to America, and then we
She
slowly
not
get out of the
Somali.
projects, you know?
What's that? What is she?
Somali.
Somali, right?
I'm not
Ethiopian and
Somalian. I'm Ethiopian and
No, I ain't
Sudanese.
saying honey flower Somali. I said Ilian Omar.
oh yeah,
She's Somali.
Yeah, but you generalizing though.
And the thing is, Kala, back in our home, like in Ethiopia, we had a nice home. We had like 5 maids, we had gold, everything like that. But when we were kicked out, we come to America and there's roaches. We're like, what the hell? We were living worse in America than we were in Africa. But that's back then. Nowadays, I think roaches, do they even exist anymore? I haven't seen a roach since I was like a little kid. But
Yeah, you
that's
go to
why
some place. You go to
they
some
used to
places.
invest us
The roaches, but they
in the
got
projects.
technology now. They got technology now that can wipe them out. Wipe them out really good, so they're not as bad as they used
I
to be.
haven't seen a roach in years. I haven't seen a
let me go back.
mouse or nothing in years. But when we
That's
first came to the
that's
United
a game
States,
changer. I go to an apartment
it was
and I see one
everywhere.
roach. I'm like, no, I can't rent here, man, because I had this one place I lived in. When I had so many roaches and whatnot, they would come out and be like, they're sitting there watching TV with me and shit,
Carla,
and they
can I
kick
say
it back
one
or
last
whatnot.
thing?
Um,
I want to finish saying one last thing before I forget. I'm gonna go to sleep. Another thing about these people that used to try to fight me, and we living in the same projects, and I could see what's economic situation they have. It's like they try to fight me, but my clothes are clean. I have new shoes, and then when I go to their house, they ain't got no food, nothing. When I see their house, it's all dirty and messed up. So sometimes it's like they actually have trauma in their household. And so what they do is they take it out on people that they feel like, oh, this person might have more than me. They're African booty scratches, but they living better. And I think that's why a lot of the hate and stuff came from. It was kind of like we're newcomers on the
Yeah,
block
the
or
whole
something like
and
that.
also let's
But
put
I
let me put it
didn't
in
take it to the
perspective, right?
heart. I
Like,
realized later on
let me put this
what was
perspective.
going
A couple
on.
of years ago, let me say this. A couple of years ago, I was investigating this. The tension. It was a tension in Philadelphia between Liberian refugees and African Americans, and a lot of black people in the area were candidly talking about it. And they said they narrowed down to it's mostly the black people, and not to put people down and like that. Most black people that are coming from really bad situations in Philly and stuff like that,
Yeah.
public housing, stuff like that. And
Poverty.
then when they have Africans coming in, and the Africans are sort of focused on education and stuff like that. And I'll be honest with you, right? Africans will take jobs that Black Americans think they're too good to do, and so they work and they look like they got a little bit of money. Somebody, Mr. Such and Such, might have a store and they're pulling their
And
little
we
money
get hella
together.
food stamp and stuff too, college at the same time. Like,
Yeah, I know, but what
you
I'm
know?
saying is this: since you guys are together, you got a culture and whatnot. On the
Yeah.
surface, like you're doing well, and that I think a lot of people in the poor Black communities, right, kind of resent that because they feel. Look, let me tell you something about very poor Black Americans. They feel abandoned, right, and they take their anger out on people who look like them, but it's not them, that they
Yeah.
feel like is invulnerable. That's all it is, It's these people, part of Black America has been left behind, right? They're
Yeah.
not. So when you see you guys are all you immigrant communities are organized. You guys are organized. You got your own thing going on, festivities, whatever like that. You got your own clubs, social clubs, and whatnot. When Black America, all that's denied to us. Having only thing we have is a church or the NAACP. That's it, and nobody goes to those. You guys.
But you know what? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
But you know what, Kala? I have talked to other African American women, and some of them, the ones that don't like Africans or Caribbeans, because this is what they told me, and this is just what they told me. They say Africans don't mess with them. Africans is always calling them lazy and stuff like that, and all this other stuff. And this is what they told me because I always tell them I get along with African and Caribbeans because I work with them in the nursing field and we all get along. But when I was speaking to this STNA lady who I used to work with, she told me, she was like, they don't fuck with us anyway. That's what she was saying. I was just like, oh my goodness. Well,
You know what the problem?
I get along with
Mari, you
them.
know what the problem is? A lot of Black people like me, like I live in a nice neighborhood, nice house, whatever like that. But I had to cut a lot of people off because I don't want certain people coming around me, with bullshit, whatever like that. They're not worth it. Africans don't feel like the sort of Black people that they come in contact with, because I have no problem finding African friends and whatnot, because me, my brother, my sister, we have a business, whatnot. Everybody wants to be around. We're the center of attention. We're popular. We have a business. We have one of the largest insurance agencies in the state. We got all kinds of stuff going on. So everybody wants part of us, right? But if you're a Black person who have nothing going on, right? That's the loneliest thing ever. Not only does white people don't want nothing to do with you, right? Your own people don't want nothing to do. Then you got this don't want anything to do with you. Now you got these African immigrants who came over here as refugees. Now they're thumbing that sends a lot of Black people in America into rage. How dare these people come over here off the boat and whatnot and think they're thinking better. They're just trying to get ahead. They got an opportunity to come to America. They're gonna take it,
So Mari
Let me
saw a
say-
point.
Can
So
I
Mari
just
saw a point in what College just said. I think what y'all saying is both true. Like in a sense, College said, most immigrants do the jobs that African Americans think is beneath them.
Proudly will do. Gladly will do.
To an immigrant that's probably coming from less opportunity, they seem like, damn, you don't even want to do the
They're like,
easiest job. Like
let me put it to you like this. This is the way African immigrant, particularly African immigrants, because Africa is least developed, right? They're like, man, I'm in America right now, right? I got a new apartment. Man, I turn on the sink, water there. I could drink this water that come out of the sink. I don't have to worry about dying. You know, I got a toilet. My poo-poo can go down and whatnot. You know, I don't have to walk to the outhouse or whatever like that. You know, or septic tank backing up, right? I could take a shower. You know, I got a refrigerator. I don't have to freaking live hand to mouth. I can put things in the refrigerator. I got a stove. I don't have to choke on black coal wood cooking outside. I got a stove. I got an oven. I can bake stuff, right? I go downstairs. Okay, I can jump on a city bus. I can jump on a city subway. And all I have to do is work this nasty, crummy job, and I got all this. You see? But the whole problem is Black America has been spoiled. Like, look, let me tell you something about Black America. Black America did all those jobs generations ago, but they're saying every generation in America is always supposed to do better than the last generation, right? So you can see how Black people basically, I'm not exaggerating, you know. You see how Black America is like, man, will you tell me that these people, after 100 years, we're still expected to sweep the streets and clean up piss off the poles and whatnot, you know, and do all this dirty work and whatnot, you know? When are we going to move up? When are we going to have a taste of the American dream? And then white society saying, you'll have a taste of the American dream when everybody, there's an old saying, until white people are taken care of, no Black person should get shit. And that's still like that to this day for most time. Black people who got shit really fight. Like me, I'm a fighter, you know, so I got shit. Black people in America never really had that natural break where it's ease. Let me tell you something. Here in the South, I've seen white people get things handed to them. They got inheritance handed to them. They get businesses handed to them. They got such an easier life. We don't have, that's not our story. And what's happening is Black people are realizing now that I'm going to pass along working class poverty for the next 100 generations. And when they see Black immigrants coming over here, right, and they could come over here, get an education, and move into a society, right, that they can't move into because they're expected to still stay in this one level. Black immigrants that come over here, they're only doing those shitty jobs temporarily until they get their education, their degree, or whatever like that, and they move on, you know? And that's what I think it represented. People are like, well, geez, how come I'm in the same position? Well, somebody has to stay in that position. And for the most part, it's going to be Black Americans, you know? We're always going to be at the disenfranchised group, because every society needs that one group that everybody can feel superior to. And a lot of Black people aren't stupid. They know it's them. You know, that's why I don't like the FBA, but I have empathy for them because I know what that's like. Everybody tells you you're nothing. Now you got your own people from Africa coming over here, right, telling you you're nothing. So that's why people act. That's why they hurt. That's why they say things to hurt you. You know, so they hurt people. You know, and I understand Black people. You know, yeah, I know we got a middle class, but we also got a large underclass. You know, we have a what you call a huge underclass. That's a problem, and that's where all the problems coming from. Like I said, you know, so it is what it is. You know.
Hey, Kala, I'm sorry. Can Frenchie speak, please?
Oh, sorry. Frenchie, go ahead, speak. You got the floor.
No, I just wanted to make this comment. So I know that we've said a lot about African American children, but I would also like to state that if you were to ask the majority of African immigrants, especially here in the UK, the ones that actually did bully them were Jamaican. You know, it was Jamaican kids. And in America as well, a lot of them will say that Jamaican kids did bully them even worse than African American kids did.
Preach.
I just have to be honest, you know, if we're saying that African booty scratcher was what they were called by African American kids. Jamaicans said a lot worse, to the point where African children would then identify themselves, come into school and say, I'm Jamaican. That's how bad it was, to avoid being picked on by Jamaicans. So I just wanted to quickly put that out there.
Kyle, can I make a comment real quick?
Yeah.
All right, so let me not generalize all Black Americans. Like I said,
thank you,
listen,
man. Gee, man.
like because I'm speaking and whatnot, and I try my best not to do
I was
that.
getting beat up every night one night. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't. I never got beat up before. Let me
I
not
get
say
beat
that.
up every night on the show. You know.
Oh, okay. Let me make a distinction, because like I said, I grew up in the country or a rural area, right? It was mostly Black Americans from the inner cities that we used to have run-ins with, whatnot. And like I said, I don't know. Like I said, we grew up where I stay at. Like we surrounded by white people. I live in a Black community that's surrounded by white people. I don't know if that's what makes us different and how we think and how we treat each other and whatnot. Like I said, when I was in elementary school, middle school, I was surrounded by white kids. By the time you get to middle school, I started noticing that the Black kids start hanging out with other Black kids and the white kids start hanging out with other white kids. It was to the point where we used to stay in the gymnasium before school started. When you walk into the gymnasium, all the Black kids are on one side and all the white kids on the other side. People, I think around that age, around that
things.
Elementary school, people tend to mix more. But when you start getting to middle school, I start noticing that people start separating themselves racially from what I experienced in North Carolina. But like I said, when you get to high school, like I said, not all Black kids from the inner city were bad, but I just noticed it. Like they were always fighting. They were always getting into it, starting stuff with people. And I mean, it was to the point where kids from where I came from were separating themselves from Black Americans who were from the inner city, because I used to ask them like, "Oh, why you? Oh, they just too ghetto." They used to say stuff like that, and I do want to make a distinction from that. That is, most of the run-ins were with Black Americans from inner cities.
And you know what, Steve, I think you're kind of right, because okay, so I have two sisters that grew up in Newark, Ohio, and that is like one of the suburbs of Ohio. And so they went to white schools too. And my sister's a year younger than me. She was telling me that, okay, so like I said, they went to white predominantly high schools, but the Black girls used to bother them there too. My sister used to get into fights with Black girls there, and they used to talk about her and stuff like that. So it seems like no matter where they go, it's always sometimes African American women, sometimes they're always starting stuff. Like, I mean, now I didn't really get picked on by African American women when I was in middle school. I got picked on by groups of Black men, but my sister, when she went to this white predominantly high school, she was getting into it with other African American women. And I'm like, what the heck is really the problem? It's like me and my sister was just talking about it, how we both got bullied and always, having it's just like, oh my gosh. And so sometimes I see why some people kind of want to stay away from African Americans sometimes, because of what me and my sister went through. And I'm not saying that all African Americans are like that, but I'm just saying that, can you see why some people want to stay away from us, because it's always
So
some
that's why
shit getting
that's one of the
started.
reasons why I'm trying to build the African, so we could have a beautiful African American state that we can get rid of, leave these people right here, because I know they're not going to want to go anywhere. So we be waiting from these people forever. Just let America deal with them. Let me play this. Let me play this. Some comedy. You guys are gonna love this. This is hilarious, right? It's that guy that was that Black guy. What's that Black comedian? Farrell, whatever his name is, that's on Saturday Night Live. One, he's hilarious. Not what's his name? Not the fat one, the skinny one. What's his name?
I'm not sure.
He was on Saturday Night Live. He plays on Saturday Night Live.
I have never watched Saturday Night Live.
I love, man. Saturday Night Live is funny. I haven't watched it in years though, but they used to be funny back in the days. That dude, Kerry, what's his name? The fat one, Kenan Thompson. Yeah, that dude is fucking hilarious, man. Kenan Thompson.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, Kenan Thompson. I used to love the Kenan and Kel show.
This other guy on there is funny. He's the one that does the voices. He can do anybody's voice. You know?
Jay.
Yeah, that's him. This is him.
I forgot his name.
Yeah, he has his own AI skits. Check this out, folks. This is funny. You know.
Back to the Black News Network. Tonight's story: a father of two returned home from the grocery store today to discover another man at his baby mama crib. Here's Tyrone with more.
Yo, what's up, Marcus? I'm here outside the crib where that baby mama stay, and apparently that ain't her damn car.
On Saturday morning, Jaquavian Snickerdoodle left to get some milk. He said he was shocked when he come home 10 years later and find another man in that house.
Ain't no damn way. That's my Uncle Reggie's car.
Well, ain't that some shit? Up next on BNN, the semi-annual YN Festival is only a few days away, and we asked the block if they ready to turn up.
And y'all be wondering what they doing over there. Well, we found out, and we gonna tell you about it after the break.
In a world where ops lurk, baby daddies sneak, and your cousin might rob you if he off them perks, you can't trust the streets, but you can trust Op Alert. Welcome aboard the Hellcat Cruiser. Enjoy spades, Henny happy hour, ice cream socials, and even morning church service.
Girl, please, you know he was looking at me all night. Honey, the only thing he was looking at was the exit.
Welcome back to the Black News Network. This is a developing story tonight. The mayor's wife is getting a train ran on her by some local YNs.
Oh, okay. Sure.
That shit was funny, man.
The mayor's wife. Come on now.
See, that's how you guys sound when you get up here talking to me, man. You know, that's how y'all sound. You know.
News. Citizens of Blackstone have re-elected Mayor Pimp for a 5th consecutive term. His new Pimp Out the City initiative this year has raised enough money to open 47 new strip clubs in Blackstone. Mayor Pimp received a grand total of 16 votes, which was enough to secure the majority. This win comes only days after the latest spring break controversy surrounding his wife, some YNs, and a club bathroom. The mayor says he plans to turn more tricks than ever this term, but he's still getting his 70% cut.
Oh, okay. More tricks.
That's hilarious, right? That's a screen. They do J's.
The term more tricks than ever, man. That's actually pretty funny. I mean, politicians sometimes are pimps, though. I will say.
That was funny. I just thought I had to play that, man. That was fun. Shit out the orders. That was hilarious.
Yo, God, I really think you be having some mentally ill people in your chat like Rico. I think Rico.
Hey, leave Rico alone. That's my fellow North Carolinian brother.
I would say like
that's
this.
your Tar Heel buddy.
Yeah, fall back off Rico. We good. We good.
I would say like this. I would say the problem is this, right? You got a lot. The definition of Black America is changing, right? And like I said, I can say this because none of this should affect me. I'm too high up in the social order, you know. But for Negroes on the bottom, right? When you come over here from Jamaica, the Caribbean, Africa, and you're talking all this shit, man, and people feel like, damn, I've been here 400 years. My status hasn't changed one bit, man. I'm still picking up. Here's that video where the guy was like, dang, God damn it, I worked my whole life. I ain't got nothing and whatnot, you know? Remember that video? The guy said, I was working my whole life. I ain't got nothing. I'm tired of working. That's a lot of Black people like that, man. That all America gives you is a hard way to go. So when you come over here from another country with all these bright eyes and whatnot, that thing, man, it rubs people the wrong, like Rico the wrong way, you know?
Nah, Kala, what you said earlier, and you broke certain stuff down. I could actually say that is a fact. That most people, even the neighborhood I'm in, like Jamaica, like Springfield, Rosedale area, like a lot of people would feel like, damn, cause you know some people they love the projects, like, and I be looking like, yo, you don't really.
You only got 40 projects right there. Look, let me tell you something. 40 projects. I used to have friends in 40 projects. Some of them apartments in there got 3 bedrooms and they be laced. Back in the days when I was coming up, they had fish tanks in there, carpet, whatnot, leather furniture, water beds, all that stuff, like all these psychedelic lights, whatnot.
You couldn't pay me enough to stay in the projects or any hood.
A lot of people from the Caribbean live in 40 projects, and they be taking. You know how people are.
Kala,
some people in 40 projects.
Kala.
Let me tell you something, Kwame. I don't know what the hell. I know you know about. You have people in 40 projects that had good jobs, nurses or not.
Yeah,
and
that's true. That's true.
All that money, and they be going to fucking Puerto Rico. I have my Uncle Gene, I did 40 projects, right? He used to take trips. He used to take private jets to Puerto Rico for lunch. You know, just because somebody lived in 40 projects, you had people out there that had money. You know, in 40 projects.
I'm not talking about the their income. I'm talking about the mindset. Like for
What's the
people
mindset?
that
40 projects. Yo, look, when I was a kid, we used to get free lunch every day in summertime on 40 projects, man. This that was free lunch program held us down, man. You know, my
I'm
parents didn't have
Colin,
no money.
what I'm talking about, you have people that they staying in the project 4 or 5 generations. We
Yeah,
don't most
well, hey, yo, look, 40 projects, that's home, man. You go look. I want to play a video. I'll play a video. 40 projects. You know,
what
they
I'm saying is
they turned it into a community. So what's wrong with that? You know,
it's not
what's wrong with
it's
that?
nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying the mentality
Ain't
is
nothing wrong.
different.
It's
Like
nothing wrong. It's not. Yo, look, I am not gonna let anybody disparage. There's none beautiful people on 40 projects. You know, that's why I was
Colin, no, there's beautiful people everywhere, but sometimes there's certain mentalities that's,
no 40 projects. You got working class, mostly working
yeah,
class
because
black
Kyle,
people.
I know it's people that make money in Baisley projects, 40 projects,
Yes,
Baisley
yeah.
Gardens.
I got family in basic projects and 40 projects, and they're all doing good. You know, they got good
Yeah,
jobs. They keep
Kyla, you're
trips.
not understanding what I'm trying to say, Kyla. And
What?
I kind of understand what you're trying to say, but I'm just saying the mentality different. Like for the people I know, like the Caribbeans I know, if they stayed in the project, the most they want to stay in there is a year and get out. Or
Get
you
the
know what I'm
fuck
saying?
out of here, man. I know people in the Caribbean's been there for 20, 30 years because they go to Jamaica and whatnot, you know. Because stop with that shit. That's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. I am saying, look, the same shit that black Americans do on welfare, lazy shit like that, Caribbeans do. All black people do.
Yeah,
I'm sick and tired of people.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying
Shut the
Caribbeans
hell
is
up. I see just as many Caribbeans on fucking dope, on drugs, living in the projects, got baby mamas, all that shit like that, everything like that. So please, okay, this guy, the Lost Boys, they were mostly Caribbeans, you know? They live in 40 projects. What are you talking
no,
about?
they don't.
Shout out to
No,
the
they
Lost
don't.
Boys.
Yeah, they're from 40. I met
The
them, you
Lost
know?
Boys is from Guybrush and
Yeah,
South
Guy
Ocean, Kyla.
Brewer in 40, they used to hang out 40 projects. I know them, you know? I'm from Guy
No,
Brewer.
Kyla.
I'm from Guy
Kyla.
Brewer, you know? What are you telling me, man? The bottom line is this. When you have people
Freaky
living in a
Taz
project, they
from
come from
Guybrush
all
134.
over Black America. They come from the fucking South. They come from the Caribbean for everything. Where do you think all these people from the Caribbean come from? They fucking live in the projects, you know? My Uncle Junior, he's Jamaican. And he married my Aunt Linda. They lived in fucking Queensbridge for like 20 years. You know, please stop with that. And he was a good worker too. He had he worked for the city when not, but they still live in Queensbridge. Now they live in Hempstead. That's why I left my car at when I went to Liberia. He has a recording studio in his backyard. You know, like they lived in Queensbridge for like 20 years. You know, that's nonsense about that. He actually owned a leather store in Long Island City. You know, so the bottom line is he lived in the
Kyla, you
projects.
missing the point. I think you think I'm trying to come at Black America. You
No,
missing the
I'm just
point.
saying I'm sick and tired of people bigging up their people, man. I'm saying that just angers me.
Colin. Let them big up his people, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
If I look, when I no, it's good that when you say truth, but
Yo,
when you
Steve,
lie,
you get the
that,
point. Steve, you get the point, right?
No, I don't get. No, I don't get.
I know
No, I
what you're
don't.
trying to say, Kwame.
Hold on, no. Look, why like this? Somebody say, somebody lived there for to fight and they get out. That's bullshit. You got Jamaicans that live there their whole fucking life, just like you got African Americans. Stop with that
Kyla,
shit.
I'm not speaking in whole.
There's also Black Americans who live there 1 year and get out. You know, it ain't specific to any group of people.
Kyla, just let him finish. If you disagree, you know.
No.
Disagree after he finishes.
I'm not gonna let him sit up here and run his bullshit. You know. And then what they do? They take these shots, right? Like they're so much different and better and whatnot. And then when somebody comes
I
at
never
them,
said Jamaicans is better than
maybe you
anybody.
deserve to
Kyla.
get bullied when you was fucking in school. How about that? Maybe you
I ain't
deserve
never
it.
get bullied.
Kyla, chill, man.
Maybe you
Chill,
deserve
I
it.
ain't never get bullied.
That's not bad.
Maybe some of you
Kala,
deserve to get fucking bullied. You know.
that's mean, Kala.
I'm serious, but I'm so sick and tired of people with their shit. They want to talk shit about Black America, right? And then Black people in America defend themselves. Everybody's like, oh, they start pulling out the pan-African flag. I hate
Kyla,
that
we
shit.
not sensitive people, Kyla.
You know what I'm saying? So
We
you
not
are
sensitive people,
sensitive. You
Kyla.
are sensitive. If as soon as I say something, Carla, why that's mean, Carla? Oh, why you say that? Yeah. You know, if I say people, when I say people
Why you so?
don't
Why
have,
you taking
when I
it
say
so
a lot of
personal?
people
Why you
come here
taking it
don't
so
have
personal?
manners and whatnot. When I say people don't have manners, people get upset, right? Because as they say, I'm generalization, I'm being offensive. But when it comes to Black America, oh, you guys are too sensitive and whatnot. But when it comes to you guys,
Carla, it's
I
black.
know I
It's
didn't
know,
black
say I didn't
Americans
say
that
you were
been in
sensitive, Carla. I
existence
said we're
for
not
5
sensitive.
generations.
I'm saying no. I'm saying I'm not sensitive. You know, I'm sensitive to a lot of stuff like that, but I'm saying the fact that when it comes down to it, right? Everybody wants to friggin' big up their little whatever they came from. Okay, that's good. You come from the islands. You come from this country. That's fine. Okay, you got pride. That's fine. But don't sit here and act like use white supremacy talking points, right?
What
Oh,
white
these
supremacy
immigrants come over
talking
here because
points?
they come from a working culture. When that they had such working culture, they would have made it in their own country. You know, they wouldn't have to come to America. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, yeah. If you had it was so hardworking, that Jamaica would be. You wouldn't have the Chinese and Lebanese and the Jews wouldn't own Jamaica right now. That's what I'm saying. You know, you wouldn't have to need to come to fucking Jamaica, Queens, and whatnot. You know, and talk nonsense and whatnot. You know. So bottom line, so I tell people all the time, just like you could talk, you know, we could throw it back at you. You know, what the hell are you doing here? Are you so hardworking? Why don't you build your company?
Carla,
You know,
man, just it's all good, man.
it's all good. I'm just telling you because you better deal with me than deal with these FBA people. I love you. You know, bottom line, these
Listen,
FBA people hate you. You know, I don't hate you. You know,
Kwame
I
doesn't hate
will
us either.
I will check you. You know, because all that
What
stuff
is
people
it?
we
What
talk
is it
about
to
is
check? It's
bullshit.
just the facts.
There ain't no facts, nothing. You're lying. That's not fact. You're lying. Because I look, you forget where I'm from, right? You forget where I'm from. I'm from Queens. My family's still in Jamaica, Queens. My family came there in the freaking 1950s when they're still there. Their houses are paid for. Been paid for since the 80s. I got family that got 4 or 5 houses, you know, all around South Jamaica, Queens, Linden Avenues, Sutton Boulevard, all that house like that. We have properties we rent out. All my family lives on Long Island. I moved out Long Island. My cousin Jerome, he's only 39 years old. He has a $10 million mansion in Baldwin, Long Island, beachfront property, right? We made it. So don't tell me about what you're doing, you know? You'll never catch up to us, you know? So my
Kyle, you
family in
don't
New
know.
York,
You don't know anything. You don't know anything about my
My
family or
cousin
what we
Debbie
doing,
lives
Kyle.
on Merritt
And
Boulevard
you
in
taking
Jamaica
it.
Estates for that. She's friends with Letitia James. They went to college together, you know? That's where I come from. My cousin Debbie's a millionaire. We came from nothing in the deep south.
Carla, I don't think he was trying to attack you personally.
No, and I'm saying when people say stuff like that, I'm saying you got to be mindful that you're talking about my family. You know, like you doing so much better than my family, and I'm saying that's bullshit because I have never seen no Jamaican anybody ever match anybody in my family. Never. You know,
Carla, we're
I've
not
never seen a
comparing
Caribbean.
people's families, Carla.
I do. I am comparing them. You know, but
What
I'm
what
just
what what do
saying
you not
if you want
like?
to go
What
there,
did he say that you didn't like?
I have yet to meet see one Caribbean billionaire in America. Where's the Caribbean Robert Smith? Where's the Caribbean Daniel Stewart? They don't exist, right?
Carla,
Where's the
what did he
Caribbean
say
Tyler
that
Perry?
what did he say that you didn't like?
Rihanna's a billionaire, isn't she?
Who?
Yeah, Rihanna,
Rihanna.
the singer.
Yeah, she's from the islands. She's on yeah, but she married a billionaire guy and whatnot. You know, I'm talking about a
But
billionaire
I thought she
person
was
who
a
came here.
billionaire like off her music and whatnot, and her like
No, she
whatever
is,
she's
and a
selling.
singer.
Who
Yeah.
did
Just no, it was
who
a
did
it
who
was her.
did
It was a
Rihanna
makeup
marry to
line.
be a billionaire?
It was a makeup line that
Yeah,
Who
that
did she marry to be a billionaire?
some Arab guy. You know, he invested in her
Kyle, you're
business. Like,
lying.
yo, you really think Rihanna got that? She married some white billionaire and whatnot that invested in her cosmetic line. That's how she got a clothing line.
Prove it then.
Okay, let's
Prove it.
prove it. See, you guys always ask for it, man. I prove it, and you're gonna look stupid, right?
But Kylie,
Okay,
you don't even have
Rihanna.
to do that. We acknowledge that African Americans are the richest blacks in the world.
I'm not
You
saying
know,
that. I don't even like going there. But when people sit there and be like, "Oh, well, we Caribbean," like, why don't you guys start actually doing something and accomplishing? You know,
Hey,
so you
Carla, what did he say that you didn't like?
No, he says, see, 40 projects, you'll know something. The Caribbeans are only there for like 1 year and they move on. But the Black Americans, they stay there for 10 generations. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, you know? That's a lie.
I said that verbatim.
Yo, that's what you was going with. You know, that's what you was trying to say.
Bro, you're alluding to shit in your mind. I never said that.
That's
I
what you
never
like
said
said.
that.
Yeah, but most of us just stay there for 1 generation. That's but once
When
you
did
in
I
those places,
when did I say
look,
my family?
hold up.
When did I say
Once
my
you
family?
look, let me tell you something. Once you get addicted to that Section 8 and you got all that money that you're working for the city, I'm not saying people are lazy. Most of the people live in 40 projects, right? Some of them got jobs, Caribbean people, they got jobs making $40 an hour. But they have time to go to the islands, everything like that. Look, I know people. I live this life. I know people.
Yo, Kyler, you cut me
Especially
off. You
you know who
been
do
cutting
it to a
people off
lot?
before they even
You
finish their
you know
point.
who do it to a
And just
lot?
getting
Hold on, you know who do
emotional.
it to, oh, you know who's even worse than the Caribbeans? Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans from Puerto Rico are the most sucking off the system as anybody would. They suck off those food stamps, Section 8, everything like that. And also they got good jobs. That's known for that. Black Americans, at least, when you see them, right? They're not if they're on food stamps, they're on food stamps. They're poor, they're on food stamps, right? Once they get a job, whatever like that, they that because we're too scared to fucking try to game so we fair. But these immigrants are so emboldened, they think they can collect food stamps, collect Social Security, collect welfare and whatnot, and still have a full-time job making 6 figures, you know? That's immigrants do that shit, you know? They get away with that shit, you know? That's everybody knows that. That's mostly immigrants. They know how to take those coupons, you know, something we don't care about. They'll go in there and take a whole bunch of cut out those coupons. They go in there, get all that discount stuff, take it back to the little bodegas, and when not sell it at a markup, you know? This stuff they do. I'm from New York. I know. Kwame could talk that bullshit to somebody else. That's what they do. And then they want to make us say Black
You're
Americans
lying.
work
I
too.
don't know anybody that do that. You just lying. You literally just babbling and just lying. I don't know, and you literally putting words in my mouth I never even said. I was making a point, you cut me off, and you just ran with some shit in your brain. Like it don't
Can you
even
let
make
Kwame
sense.
finish his point and see what he was trying to say after?
Just start rambling off and start making comparison. Like all I was saying is it's a different it's a different mindset. We don't come from buildings, so most Caribbeans don't like living in buildings. That was my whole point. This nigga start rambling off about fucking coupons. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Okay, maybe it was just a misunderstanding, I guess. Oh, yeah.
Greatest thing. But my point I'm trying to make is,
And then you
I'm
start
sick of.
lying on Rihanna
Oh,
and
my
start
only point
undermining
I'm trying to
the lady's
make
success,
is
talking about
I'm
she
sick and
married a
tired. Look, I'm
billionaire.
sick and tired of people talking about pan-Africanism, but on one hand, and they talk about how great my little tribal shithole fucking country is, and my people are. When that is bullshit. That's why people are tired of the double talk. If you are pan-Africanist and you think black, look, I see all the time. I say black people are fucking up no matter what, whether it's Jamaicans, African Americans, whatever. They ain't not one bit of difference between any black person in this country because we live in a white supremacy system. You know, some black people are hardworking, some black people are lazy, and it has nothing to do with their damn background, where they came from. I would love to think that all New Yorkers come to Virginia and all New Yorkers are hardworking and whatnot. But I know some New Yorkers who came down here are fucking up. And I know some Virginians who are very smart and intelligent. When you start grouping people and stereotyping people by their background, that's what the problem you have in. You know, that's where the conflict comes in, you know? And the bottom line, when people do that, they're not serious about Pan-Africanism, you know? They're pseudo Pan-African. They want to talk stuff with part-time Pan-Africanists, you know? If you're going to do this,
You've been rambling and don't even let nobody finish their point and just
go
make up
ahead. Go
shit in
ahead.
your
Finish
head.
your point. Finish your point. What is your point?
Exactly. My whole point was talking about a lot of immigrants don't even have the opportunity to move into the projects like that. So they have that
Oh,
mindset like
that's a
we have to
lie.
get a
Mario,
house.
Honeyflower just
All
told
right.
you. Look,
Kyla, let him finish.
oh no, I can't. Hold on. Let me say this right. everybody knows that the first place they put immigrants is in housing projects, right? Because before anything, this going on in Chicago, New York, everything like that. If they don't have housing projects, they put them up in a damn hotel, right? They take care of immigrants before they take care of American citizens. That's a known fact, you know. Do you know that one of the number one groups that they put in the projects? Vietnamese. After Vietnam War, there was tens of thousands of Vietnamese they put all over the country in public housing next to black people, even before black people. So don't tell me that immigrants can't get in public housing. That's a lie, you know? It's a freaking lie, you know? So damn sick of that people lying, man. You know, trying to rewrite
Lying
history.
about what?
Yo, you're
Bro,
lying
it's people
about
that
fucking
been in the
immigrants not
projects 4 or 5
you're
generations.
you're
You
lying
taking
about
shit personal for
immigrants
no
not being
reason.
able to get in public housing. That's a lie.
Okay.
My uncle Junior, Jamaican, lived in Queensbridge when he met my freaking aunt. She moved in with him in
Bro, Queensbridge is the
1988.
largest housing complex in America.
Well, so the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You go to any housing project, whatnot, most of those kids there, you even look at Nas, all these other people like that, you know, they're from the islands, you know, they're from the Caribbean, you know. Most of those
Nas is
people are
from
from
the
the islands.
I thought Nas was a black American.
Yeah, no, his father is like Caribbean. No, you know.
His father
Oh.
is a jazz
Yeah, he's
musician
Caribbean,
from America,
you know,
bro.
he's Caribbean, you know.
I thought his father was from
No,
Mississippi.
his
I don't
father
know. I
is
don't know.
African American.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying, but I know
You've been
Cormega
wrong. You
is
talk
for.
about
I
Rihanna
know
got married and
Cormega.
that's how she got her money. And she
Cormega
got
and
Fenty and
Nature.
she did
Hold
music.
up. Cormega,
When
Nature, and AZ are
can you
Caribbean.
prove
You know?
who Rihanna was married to? Cause you've been rambling and not proving
Okay,
anything.
she was married to somebody put whoever real man. She was married to some fucking
She's
Arab
not
guy.
even married to ASAP Rocky and she got
No,
children with him. So who is she
she was
married to?
initially married. She got some Arab guy invested in her project. I don't know if she married him or not, but she was with some Arab guy years ago who invested in her clothing line. Got them on.
She don't have a clothing line. She has a makeup
she
line.
got rich off a clothing line, not her music. You
She
know,
don't have a clothing line. She has a makeup line.
But she's still a
has
billionaire,
clothing
right?
line too. She has a clothing line too. You know,
But she's still
what's the
the
name of the
argument was
clothing
she was a
line?
billionaire.
No, she has a makeup line color.
I mean, actually, I thought she had a clothing line too.
No, her brand's Fenty.
It does. Oh, did she have like a clothing line too that she was getting in the stores?
No.
I don't think
Marie,
so.
does she have a clothing line?
Yeah.
Not that I'm
I
aware
never
of. I could be wrong.
I never heard of her having a clothing line. I just
I
know
know she had the
she makes
makeup line. I thought she had a makeup line and clothing line. I was like, I thought it was both. You know.
I just know she
You might
makes
be onto
music and
something. I
then
don't know.
she has Fenty, which is a makeup brand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fenty.
And also, I heard that she had a clothing line. Elvis says she does. Yeah, she does. She had a clothing line that got into what store was that? Macy's in Macy's. I think Macy's. She had a contract with Macy's. I think one of those retailers made her $1 billion when they signed her clothing line up. You know. Yeah. You know. So.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Go
Rihanna.
Rihanna.
Yeah, Rihanna's no joke, you know. Yeah, it's a clothing line too. Yeah, I told you, you know. We all know how she got rich. She was a clothing line. Chris Brown should have stuck with her, you know. So
But I thought
it
the
is what it
argument
is.
was that she was a billionaire.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
think that she's a
Yeah.
billionaire.
Okay. Her clothing
But
line's
she
called
got a partner. She got a
Savage
partnership. She's a
Savage
partner.
X.
Yeah, she's partnered with a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of other people.
I think that's like her under
Oh, Savage.
her
Okay, that's
panties
Rihanna's. I
yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, she's a clothing line. Yeah, I knew that. You
Oh
know,
wow.
everybody knows stuff, knows this stuff. I knew this stuff for years. You know, she has a clothing line. You know, that's what made her rich. You know. And she got rich
Okay.
because whoever the guy was she was messing with got her contracts. And that's why you got to know people, right? That white guy that she was messing with got her those contracts to friggin' to buy her products. And her clothing line is on these every major retailer in the friggin' world. You know, that's how she became a billionaire.
Shout out to Rihanna. Congrats to
Well,
her.
yes, I'm happy for her. I'm happy for any black person to become wealthy.
Look, I don't care. Look, I don't care if she's a Caribbean billionaire. I'm saying the fact that for the most part, it's mostly
You
black
just try to
Americans.
undermine her, Kyler.
I'm not trying to
It
undermine her.
doesn't, Kyle, it doesn't matter who it is. We happy no matter
The
who it is.
point I'm trying to make is, okay, we got Rihanna, that's good, and I welcome that as part of the black power structure, you know. But I'm saying is this: when people come over here, like, yeah, Caribbeans, we're so hardworking and whatnot. Yeah, your success is also the exception, not the rule. You know. So
Shout out to the hardworking black people, no matter where they
look,
come from.
it's lazy people in all group of people.
That's what I'm saying. There's lazy and there's exceptional people in every group. You know, I'm so
Yeah.
sick and tired of people talking about how great they are. That's white supremacy propaganda. You know, oh, I'm gonna come over here and do all Black America until you could produce a Robert Smith.
Kyla, Kyla is where you start. Like this is where it starts going. You know, off.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care anymore. You know why? Because the bottom line is that I don't bring it there when that. But when people say something, look, I will defend my people. You know, look, I know for a fact that the matter is Black America is the only group of people that built a middle class out of an industrialized country. Black people, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. We have communities of home ownership and whatnot, and people with retirements and pension funds and all stuff like that. You know. And people tap into worth trillions of dollars and whatnot. And no place else, it only there's no place in the world. So you can produce
and there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that, but we could also acknowledge other groups of
And the
people.
bottom line is, I don't want people to forget that. You know,
That's fine. I agree.
Black America's not ghetto. You know, I don't come from the ghetto. You know,
I agree. But we could also acknowledge other groups. You know, accomplishments.
The groups are fine. I celebrate everybody's success, but don't come over here and shit on us. You know, like that's if you want to know what causes the tensions, is that right there? Because a lot of times Black Americans don't like defending themselves because they don't want to feel like they're anti pan-Africans when and I tell Africans when have a little more class. You know, come here. Watch what you say, you know? I try to tell them that. I say, look, watch what you say.
Black people, no matter where we at in the world, let's have a little bit more class and let's be respectful towards one another.
And that goes across to everybody else. That's why I said, even when we talk about other races, it's not necessary to say put somebody smell like a wet dog. That's not class. They're not bringing us up further, you know? That's the gutter. Like Kwame talks. He talks in the gutter. You know,
it's not respectful to say Africans are savage because they eat with their hands either.
But see, this is
in the damn gutter.
You also gotta respect people's culture if they want to eat with their hands.
No, I don't have to respect shit. You know,
Kyla, come on, Kyla.
But see this is why.
Look. I acknowledge it if that's what you want to do too. But don't tell me I gotta do it. That's all I can say. Don't tell me.
Nobody's telling you. You gotta respect people's culture.
Kwame, we can't get into it again.
You know, I don't have to do it. You know, so bottom line is, people want to do it. You want to do it.
Nobody's telling you eat food.
If you want to dig in your ass and fucking just lick it and lick your hand after you eat soup with your hands, I don't give a fuck what you do, so long as you don't come near me.
See, you see what this does to us. All this this classism, all these isms, they divide people. You see what it's doing to us. All this classism.
You're exactly right, Mari.
Yeah.
And what I hate is Africans and immigrants come here and they perpetuate that shit. And I'm telling you, you're playing with fire. You know, white people don't like any of us. They always gonna pit people against each other. That's what it's all about. They pit people against each other, right? And the bottom line, what made Black America strong one time is that we would never, before the immigrants came here, we would never let white people divide us. We always stood in solidarity with each other, you know? And then some people come here saying, oh, I'm an immigrant, I'm better, racism don't exist, and white people are okay, and they don't do nothing, they don't bother me, I got a job, whatever like that. Those Black people in America are just lazy, you know? That's where the problem comes in, you know? So
yeah, this is why I'm happy. I don't like get into all this stuff. That's why I'm happy I'm not materialistic. I'm not into all this worldly stuff, because this is what it does to people. It makes people argue, steal from each other, kill each other over it, killing other human beings over all this stuff. That's why I don't get into all this stuff. That's why I live my simple life, and that's it. Because look, you got people arguing over this crap. I'm really tired of it.
Yeah, all the time. And I try my best to talk about a topic. I tell you the topic. I said the scratch beneath the surface, the American myth. Right? I thought people call in and build on that, right? But yet we keep with this stupid ADOS versus immigrants. Everybody got a sob story, blah blah blah. I'm like, damn, man. I'm sitting there trying to break ground and make it better for all Black people in America and the world.
You initially said Africans and Caribbeans come over here and undermine. And
yeah, they do.
We just made the claim.
That's the truth.
We just made the claim.
If you come over here, right, It
Yo,
used to
you
be a
always
time,
cut
not
everybody
not
yo before they even make
traditionally.
a claim,
And you
make
hold on,
they
if you
finish
used
their
to come,
point.
Caribbeans used to come here. Let me say, I'm gonna have it right after I say this. Caribbeans used to come here. Harry Belafonte, Stokely Carmichael, hit Sidney Poitier. They used to come here and they used to assimilate fully into the black story of America, the African American story of America, right? When you say African American, Sidney Poitier, oh, he's a famous African American African. Somehow, somewhere recently, they Caribbean start basically, although he did mostly black of African American characters, right? You know, now you look at now, they say Sidney Poitier, he's a Bahamian American. And that right there is a smack in the face to all black women, because we embrace Sidney Poitier as a father into us, whatnot. We put him into, he got the top roles, some of the best roles and whatnot in our culture, whatnot, you know? And he got
Kyle, let me ask you a question. If it was the other way around, it was African American in Africa, wouldn't you want them to be recognized as an African American?
No, I'm saying at the time period, all Africans, Yaphet Kotto was once a famous African American. Now everybody's Cameroonians. He's a Cameroonian now. He was always Yaphet Kotto's a famous African American actor. Now he's a Cameroonian.
But listen, if it was the other way around, somebody did something in the Caribbean or did something great in Africa, wouldn't you want them to be recognized as African American?
I'm saying like this. That's true. If you do it over there, recognize over there. But I'm
Oh,
saying,
man.
but don't come here. And for generations, right? Who bought Sydney? Who supported Sidney Poitier? Who did he make his money on? Was it the Caribbean or was it Black America? Who went to go see that movie with him and Bill Cosby? Let's do it again.
Black American. But I'm
Black
just saying,
American,
if it
right?
was the other way around,
No. I'm saying, you have no argument. So I'm saying like this: Sidney Poitier was always seen as an African American, right? That's his identity. That's what we accepted him as, because he played our roles. He played in A Heat of the Night, a black man from Philadelphia, you know. So we've accepted him as one of our own. We didn't discriminate against him. He accepted him as he's one of us. But he played our role and whatnot. Same thing with Harry Belafonte. Same thing with Shirley Chisholm, you know. Same thing with all these other people. We accepted them as our own people, right? But now these new generation of people, immigrants, will be like, no, we're going to delineate from Black America. I'm an immigrant. I'm not like them and whatnot. But yet they want all the accolades of, they want the benefits of Black America, but not the identity, you know? They're like, and the only reason why they would do that is because they know they don't want to be in the path of white America. White America really hates us.
so you agree with Tariq, right?
No, it's Tariq is right about that. That part, both the Croc is right about twice. Africans do, Caribbeans and everybody do come over here, and they're all right until basically it comes down to, okay, if black people do something great, oh, we're all black and blah blah blah. When somebody do something fucked up, oh, it's that person. They're Black Americans and Caribbeans are hardworking. Yeah, couldn't be possibly be a Caribbean, whatever like that, you know, because they're all hardworking, and we all know that's bullshit, you know. It couldn't be an African immigrant that robbed them. No. But when it comes down to like achievement, oh, what country is he from? It can't possibly be a Black American, right? And a lot of people basically perpetuate that shit. A lot of Caribbeans try to perpetuate because they think, I understand why they do it, because they're just trying to survive in America, But that's not how you survive. That's the survival of a coward, a rat, a coward. That's a rat.
Can I finish my point now?
Go ahead.
You first got on and you try to undermine that our immigrant story, how people got bullied in America. Then you try to make it put it on the white man. So okay, cool. The point I try to make, I try to make the point that most Black Americans that live in the projects is a different mentality than people that's coming here that really don't have nowhere to go. So they first thing is to, I have to get into a house. That's all I was trying to say. You taking this thing to comparison, like you
Let
just have a negative.
Let me
You
say
have a
this, Kwame.
pessimistic way to looking at this, Colin.
Kwame, let me say this, right? Okay, that sounds good, right? But the reality, of course, everybody wants. Look, you think little Black people want to live in the projects all their life? They always have movies like, "When we gonna get me the good times? We're gonna move out of the projects." Well, not, they never got out of the projects. The reality is, once you're trapped in that low level of poverty, dependency, government dependency, it's almost impossible to get out. You know,
It's
you're
not
trapped in a cycle.
not every
Well,
Kala,
hold on, hold on,
everybody in the
hold on, hold on,
projects ain't
hold on,
doing
hold on,
bad.
hold on. Some people are trapped in the projects because they got no other choice. Remember the movie, the TV show, Good Time? That was real. There's a lot of people that just impoverished. You can never get out. You know, never get out. So the bottom line, same thing happened to people in the Caribbean. It ain't like they're saying, you know something.
Yeah,
Next
most
year
Caribbeans
I'm
that
gonna be
come
out of the projects and whatnot. You know, I'm gonna get this nice job with that. Sometimes that job never comes through.
Kala,
You
most
know.
Caribbeans come to New York, they live in basements.
Yeah, and also and also when they come here, right? You know, yeah, some of them still live in basements. You know, and
Yeah.
when they get the project, that's a step
Listen,
up.
immigrants in general, no matter where they come from, are going to outwork the population has been here for multiple generations.
Anywhere in the world because they're coming
That's
here with a harder work. When you live in a country, well, now of course the immigrants are going to work harder because they're coming from desperate situations. You know.
right. Even white immigrants outwork white people that's been here for multiple generations.
Okay,
I
so
think immigrants
that's
tend
why
to.
that's why they brought the Irish in. You always got to replenish a country with new immigrants because they're always going to be the one that's going to be like you exploit. After a while, after the Irish moved into the mainstream side, moved up a little bit, they brought in the Italians and everybody Greeks and everybody else. You know, and when they were done with them, then they start bringing in the Indians, the Puerto Ricans, and all these other people from other people. And then finally they brought in the Caribbeans and the Africans. You know. So America, it's all about every group exploits another group of people, you know, because once you reach to a threshold, right, you know, the power structure is like, okay, I think you reached the highest you're ever going to go, you know, highest ever you go. So we're like, we want to reach higher. Well, okay, you like black people in America are pushing for white people's position. That's what it's all about. White people are like, no, you're never going to have
I'm
our
not even
position, right?
saying all immigrants outwork black Americans. Like you
Oh
can
no,
frame
no.
arguments
Look,
I never even made.
I would say they take jobs that most Black Americans either refuse or they ask for more money. You know, they say, "What you gonna pay me? What $7 an hour to do this shit? Get the hell out!" But a Jamaican will take that $7 an hour because they have a lower standard of living. As immigrants have a low standard of living. That means they live more people to a house. I've seen it, right? Especially Filipinos, right? They'll live like 20 people in one house or not, you know, and they standard of living is lower. That means they could work for less, you know, and get more. Black people, we don't have that. When you're 18, most black people are kicked out of the house when they're 18. You go to immigrant houses, the kids stay in their family till they're 30 years old. There's a whole dynamic, and they have more communal and family oriented. We're not like that. Black American family has been broken, you know? So there's a lot to it. So people judge us and whatnot by unrealistic standards. Our people in America has been broken. You know, the black family has been broken, you know, and that translates to why we're not organized and why we don't have a lot of things other people do. So when you come over here for a culture that's intact and whatnot, you know, last thing you do is judge black people. We went through a lot in this country, right? Our families are broken. We were taught to hate ourselves. We were taught to, you know, to stay away from each other, not trust each other. So it has a lasting effect, you
Yeah,
know.
and Kala, and I just wanted to say too that yeah, I'm a Black American and I wasn't trying to stereotype like my own people and stuff. I was just speaking from my experience, and I do understand we did go through a lot in this country and stuff like that, but I was just speaking from my experience of how other African Americans had picked on me, but I wasn't trying to
We
just
understand.
stereotype all of my people. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, so yeah,
According
like
to Kala, that's a
I said,
lie.
my whole thing is what we're not gonna do is this. Even among immigrants, right? They bully and pick on each other. You know, they bully and pick on each other.
That
If
is
you're
true.
Kyla, you
That
don't
is
have to
true.
make that comment, Kyla.
if you come from this part of the country, if you have I seen it. I was over Liberians over the years, right? And they bully each other. You know, this person comes from this part of the country. This person is a Congo background. This person is a Bassa. This person is this. This person, the biggest thing is if you got a degree in Liberian culture, if you got a degree, you feel like you could talk down on anybody who don't have a degree, you know? So I see Africans bullying each other all the time, marginalize each other and all stuff like that, you know? But they seem to, that all goes out the door. Right now, Liberia's in chaos because people are fighting. There's a serious fight going on between people, political parties and whatnot. We Black America has never had any political violence in the history of this country. There's never been any political violence in Black America, not one. Not even an incident. So, but in other countries, people deal with political affiliations.
I'm confused. Why are we doing whataboutism right now? Why is it a bad thing to say, this was my experience, I experienced it from this person or that person? Why can't we just acknowledge it and move on? Of course, it's proximity. All races of people bully each other. It happens. But why is it a bad thing if you call it out? I'm really confused right now.
Well, Frenchie, I'll tell you why. Because every time, it don't matter what Black space I go to. If I go to Q Butter's page, and if I say something about Black Americans, they all, and mind you, I'm Black American, but every time when I say something about what I went through, or I say something about our people get so damn offended. Like it's like, I mean, I talk about my experience, they get upset, oh, blah, blah, this and that. That's why I'm getting really fed up, because I can't even share like what I went through, or I can't even share just certain things about Black men without them getting freaking upset. Yeah, I'm kind of sick of that.
All right, let me say this, right? I think, like, on this platform, you can say whatever you want to say, and I understand. Like this, you went through that, you're traumatized. I get it, I get it, right? But what happens is this: I would use a disclaimer saying, "Look, this is not how everybody's experience. This was my personal experience." The only problem I have is when people lift people. Now, when you're a family, like when somebody tells me they're bullied by African Americans, right? I would look at it and say, "Look, I have empathy. And I say that should never happen. Nobody should get bullied, whatever like that." Then I'll say, what happens when then I ask, what can we do about it right now? And I never get that answer. What can we do about it right now?
But Kala, I never said it was all African Americans though.
I'm talking about when the immigrants say I was bullied by African Americans. I asked 100,000 times. So what can we do right now? You guys obviously have a lot of hurt in you, right?
Acknowledge that it did actually happen instead of dismissing their experience. I think we should start there.
The only way I'll dismiss it is when I ask the question, what do you think ought to happen with it? And if I get no answer, right? And I get no constructive answer, right? It leads me to conclude that people are just talking, they're not serious, right? If people came with an answer, I said, this is what we need to do. This is what needs to change. This is what I said to myself, okay, we're talking about children, right? Is somebody saying that to you in your adult years or whatnot? And it's sad that any child has to go through that. But I ask you, what is the solution? What do we do about that? How do we undo all that hurt, pain? What can we do? What can I do? Let's say, put it on me. What can I do? What can I say?
I don't think it's a you thing. I think it's everyone. I think we should just show each other mutual respect. Just be respectful of each other, acknowledge each other's experiences, and just try to move forward in a positive way.
I would never disrespect or to be dismissive of somebody's pain and suffering. I'll never do that, But the whole
Kyla,
thing.
can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Listen, usually this conversation comes up when people talk about when the FBAs are saying, oh, Africans said this about us and whatever, right? Because I understand that hurt people, and I like to get down to where did it start from? How did it start? And like I said, I know how it started, and people need to acknowledge that some Black immigrants were not treated right when they got here.
Okay, and also,
instead of it, let me finish. Instead of acknowledging that, they try to, play it off. Oh, well, everybody gets picked on.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Black Americans, right? Let me tell you something about my people, right? And I'm not here trying to defend them, right? I remember there was this art. I remember Dr. Mumby back in the 90s, right? She ain't new. I knew her back in the 90s, right? And when she was a young woman, right? She came to America, right? And she was in this one magazine. She did an article, right? And that's when I first started noticing the tension between Black America. Even though it was like a sort of pan-African in spirit, she was saying some of the things that tensions between her and her sister, she was going to a black sorority in America, was the fact that she said, I'm not burdened by slavery and whatnot, so I can have white friends and white people say I'm the Kenyan girl and they treat me better than a black American girl and that. And I said to myself, she's basically saying that because she didn't go through the slave trade, America, whatnot, you know, her whole validation was on how white people treated her, whatnot, better than black people. And she said black people were jealous of her because that white people treated her better because she wasn't a slave. That's when I first started noticing this, right? So over the years, it's gotten worse, right? The common narrative of we come to America, we don't have the bondage of slavery and stuff like that, right? So black people in America, like I did a show a couple of nights ago, should black people, to make everybody happy, should we just forget about our history? That's what it's all about. Because people say, when people say something like, oh, people are lazy, this, black people, not just lazy, they always saying black Americans always complaining. You know, well, y'all need to stop complaining. We're sick and tired of hearing about racism, right? We're sick and tired of hearing about this. You guys are causing racial tension. Most Africans blame black America for racial conflict in America. They say it's us, not white people. That's what they say. So when you say stuff like that, when you say stuff like that,
you're making sweeping statements.
Hold on. No, I'm dead serious. That's look. Just look at my comment section right now. You know, look at my comment section. You know,
we looking at the comment section. We seeing a bunch of
talking
FBA
about
disrespecting
you guys
Africans.
are this, you guys are that. And I'm saying, okay, so you want me to dismiss what my pain and suffering of America, and being able, like, to start up the show talking about this black girl refused to stand for the national anthem, right? And I said, okay, there's a lot of black people feel like that, right? Instead of building on that, why do black people feel like that? Well, we feel like we're living a lie, right? Now, I understand you're new to this country. You want to embrace this country, right? I say, okay, we've been here for 400 years, right? And it don't seem like America is living up to what it says it is, right? So a lot of black people are apprehensive about America and their place in America, right? And then it seems like the immigrants, like, we're going to basically take advantage of this to get next to white people. You know, so they make comments like, yeah, I was told not to hang around black people. Now, you heard that before. I was heard, don't go, when you come to America, stay away from the African Americans and whatnot. My parents told me this. You have people 35, 40 years old saying what their parents said, you know? Whoever listens to what their parents have to say, you know? So I'm saying to myself,
I do.
If you're a goofball, you know? Children, you know,
I'm goofy for listening to my parents.
Why is it that every society that changed on youth rebellion, right? But if that was the truth, and that also, I'm sick and tired of people lying on African parents. I don't believe African parents are telling their kids that. I don't believe it. You know, after what I know about Africans and whatnot, right? I don't believe they're telling their kids that to come over here and talk like that. I don't believe it. I believe it's a lie. You know. They say we call them brood scratchers, right? That's okay. I'll take them at their word. They also say, their parents say, when you come to America, do not only hang around white people and don't hang around black Americans because they're all drug dealers and criminals, you know? So when they say stuff like that, right? How do you think black Americans are going to treat you? You know, they're going to be nice to you? No, they're going to try their best to friggin' hurt you, you know, because you just
Kyle,
you know, so
Kyle, let me say this real quick, right? You know, I used to always hear that narrative that Africans don't like us, right? And I used to think like that too. Oh, these people just don't like us. Let me finish, Kyle. It was until, like, I started hearing some of the things that they were saying, and other Black Americans have told me, Black Americans themselves have told me that they had heard some disrespectful comments from Black Americans towards Africans, Haitians, Caribbeans in general, right?
It goes both ways. It goes both ways. Right?
Okay, yes, I get that, Colin.
But so why don't you, before you walk any further, say both sides have disrespectful comments?
Can he make his point?
Both sides.
Both
Okay.
sides.
Both sides
All
have
right,
different
just
comments. So
let the
say that
man make his
before you go.
point.
No, before you continue, say both sides hate each other. Both sides got issues and whatnot. So say it like that. Nobody's innocent in this. Say it like that.
Both sides have had disrespectful comments, but
Both sides are acting like pieces of shit and basically like that. Just say it like that. Both sides are responsible. There ain't no one person. I'm sick and tired of all this being on us, man. So bring us to somebody else's platform, bro. I don't want to hear it.
Collar, both sides are.
Africans know how to dish out just as much as they take. I don't give me that. Africans are not victims. Stop it.
I'm not saying they're victims. Like I said, Collar, I don't agree with the ignorance from the Africans or the Caribbeans. I don't agree with the ignorance from the Black Americans. But I'm not going to sit here and make it seem like that.
I'll be the first to tell you, Black people in America are fucking stupid and ignorant. When I'll be the first to tell you. But the bottom line is, but so are Africans, so are Caribbeans. They're all self-centered.
We know this.
It's a human problem thing. Everybody's into their feelings. Everybody into their little everybody thinks they're better than everybody. Everybody's trying to get one up on each other. Everybody's trying to do this, whatnot. So it goes both ways. Ain't nobody cleaning this, Ain't nobody cleaning this, So it is what it is, So it's like,
Kyle, I get that, but I'm not going to sit here and try to
look. It's both sides, bro.
Yeah, I get it, Kyle. Yeah, yes, it's both sides, but I'm not going to sit here and act like the African immigrants or the Caribbeans came here and just were just disrespectful and whatnot. I'm not going to sit here and believe this. The reason why I don't believe this.
Look, that's a lie.
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish, Kyle. Let me finish.
Hold on. Let me say this. When somebody comes over here and before they get here, they're saying stuff like, "Oh, well, I know not to mess with Black Americans and whatnot because they're all drug dealers and criminals, right?"
Yes, Kyle, I get that. It goes both ways.
So in other words, basically, what you're saying is, it's all right to disrespect Black America, right?
No, I'm not saying that, Kyle. But listen, like I told you, I read. You know Cujo Lewis, right?
No.
Okay, he came on the what was it, the Cotilda, right? He was like, they illegally brought them
you talking about
into
Cujo
America.
Lewis?
Yeah, Cujo Lewis.
Yeah.
And they right, you know who they are. Everybody knows. If you don't, look it up. It was a book called The
African
Barracoon.
Town in Alabama.
Yeah, it was. If you read his book, he was saying the same thing about how, and I do agree, it did come from white people, right? I get that. During slavery, like a lot of, I noticed that the Africans, the people that came directly from Africa, when they talk about them coming to and talk about themselves during slavery, they said they were shamed, they were ripped of their clothes, and they felt shame. But when you hear the grandchildren and the children talk about their grandparents, the slave narratives and whatnot, it's crazy because they describe their grandparents as savages. They say their grandparents spoke a savage language. Who do you think they got that from, Colin?
Actually,
we're living in America, so I'm saying.
Exactly. They got it from. I agree with that. It did come from white people, and I will, because even then,
white people call rock and roll savage music, jazz savage music.
Yes, Kyle, I understand that. So we understand where that self-hate comes from. We get that.
Yeah, so.
But so it was something that already existed.
The thing, look, the thing is
Colin,
this.
can he finish the point
let me say
before
this.
he loses his point?
Why don't we just say, something? Africans say, something, because we allowed slavery to happen, the transatlantic slave trade happened, and whatnot. This is how we are treated. This is how they treat us. This is what their perception was. They think what's happening, whatnot. We got to make amends that something like this could never happen again. Africans don't think it. They don't think anything was wrong.
Kyle, and if they think like that, that's wrong on them. I'm speaking on Black Americans. I'm a Black American. Let me just finish. So I understand where these narratives come from. We learned it from white people. I will agree with that. We had the cartoons back in the day with the Africans with the bone in their noses, dancing around a fire. I get all of that. But all I'm saying is that some of our people, not all, some of our people did not treat them right based off of stereotypes that we have gotten from white people. And, they didn't, and like I said, we didn't treat them right. So it's, I don't want to say it's our responsibility, but we should.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let's watch this video, right? Now,
Kyle, I already seen this video. Yeah, she's going to talk about Black Americans. I seen it.
I played it for my audience, so just sit back and like this. Now, this Rwandan woman never seen a black person, black American life. She's talking to this clown that I used to battle with on Dance, Willie Fungo. You know,
Tyler, we understand that it goes both ways.
just to sit back and listen. All right, I'm gonna play it. If you don't like it, drop down. You know, I'm gonna play it. Right. So look at what she has to say about Black Americans. Right. This is I had never known a black person in America. Don't know anything. Don't know all the great people here, dynamic people, even people who take tours. My first tour group was to Rwanda back in 2019. We took a tour group to Rwanda. You know, we showed great respect to the country. You know, but this is what some of them think about us. You know, did nothing. No one ever did nothing to harm this woman. But here we go. It's an open African American.
I don't like them. I don't like them. They are.
Last year, I released a video that broke the internet, asking Rwandan women what they think about Black Americans. The content was quite a hit, both in the US and in Rwanda. So today, I'm releasing part 2. New ladies, new questions, new drama. Rwandan women say this about Black Americans.
Very beautiful woman.
Okay, so who am I speaking with?
My name is Lorraine. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
This video has 317,000 views.
You said how many views?
317,000.
My name is Lorraine.
Okay.
I'm
How many?
Rwandese. I'm a student.
And so, what do you know about Black Americans?
What I know is that they are black, and most of them they are born in America, and it's one of the minor but big racial, racial what do we call that?
Minority groups, ethnic groups. Okay.
Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
They do what?
They fuck a lot. I don't like them.
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like they don't like it. Yeah.
I don't believe you.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so who am I here with?
Kelia Eme.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
I'm a student also.
And so, what do you guys think about Black Americans?
I think they are hot and I don't know.
Is that just you, or do you believe that most Rwandans don't like to have sex?
Most of them, like the Rwandans, they know my.
Yeah, this is what I was saying last night. I said there's this obsession with Black Americans. When you talk about Black Americans, you get 300,000 views, right? We're on these people's minds. I said, like I said, people. I said, I was like, well, how are we on this? Every immigrant, every person on this earth, all they do is talk about us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're the topic of conversation. Everybody, they can't eat, sleep, shit without talking about Black America. I mean, it gets tiring at times. That's why I said, this is why people freaking, like, that's why people are doing this FBA shit. They're freaking.
No, FBA is doing it because they're ignorant.
Oh, no. The bottom line is this, they got some good points, to tell you the truth. I didn't want to
No, they don't. Kyle, can I?
Look, bottom line is this, hold on. If you see all the time, all around you, people are talking about you. When I talk about your family, talk about your heritage, what you don't like about your
How about you type in tether and let's see how much videos pop up.
No, I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Kyle, can I just explain one thing, right?
I'm saying like I'm saying, okay, everybody has an axe to grind. The people that hate Black Americans, there's Black Americans that hate you. So what are you going to do about it? Like I keep saying, what are you going to do about it? And I don't get no answer, but oh, look how what you guys do. Okay, we know that. Black Americans say stupid shit, Africans say stupid shit. Now what are we gonna do about it? You know? How are we gonna solve it? I
My
don't get no answer.
friends, my family.
So traders, this is your last and final reminder about the free training that I'm running. And you're going to learn on this free training how I trade just
So what do I think about them? Ooh, I think they are strong, resilient, and sometimes egoistical. And that's it, really. That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them. One of them.
Okay, but how do you know that the movie is telling you the truth?
Like the movies. Likely they play the real life stories. They play real life stories.
Let's ask about the differences between Rwandan culture and African American culture. Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
Fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans. Yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true. It's true. I know it's true.
Now, why do you believe that?
Because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that, they are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually. So they belong here, and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
Okay. So you think Black Americans should return to Africa?
They
Carla, she
shouldn't.
agrees with you.
That
Look at
would be
that.
bad. That would be bad.
No,
That would be the
she
end of
said we shouldn't
Africa.
return to Africa.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. She don't agree with you.
That's what I said. Think before you fucking talk.
What
You know?
do you guys think is the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
I don't think there is any different.
Carla, DK
Do
wants to
you
link.
think there is? We are so different. We are so different. Like, okay. Let me see. Like, we as a people, we are shy, we are timid. We Rwandans, Black Americans, they are not.
Yeah, these say the people,
They put their business
say the
out there. We
people
don't do that here.
that killed 1 million Tutsis and whatnot, you know, had the worst genocide in human
For me,
history, but
I
they're
say
shy
they're
and
the same.
timid. Okay.
You
We never
are.
Black Americans never
Okay,
did
but you said they're
genocide.
fucked
That's what
up in
people
America,
unfairly.
but you don't want them to return
This is
to
what the
Africa.
average
So what do
African
they
thinks
do?
about
We
us. You
want
know,
to
while
be
we're talking
fucked up in
pan Africa, this is what they think about us.
We
You know.
don't. We just want them to fuck up,
So
and then they should
few
like
girls from Rwanda
think
speak for the whole entire
That's a
big
continent of
white
Africa.
nonsense, people.
nose
Yes.
instead
I'm
of
so sick
like
and tired of people
being
Africa
white,
explaining,
trying
man.
to
This is
belong,
real. Why can't I believe this?
trying
Right?
to
They believe.
victimize
Oh, they
everything. I'm
hold up. They
black. I'm
think
for
that
black people, but you
somebody
guys.
black. They think Tariq
Okay,
thinks
but
of all of us,
let's
right?
be a little bit
You can't
specific, right?
speak
When you
over the
say they're
video. We
fucked
won't
up,
be
what
able to hear
exactly do you mean
properly.
by that?
Let me put this straight. The black people, they all belong to Africa. They come from Africa. They don't belong to Africa. They came from Africa. So I think they're trying to blend, be the Americans. They're trying to belong so bad that they try in different things which are not good.
Like what?
The culture thing, the Americans doing what Americans, victimizing their blackness, like they are black for what black. We are black. They know. Everyone knows they are black.
Some Rwandans have an inward-facing culture where they focus on working
And a
within
lot
their
of these
group
people don't
instead
have
of
English, or they don't speak
them.
English as
The
their first
African
language, so they
American
can't really.
education on racism and mainstream acceptance might look strange and counterproductive.
Let me get DK on. Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, I was thinking about this when I saw this video. Is that it seems that Black Americans, for some reason, there's this. They're very. If you ask, for example, if you ask a Frenchman, people in France, oh, what do you think about Black Americans? They'll say, oh, we love them. We love them.
The
We
only
look
hate you
up to
get is
them.
from
If you
Africans.
ask,
That's that part.
yeah, but Africa, it's like they have this hatred for. It's not
That's
just
not
for
true.
Black Americans. It's
It
for
isn't true.
anything
It
Black.
isn't true. I'm sorry. I'm
Anything Black.
sorry.
It's,
I want
it's
you to
not
ask
answer.
true.
them, if you
None of
ask
you
them,
speak
if you
French.
ask them,
Actually,
wait,
you'd
if you
see that
ask
they
them, what do you
actually
think
do say
about
bad
a
things about
Nigerian?
you.
They'll say something negative too. If you ask them, what do you think
So
about Nigerian?
A French man gonna say something positive about Black Americans.
Overall, like if you ask random French people their age, like their counterpart in France
Have you
or
done
in the
that? Have you
UK,
That's
done
a
that
lie.
before?
That's a lie.
bro, I talk to them, bro. I talk to French people. They look up to Black Americans, man.
You
You
talk to the
speak
French
French,
people. Do you
DK?
speak French? Do you understand French?
No, they
Oh,
travel.
let me ask
They're
you.
in
Hold on.
America.
Let me
Please.
put this
You've
question out
spoken
there.
to this bloody anecdotal experiences.
Okay, let me put this question out there. Why is it that almost everything coming out of these Rwandan bites is something negative? Why is that?
Exactly.
The stereotypes. We're using drugs. We're getting killed by the police. We're not fitting it. We're not in American society. We don't belong
The
here.
same reason we do it. We got
Because they are
negative energy,
ignorant.
What do you
images
mean
and
we do?
behavior.
Who's we? Every Black
They are
person I know is out
ignorant.
here living their life, succeeding, going to school. Right now, here where I live at is the best time. You know why? Because I'm seeing all these Black kids coming home from college, and everybody's having these big backyard parties, whatnot, and kids are going off to graduate high school, going off to college and whatnot. It's a beautiful time right here in Virginia. So I'm saying to myself, the life I know and I see my people, I see so many people Black people owning businesses, doing well. Why is it that they have this perception of us from, I guess, the inner cities of Baltimore? Like that's the whole entire fucking Black America.
It's not. I think it's just a self hate because of all the stuff that Black America you see in the media, you only think of that. It's crazy
Because they're projecting themselves onto us. That's what it is.
and it's not like Black Americans are going to Rwanda. So I just find it strange how it's just
Most Black
a
people
totally
never heard of
negative.
one, never heard of these countries.
And like people will be watching that and be like, "What the fuck?" I don't get it. It was weird.
Yeah,
It was like,
Anyway, what they said was
who goes to
ignorant.
Rwanda? Who goes to Rwanda? It'd be one thing if it was a Nigerian, because there are Nigerians in America that interact with them, but who the fuck goes to Rwanda?
Also Holloman. Also Hollywood.
Clearly, people travel to
So a
Rwanda.
few girls, so a few ladies
the hell?
from Rwanda speak for an entire
So
continent.
Kwame, a few kids in school speaks for all Black America.
No, they don't. Which is why we said it was
Who
certain
said
people. We never said all.
No, I'm talking about you. Talking to you. I'm talking about Kwame. He said, "But Colin, you got to acknowledge."
Oh, I'm
people
sorry. I'm already pissed off.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying like this. So if we could say a few women in Rwanda don't speak for all of Africa, could it be that a few people, I will say a total of 5 people that called you booty scratcher don't speak for the entire 45 million of us, right? Can we say that?
I don't think he ever said
said
that.
that.
Yeah, but hold up. But when you come here saying, but Colin, so this is what I'm saying. When somebody bring that to
Colin,
me,
you the only one making generalized
well, no,
statements.
hold up. When somebody brings that to me, right? Now, if you went to Tariq and say, your type of people call me a booty scratcher because you're FBA, I'd say you're right like that. But to me, I told you, I've never heard that term. I still to this day don't believe it. Nobody ever said that, right? But
See, there you go, Colin. There you go.
No, I'm dead serious because I'm saying to myself, if I never heard it, right? I never called anybody that. Nobody else I knew ever called anybody that, right? So I'm saying,
Colin, you
why
said
should
you didn't
I
grow up around Africans. You wasn't in school with
I
Africans.
know. Well, hold up. Well, why should I basically feel guilty about something that I never said, but I don't know anybody else who said. And after be doing this show for a year, I have yet to have anybody call in and say, you know something, I called an African a booty scratcher, or say I personally got called a booty scratcher myself. Why is nobody saying that?
Brand, you know Brandon from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, right? He said he had a.
He's a
I
fucking
think he said he
clown.
had a.
He's a clown.
Brent,
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he's a clown now. All right. He said he
Yeah,
had
he's
a.
not even a Pan-African. He's a MAGA person. He's fucking with MAGA on me.
Okay. He
He's
said
a
that he
Trump.
had a college He said he had a college professor from Nigeria, and he said they used to like talk bad about him all the time. And this is a college professor, so.
Oh, who used to talk bad about him?
I think he went to Compton College, so it was probably mostly Black American.
Okay, if you go to, he probably went to a city college with a bunch of ignorant Black people and whatnot. And
Okay, and that's
hold on. The bottom line is, I know these type of people, right? If anybody gets up there, right, they're gonna fuck with you, right? That's why I worked in a youth center one time, right? And I had to friggin' check these kids and whatnot. If you go up there and you don't know how to present yourself, well, like, let me give you an example. I met this one Liberian brother. 2 years. What year was this? Oh yeah, back in 23. At the airport, we're flying in Belgium, right? And we, matter of fact, I got his name is Newton. Mr. Newton, right? He's a school teacher in Philadelphia, right? And he has and I donate to a school. He has several schools and soccer clubs in Liberia, right? Me and my good friend became good friends, right? But he just told me, man, I believe him too. He said, look, they put me in inner city school, right? At first, they were like, they heard my accent, they were like this. But this dude's no fucking joke. He said, look, by the time I got done with them and whatnot, it was yes, sir, and no, sir, right? And they said, oh, Mr. Newton, whatnot. He said, now my kids, they respect me and they love me because I earned their respect. He said, whoa, you said, okay, let's go around the back. Let's go around the back of the building. You want to tell me what you're about? Show me what you're about, Well,
Colin, my whole
point is,
point.
when people say stupid stuff like this Nigerian, who was this Nigerian teacher? Did he try to connect with the students? Did he try? When you're a Black man in this country, you got to know how to check other Black people. If you do not know how to check other Black people, you get a call. Why they act like that? Children and American kids, white or Black, are naturally rebellious. There's a movie you should go watch. You guys should watch called Over the Edge. We were required to watch it in high school. It's in junior. What year was that? That was junior high school. We watched that movie, right? 1970. It came out in 1970. It starred Matt Dillon, right? And it was called Over the Edge. It was about youth violence in suburbia, And it was about youth rebellions. Youth had taken over the town because they want to smoke pot and disobey adults. That's what youth do. And that was a white suburb. And I grew up in the white suburbs. Those white kids I knew were gang members. They used to fight teachers, fight principals, and some of everything. That's what I grew up with. So this myth that all Black kids are disorderly, when that's American youth in general, I hate people just like.
I never said all youth. My point is that people.
All youth are naturally rebellious, So what's
I get that. I get that, Colin. My point is that people have their experiences. Let's acknowledge it and just call out bad behavior. That's all.
If someone called you a name in middle school, you're gonna hold on that to the rest of your life. Like sometimes.
That's what I'm
Hold
saying.
on, let me finish. The point I'm trying to make is from stories I heard. It was in actual newspaper articles. It wasn't just name calling. It was also physical abuse. So there you go.
I never heard that. I have never heard that. I have never heard any African being lynched and whatnot. In America or killed or mob violence when I've never heard that before.
It doesn't necessarily have to be killing, Colin, but if people could have got jumped, people, get their hair pulled out.
If an African, white people will love that shit, right? African American youth beating up an African, that would be front page news for years, man. I never seen that. Let's see if we can find it online. Let's see if we can find it, right? So at least let's see if we can find it. Let's look at it. I say like that. I'm gonna look at it and then look at it thing. Let's look at it. Okay.
Just Google African cab driver deleted in New York.
Oh yeah, that way, but we don't know that was African American. It could have been a Haitian. How do you know it was African American? You always blame everything on African Americans. That guy was working night, and usually people, Haitians and all that, pick up other Haitians and whatnot. So how do you know it was somebody he knew that did that?
Okay, Colin.
I mean, that's serious. You also quick to friggin' put it on Black Americans. Black Americans, we got some. We're out here hunting you, friggin'. If we were really after you, you'd really be in trouble. But we're not. So stop telling that we're out here trying to hunt you down or whatever like that. Look
My
at
whole
this.
point is just that knowledge that.
Africans,
Go ahead,
your
French.
Africans beat up by African Americans in America.
No, I was just going to say, can we not just acknowledge that some Africans have said messed up things about African Americans? Some African Americans have said messed up things about Africans. Can we not
Exactly.
just acknowledge that and just move on and just try to do better? Because this is just redundant. It doesn't do anything. It's not productive to just have this competition of who had it worse. I don't understand how we're here arguing over who had it worse. It doesn't make sense
Right.
to me.
It's all this woe is me stuff, you know. Okay. Oh, now look,
Both
I,
sides have
check
messed
this out. I
messed
said,
up.
I agree with you saying, but I like to
okay,
get down to the root of the problem and who caused it first, so
yeah,
people
but
can stop
yeah, hold on, hold on. That
gaslighting
right
and
there is divisive. That's right there divisive, you know. All you can say is
I just think
both sides had
going off of
attitudes, both
childhood
sides were
drama
basically
is
having
kind of
issues, and it was just
like
something that was a toxic mix that was about to happen, you know. It doesn't matter where it started, you know. So all you gotta do
I
is
get what Steve was trying to say. I kind of get what Steve was trying to
my
say.
point is, if you acknowledge the root of the problem, you can
yeah,
fix
but
it.
how do you
You
know?
can
Well,
fix
we
the
could argue
problem.
about that too, because nobody could agree on the root of the problem. You can't just sit and put it on the table.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to agree on
Exactly.
that, you know. Everybody's
They're
going to have
not.
their side point of view.
I'm sorry, Steve. I know you're trying to get to the root of the issue, but we've tried this before on Carla's earlier videos. Each side says the other started it. You're never going to get to the root of it at this point. So it's just like, I
I
don't want to
guess
tell you what
so.
to do,
So
but
you right. So
you're
just
not
move
going to get
on
the
from it.
result you want.
Right. Just move on from it. I get you.
Well, I don't try to bring it up, you know. Like I said, people, give me the soft side. But Kyle, when I was in second
So
grade,
Kyler, do you know if any like FBA type like movements in Africa or the Caribbeans?
I don't know. I don't know. FBA movement is not big in Black America, unless it's like 2% of the Black population. You know what the hell that is? You know. Okay, user query. You know, if a number of Africans beat up by Black America, this phase of suggests violence and potential conflict between groups. Since this query could be interpreted as a promoting violence. Okay, some sources discuss tensions between conflict between. See, the white people, the white power structure know this. They know they're manipulating all this shit. You know. Conflicts between African immigrants and African Americans sometimes included reports of violence. Okay. However, none of these search results provide any specific statistics overall number of Africans beat up by. So in other words, there's no statistics for it. So when people talk about this, it happens all the time. There's no statistics, right? It says tensions in conflict between groups. Various reasons for tensions include cultural differences, perceived competition for resources, historical factors related to the transatlantic slave trade are discussed. Hate crimes. FBI reports that hate crimes based on race, ethnicity, ancestry are concerned with anti-Black or anti-African American bias being a significant category. However, it refers to crimes targeting Black individuals generally, not specifically by Black Americans. You know, so there's not even a category for Black Americans attacking Africans. It doesn't exist. You know, it doesn't exist. You know, so it's rare. Most of the time, if Africans are attacked in here, it's usually by a Hispanic or a white person or Asian person. It's not a Black African American, you know? The history of slavery impact on African Americans is discussed, including violence, enduring abuse of slave Africans. Given a lack of specific statistics and the potential for misinterpretation of users' query, it's not possible to provide precise numbers of Africans beat up by African Americans. Instead, it's more responsibility to acknowledge the existence of tensions. Yeah, there's tensions, you know, highlights the importance of understanding and addressing peacefully. Response. While tensions and conflict between African immigrants and African Americans have been reported, including incidents of violence, no specific statistics have available on the number of Africans beat up by Black Americans. Reports indicate that communities have sought police interventions in response to attacks on African immigrants. Discussions about the cause of tensions, such as cultural differences, historical. So, in other words, basically, they're saying this. Now, 2009 has an article, you know, about the Bronx. It happened in the Bronx. New York Times. It's a paper of record, right? It says
Hey,
right here,
Carla,
immigrants.
check the link.
Hold up.
That's what I can find. It's from like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
African immigrants, it's like 2009, 17 years ago, you know? Africa, the blocks. See, they're trying to make you buy. New York Times, they give these articles, and they freaking try to make you buy. I can't read the article. You know, they make sure that thing rolls up, but you can't read the thing. I hate that. They want you to buy the fucking paper. They never give you nothing free. But basically, they're saying that, yeah, 2000 there was violence because you go into the most violent part of New York City. What do you think it is? And violence happens because you live in a violent area, and not because you moved into like middle of Black America, and then black people start coming at your house, beating you up, setting your car on fire. It's because you
I
live in a
get that, Kyle. Like I said, a lot of people, immigrants,
you
when they
live in a
move
high
into
you live in
America,
a high crime area. Shit's
I know,
gonna
I
happen,
get that. I get that. But
you know. So, like I said, let's stop with this nonsense that the Black Americans are after you. You know, they're not. You know.
I never said that. I said all I said was there were ignorant people amongst us. That's all.
Yeah. So, yeah, we all know that there's ignorant Africans too. You know, they come
Right.
here.
You 100% right.
That everybody, there's ignorant people all over the place. They all bring their ignorance here, and
Absolutely.
black people in America are ignorant. You know, white people are ignorant. So so we have a
Absolutely.
culture of ignorance. You know, in America, right? So
Absolutely.
don't come here acting like you're holier than now. Oh, I'm an African immigrant. My feelings got hurt in third grade and whatnot. So now it's my time to freaking say the worst things about all black 45 million people. Where it could be just that one person. You know.
What
Yeah,
was
we
it? That hate produces or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, the bottom line is this: it is what it is. But people freaking children are going to be mean to each other in third grade. I got beat up in third grade when I moved on. I grew up and moved on. Now, some of the people I knew in third grade to bully me, I'm friends with right now on Facebook. Oh yeah, I remember that time you kicked my ass. Like that's what you grow up. You move on. Stuff like that. But when you basically bring this up, I think people are being disingenuous. I think they're looking for a reason to hate. And that's what it is. They're looking for a reason to hate. I was in third grade. You mean tell me you're still holding a grudge from third grade and shit? I'm like, yeah, not being dismissive of your pain, but you got to move on if you hold it against a whole group of people. Now you can still be mad about it, but you say, look, no, over the years, man, I went to college. I met my best friend in my sorority or fraternity was an African American guy. We hit it off. We date girls together and whatnot. That's my experience. So in other words, you didn't have no other experience from the third grade to now you're 30 years old with African Americans. So that's what I'm saying.
That's like those black dudes who say I don't like black women because some black woman
So black will hurt
turned me
them and
down.
whatnot in school and whatnot. So they carry that on their whole life. You mean tell me you didn't meet girls in college? You didn't meet a nurse that was nice to you, or somebody a woman that got you that was a loan officer in a bank that approved your loan, saw something in you, or whatever like that. That's the only experience of black women you have is the negativity. That's what I'm talking about. It's like everybody's all in their feelings. About everything. Black men to white women. African Americans towards Africans, Africans towards African Americans. It's just so tiring after a while, Go ahead, DK. It is what it is. And I'll say it like this, but this girl, Rwanda, I don't want to play more of that video because this just makes me angry, upset,
That's why I said I don't even watch videos like this.
I watch them because I want to know, because I what I don't like is I feel like, when I'm promoting Africa to my people, I think Rwanda is a beautiful country. We sent a group to Rwanda back in 2019. Our first overseas trip with the BAL was Rwanda.
But I don't understand. What's the point of making videos like this, Willie Fungo?
Because the Willie Fungus, I call him Fungus, right? Me and him used to battle on Dinosaur years ago. He was one of my arch nemesis, And basically, these people, like I told you, DK, he is a Nigerian. He's obsessed with Black America. And that's what people are tired of. We're tired of people being obsessed with us. They can't go a fucking day without talking about us, He made money off this video, 317,000 views, talking about Black America. He has like 10, 20 videos. All he does is go around Africa asking people what they think about Black America. He goes to Kenya. He goes all about Africa, trolling Black Americans. What do you think about Black America, right? And we're saying, man, we're just here trying to live our life. Leave us the fuck alone. Black people in America just want to be left the fuck alone. You know, if you don't want to Pan-African with us and unify with us, whatnot, that's fine. Just leave us the fuck alone. You know, that's all people they want. You know, leave us alone. If we every day did that, man, we wouldn't have fun. That's what I tell Prince to me. Stop trying to fucking give us advice about how to fix our fucking problems. You know, we'll solve our own problems. We don't need you fucking telling us our business and whatnot. You know, people could do that, man. We'd have a fucking better world, man. You know, but everybody feel like they could just talk about us, say whatever. I don't know where it's come from. I think it's because
So Kyla, you don't feel like people feel the same way too?
we don't talk black American. Okay, Kwame, show me the video of a black African American going around black America asking somebody about what they think about Nigeria or Rwanda. Does it exist? Because most black people in America don't give two shits about Africa or Africans. They don't know anything about it.
Who's the like quote unquote face of black people, right?
There's no face of black people, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. You know,
So let me ask you. Kyle, let me ask you.
Oh, that's Tariq. That's the face of black people. You know, no, he's not. You know.
Let me ask you a question. So Hebrew Israelites don't walk around and call.
Oh, yo, look,
African
the Hebrew. Yo, look. Are you gonna sit here and tell me a bunch of guys in their Power Rangers fucking suits speaks for hardworking, honest black people who work every day, take the subway and whatnot?
I never said all. I never said all. I never said all black
Americans. Why you even bring it up?
Because you're judging.
Those are fringe people in Black America. Why are you worried about a fringe group?
Okay, you know? But you're worried about 4 girls from Rwanda.
No, I'm saying, hold up. This 4 girls. I'm talking about this guy Willie Fungo. He goes around and he makes hundreds of these videos, right? And they get like he got millions of freaking views on these videos, right? Talking about Black America, bringing out the worst of people. Why is that necessary?
Okay, let's forget about the Hebrew Israelite. Tariq Nasheed has a whole economy around tethers.
No, I look. I don't know about Tariq. I don't watch his videos. All I can do is I unsubscribe from him. I don't listen to his videos. I don't care about him. Whatever like that, you know. If you stupid enough to go, if you see him, I bet you anything you're subscribed to him. You know. So what do you guys? You guys hate Tariq, but how would you know you're not subscribed to him?
Because it's everywhere. Do I gotta
everywhere
subscribe?
Like hold on.
Do I gotta subscribe to a Hebrew Israelite channel?
He actually goes viral.
Yeah, okay. But you know how many videos go viral? I never open them up. I'm very careful.
Yeah, but a lot of us came from watching Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors. I'm one of them. I bought like every single one of the movies that he documentaries.
I never bought anything from him. I thought he was a day one. You know,
that's you. Tariq has over 2 million followers on subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm saying, look, I bet you like half the subscribers are Africans, glutton for punishment. Man. You know, I just bet you half the subscribers are Africans, man. You know,
really color, really, you know? And it's not just Tariq Nasheed. You've got the Jason Black, you've got Mike TV, etc. We need to stop acting like it's just one person.
You have.
No, but color, it's not just one person, is it? It's not the majority of African Americans. Majority of African Americans probably don't even know what FBA is. But we can't sit here and act like they're not growing in numbers. And you also acknowledge that this is true, that they are growing in numbers.
They're growing in numbers, but I would say this, right? If Africans basically stop going to their sites, whatnot, and spend more time on sites that like Dinosaur Show, my show, that talk about Africa and Pan-Africa. You know something, Frenchie? When I first came out, right? When I first came out, I noticed something. Africans would attack me more than they attacked Tariq. They seemed like they hated me more than they did him. You know, DK, can you explain that?
What were you calling them savages?
No, I was basically talking about at the time. I was talking about Pan-Africanism. We're all one people on that, and channels people popped up on YouTube. A guy named Judah Empire. You remember him? He's from your country, Cameroon, right? You got that.
Shout out to Judah.
So you had all these people. Afro dumbass or whatnot, his whole mission is to stop Pan-Africanism. I said, wait a minute here. I'm not talking bad about Africa. I said, I want to talk about Africa. When I started talking about Africa, what we need to do, people would tell me, well, Kala, why you want to build Africa? Why don't you build the hood? You know, get your people off crack in the air to say, I got attacked by Africans, right? Here you got Tariq saying them playing, they don't want nothing to do with Africa. They don't want to identify with Africa. I identify with Africa, and I got punished for identifying with Africa. So I don't want to hear that nonsense about
Kala, Tariq is not the
And that's wrong. You didn't
group.
deserve
You have the
that.
Moors, you have Hebrew
It doesn't matter.
Israelites.
If you're going to stupid enough to listen to the Moors and all these goofballs and whatnot, you know, that's fine. But the whole thing is this. Look, if those people are out there, right? But not it was just not just me. Dynas was attacked. Brandon was attacked. Even Afro
And why was y'all attacked? Because y'all
because the
identify
bottom
as
line, there's a lot
African,
of
right?
Africans for some reason they saw us as vulnerable. They know they can't attack black.
Oh, well, let me say something. Afro think tank gets more love than hate, though. So I really don't understand.
Well, I know, but hold on. There's also a lot of people who don't like them. And somebody had them demonetized. You know, who knows what?
That was the Latinos, Kala. You know that.
Whatever, you know. But the whole thing, I'm saying like this, you know, and also Afro think tank is a type. Now, every once in a while, what I like about Afro think tank, every once in a while, he will tell you if you get out of line, he'll tell you I'm African American. Don't forget that shit. And he's proud of his people. You know, I don't ever see Brandon doing that. You know, he's proud of his people. He's proud of his heritage and whatnot. So he always gives respect to his people. You know, and I respect that. You know, but I'm saying like this: the people who get attacked mostly are African Americans who believe in Africa. People who attacking the black tourism industry.
So
Why
Pan Africans are attacked more than Africans?
I was told Bomani. Now, Bomani's brought over 1,000 people to Africa. He's opened up all these countries, bringing African American business to Africa, tourism and everything, putting people to work and everything. You would think that would be applauded, right? But no, Africans are trying to stop him and whatnot, saying, no, he's coming to Africa. He's a colonizer.
Let me ask you a question, Kala.
Well, hold. Why don't you answer that? Why is Bomani being attacked? You know?
I'm not sure, Kala. Let me ask you this question: Is it more love than hate?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is
they see you as Bomani as a threat. They see you as a
also
threat.
louder than the people who love. The people louder love are silent. You know, the people.
Kala, when you go to Liberia, right? You said this. Don't you receive a lot of love in Liberia?
Most Liberians are not online. You know, when I go to Liberia, I get love. We're not because I love the people. Not.
That's all that should matter.
Hold on. I'm saying these people, these Africans that are online, they're making it hard for the continent, right? Because, like I said, I played a video. Really, I care about. It broke my heart when I see those Kenyan women getting abused in Jordan. Getting abused in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and there are people in the chat room talking about it's propaganda, Colin. When they don't care about their own fucking women, you know. So I'm like this. So I'm saying like this. Oh, Colin, you trying to make people say, "Oh, that's a problem that needs to be solved." And I'm a culture critic, right? So if I'm talking about my mother continent, right? Of course, I'm gonna talk about some of the problems. But they take it as I'm trying to insult you or embarrass you or whatever like that, you know. Somebody says, "But mine does what we want for." So is there anything wrong with that? Say, so is there anything wrong with that? Him doing something for financial gain. He's basically do the business. He's putting people to work and whatnot. So it is what it is.
You know what? I think.
Kala,
go ahead.
Hold on. Prior to Tariq Nasheed, you had Hebrew Israelites standing on the corner talking about Africans.
Who fucking listens
they
to
going
a
in
damn
slavery,
Hebrew, bro?
Kala, a large portion of people was Hebrew Israelites.
Who listens to a damn Hebrew Israelite? What they got to say? What my point I'm trying to make is there were also a lot of people. You got why didn't Africans massively get behind Obadali Kambo that's in Ghana? He ain't got no support, He ain't got no. He's struggling, Where's the African support?
Is he a pan-Africanist?
He's a pan-Africanist. He's in Ghana.
Well, Kala,
where's the support for my brother Mark Blanton?
Kala, I'm gonna say this.
Africa, right?
I'm gonna say this again.
All people do is talk about Tariq, the Hebrew Israelite, whatever. How come you guys don't give support to the people who are actually building something in Africa? Hell, why not?
I'm gonna say this again, Kala. Most black people, no matter where they at, are not pan-African. That's a
So
fact.
what? So why not? So why punish the black people who are Pan-Africanists? Why come at them?
Who's
The black
punishing
Because
them?
people
most black
Pan-Africanists.
people are not Pan-African.
The black people who are Pan-Africanists, right? Why not just build with them? Africans.
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, and also when the Africans start attacking people like Cambone, Bomani, when that, a lot of FBA has looked at that like, man, you guys went out of your way to talk about Africa, and this is how they do it. Like those Hebrew Israelites that got their property taken away in Ghana. Man, the FBA people had a fucking field day with that shit, They said, see, what I told you, man. Those people are savages, blah, blah, blah. Africans are animals, whatever like that, And all you guys do or Africans do is make it harder for people like me, that really want to see something happen and whatnot. You guys attack me. I get more attack or whatnot. You guys should be on Tariq's show in his chat room talking to him about your
So you
grievance.
don't think
Also,
these dudes
now
make
hold
it
on. Let me
hard?
ask you, Kwame, what do your grievance should be? Should it be with me or should it be with Tariq and them?
As far as who the Africans?
Or who to complain about xenophobia and shit like that? Why should I hear this shit? I never
Sometimes you
did it.
sound like Tariq. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I'm not going to sound like Tariq. I will look. The only thing is this: if you taunt me and attack me, yeah, I will. You corner me, I will defend myself. You guys want us to sit in the corner and
But I feel like
Africans is
once
defending
we
themselves.
hold on. So Black America is not allowed to defend themselves.
Are the Africans not allowed to defend themselves?
Hold up. First of all, Africans come in our spaces. They come to our country here in America.
Oh, here we go
so that
again.
means they can't defend themselves,
So
Colin?
no. I'm saying, look, yeah, they're allowed to defend themselves, right? But at the same time, just like you can defend themselves, Black Americans defend themselves. Right? Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Colin, to be fair, I think this dude has been making these videos long before Tariq started doing the FBA crap.
Who?
This dude.
Yeah, Willie
I
Fungo. Yeah,
remember seeing these
he
videos
goes
for a long
way
time.
back. He goes way back to when I first got on Dynast, back 2018. He was in one of the things. He was doing this stuff way back in 2013. I call him Willie Fungus, So let's not say Tariq. The FBA thing is relatively new. There was people basically doing this anti-Black American shit for a while, and nobody checked it, And so us Pan-Africans are caught in the middle between our own people and our desire for Pan-Africanism. Like, so we're caught in the middle. What the hell we do? So I don't know, man. I'm like, I want to do this Pan-African thing. I'm doing this thing in Liberia. I'm invested in this. I laid out my plans tonight on the show and whatnot, and people say that's a good idea, Colin, and whatnot, But I don't know.
Most Black Americans don't have any ill feelings towards Africans and vice versa.
Americans don't
Africans
know who Africans is. They don't know anything about the continent, and they don't care, So
and most Africans are the same way. Caribbeans are the same way.
No. That's bullshit. Black
All right,
America
so
is the face of the Black world. Everybody has an opinion of Black because they watch our movies, everything, music, all across the globe. So of course they got an opinion on us, right? But nobody ever know who a Rwandan is or Kenyan is and all these other things like that. So it's an imbalance, So yeah, they got an opinion about us. Okay, fine.
well, it's like this. Right?
Shouldn't the the responsibility be more on the people that's more recognized?
Well, the whole thing is this: every Black person in America is not responsible for the images they put out there. Nobody asked us that we want to be the face of Black people in the world. We never said that. Hollywood did that to us when I.
Let me give
You call
you an
the
analogy.
superior blacks. I mean,
I am not a superior Black nothing. I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Colin, you make the claim that we gotta, basically, I wouldn't say, I'm not gonna say verbatim, but you basically say, we gotta go.
I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you
the
exactly.
continent.
I know where you're getting at. I'll tell you exactly what I said. I said we have a culture, right? We have a culture, right? That sustained us and built the largest Black, the most successful Black community the world's ever seen, right? That didn't happen for doing Ooga Booga dance or whatnot. That basically because we had fucking things like etiquette taught to us and all these things that taught to us for many generations and whatnot, And some people say, well, that's taught to my white people. But yet, when the Africans and Caribbeans come over here, the first thing they do is brag about their proximity to white people and their jobs that white people hire them on, or the degrees they get there from a white institution. So the hypocrisy is. So if we got something, we learn something from white people, we're condemned. But when Africans come and they got proximity to white people, they got degrees or jobs, whatever, like the education, that's so perfectly okay. But if we have it, there's something wrong with us. We're not
Carl, let
really.
me say something real quick, right? You said that we are the face of black people, right?
Yeah, we're the face. Unfortunately,
Anytime,
I wish
let me
Nigerians would rise up and become the face of black people, and so everybody start talking about them. Like I said, I just want our people to move on, build, and be left the hell alone, man. Let somebody
right.
else.
We the face of black people, right? They say the same thing about the NBA. This person is. Hold on, let me finish, Carla.
That's a good thing.
Listen, the same thing in the NBA. They say this person is the face of the league, right? And a lot of people don't want that title for various reasons. But when you're the face of something, that comes with a lot of criticism, but it also comes with a lot of praise as well. So I'm
Praise
just
like
saying. So
we got praise. We praise ourselves. We don't need the damn world. We don't care about
I'm
the
just
world.
saying. But if you just said that we are the face of
What
black
people
people,
say, my
so
message is black people have reached a point in the world where we don't give a shit about the world. We only care about ourselves right now. We want to build. Now, I say like this, I'm extending all back to Africans. If you guys want to reach out to us and be part of what we're doing, that's fine, right? But this idea that we're living, we exist for the pleasure of everybody and everybody's edification and to be judged and scorned and ridiculed and put up and looked at and ostracized and whatnot all the time. It's tiring, That's why people talk about black fatigue, man. It's like, damn, man, we're always the fucking topic of everybody. White people talk about us in the media, racists talk about us, white supremacy. Now you got Africans over there, not to be Africans like, well, why should the white people and everybody else have all the fun? So let's talk about them too.
I doubt Africans in general.
So why? So tell me why this video got 300-something thousand views in.
Carla,
All
you
the
just said it.
subscribers are African.
Yo, hold on. Why does this video got
Have you
300,000 views?
what's the comment section like? What are people saying in his
Okay, let's
comments?
look at the comment section.
Don't go to the comments. Never go to the
Yeah, no.
comments.
No,
It's
let's
YouTube.
I
have a
expose you
look.
guys.
YouTube comments are
No,
always toxic.
Well, look, hold
do
on.
it.
Let's look at the comment section. I'm glad you asked that, Frenchie. I would never thought of it. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's
I want
good.
to see if anyone's holding him accountable. Let's have a look.
Yes, sir. Okay, 3,000. 5,000 comments. Holy jeez, Let's look at that. 5,000 comments, right? He goes, somebody said, Los Angeles maid says, as a black American who just left Rwanda, Kigali, I can say that certainly that everyone loved us, right? The lady loved us too. We visited a few clubs, ate at the good restaurant. That's good, Most of them can't speak English, but it was a hurdle. We don't take these women don't take these women too seriously, ignorance, as ignorance. Yeah, it's ignorance, Ignorance is a disease in Africa. Trust me, most are ignorant to our history.
Ignorance is a disease everywhere.
No, it's mostly a disease. You could tell where it's the worst, where the areas where it's least developed. That's I had to put it to you like that, but that's the truth. Culture like we're the B1 family. Okay, he's an FBA guy that goes to Africa. I don't know about that. Okay, exactly. We need to share positive stories about each other, post positive, not negative. Okay, somebody said that. I love. Somebody said, "I love your comments, my dear. You just gave me your hope." Rwandans, as a Rwandese who lives in New York City, I was surprised to hear my Rwandan sister intro. Then I see a lot of Africans, man, when they look at stuff, they get embarrassed by these sort of comments because they come here and they meet black people in America, and they're like, man, when people ignorant like that, right, it embarrasses them because they got to go in our inner circles and whatnot and stuff like that, and they're like, man, what the hell are these people? So if I was an African, I'd be like, yo, man, y'all need to shield the fuck because sooner or later you got to deal with us in America, right? You think you're gonna live in America and not deal with us? It's not.
What does that mean, Carla? Deal with us.
Oh, you come to Virginia, you find out who's running the state. Black people, Black America. On every high echelon, it's about to be a black governor too. Every high echelon business, the state police, everything is Black American. You do not want to freaking go in these places where there's Black people, and they get the impression you don't like them. When you make yourself, I would not want to live someplace where I hate the people there. I'm just seriously, I would not live in a place where I hate the people there, and I think the people hate me. I would not live there. That must be hell. So I say, how does Africans come to America if they hate African Americans so much? I don't understand that. Because you see us on TV,
Black.
If I look, I'm not too keen on Nigerians, right? So I could imagine if being dropped off in Nigeria, I'd be living in hell, wouldn't I?
Kyla, what's wrong with Nigerians?
And nothing wrong with Nigerians. Nothing wrong.
So why are you not too keen on them? What does that mean?
Yeah, look, I made a comment. This is like a year ago. I said 801 were massacred 30. I read a video like I played this video like
Kyla, why is that funny? Like, why is that funny? Like,
no, I said because these people talk about how violent we are. I said 800,001 is dead. When you talk about how violent we are, come on, and I said they have body parts littering Kigali 30 years ago. 800, I shouldn't have said useless lives lost, and the world turned its back on. Yeah, the world turned its back on Rwanda and said, "You people ain't even human." I was just saying,
Kyla, you gotta stay out. You gotta stay out the internet, man. You gotta stay out these negative videos.
I get my content from.
So Kyla,
But you know what, Kyla? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, man.
No, but you know what, Kyla? Nigerians and African Americans are kind of similar. Ask Dynas, he says the same thing. we are kind of similar. We're loud and and what else? It's a lot of things that are similar between Nigeria, and we got that attitude. Nigerians, African Americans, they got that attitude, and we're loud. We just alike.
Oh boy.
Yes, we are. We are.
Both sides think they're the superior blacks, so it makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely, I noticed that as well.
I don't think I'm a superior.
But both sides are the superior blacks.
Hold on. I'm saying that.
Well, there you go. Jonathan just said it. So there you go.
I'm just saying. I have my culture, right? I have absolutely no intention.
And you see the whole diaspora. You see the whole diaspora.
There's one difference is this, right? I have my culture. I'm satisfied with my Ryan Couglers or whatnot. I have no intention of ever buying or consuming Nigerian culture like that. But they, like this. So
Kyla, you see some of Kwame people defending us in the comments right there?
Who?
You see some of Kwame's people defending us in the comments right there? Who is that? Righteous Brand.
I don't see nothing.
Kyla, you don't see that?
I can't pay attention to the comment section and talk to y'all at the same time.
No, on the video you're showing right now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Righteous Brand.
Okay, let's read this. He goes, as a Jamaican living in America, I can say that the young lady is misinformed. She is a Jamaican. He's nothing like Kwame, Kwame probably agree with the lady,
Leave my honorary FBA brother alone.
Please, he's fake, As a Jamaican living in America, this is a real Jamaican right here, the ones I grew up with, I could say that lady's misinformed. She needs to travel. Black Americans are one of the strongest, resilient people you ever meet. Brilliant, as some of those beautiful Black people on the planet. Until you walk their shoes, you don't say anything. I love my Black brothers and sisters. Notice I didn't say African Americans. I put them as Black Americans simply because Americans, even our roots as African slaves, we are Black and proud. So I love that, brother, man. That's what I'm talking about. We need more Jamaicans like that who represent us.
Shout out to Kwame and his people, man. Shout out to them.
They ain't Kwame's people.
So my point was proven. I take it.
Yeah, look. The main thing is
I told y'all there's more love than hate.
My only problem is this: when somebody basically who's not Black look at stuff like this, right? They're not gonna look. They'll completely ignore the comments like that, right? And it goes looking for the comments where people are saying,
like your comment,
huh?
They gonna find your comment, right?
Yeah, my comment say I said what I said. I said, look, how you gonna call us violent, right? You said we're violent, right? How you gonna call us violent when you guys call us?
I gotta ask you,
man. You
That's
got
just
600
diaspora.
million people. There's body parts all over Kigali to this day to be finding hands and
So why
fucking.
you couldn't just educate the sisters and say maybe you got a bad outlook on us?
Yeah, I feel like you feed
Bottom
into
line,
this diaspora war collar.
look, the whole thing is this: if
But for
people
you to
want to
go
do this,
straight to a
you got
genocide is kind of wild.
Willie Fungo is going around, and he's a grifter. He's making it look. But somebody does a video for $300,000, 300,000 views, right? He's gonna make a roughly like $9,000 or $10,000 off this one video alone, right? So he has no incentive to ever stop doing this. Look how many comments he got. That pushes the number of like. Let me see how many likes he got. Let me see how many likes it's got. Okay, 5.55. That's still not likes for this video, but 3.
Hello.
What happens?
Hold on, where's collar at?
Oh, okay,
Collar
so it's
get
not
dropped.
just me. Almost freaked out there.
Oh, I'm gonna just say this, collar. I feel like collar. Sometimes, man, you feed into this diaspora war stuff.
He went straight to the genocide. You could have just teach the young ladies, like maybe you misinform about our culture, and maybe you don't gotta listen to the propaganda that's feeding you. You could have went a different way. You shouldn't have. I mean, you didn't have to go straight to a genocide.
Nah, he made the right decision.
Why you say that?
Yeah, what you call yeah.
No,
So
he didn't.
Because the problem is, right, I blame Pan Africans for a lot of this bullshit. Because Pan Africans used to always try to destroy Black America to try to lift up Africa.
yeah, that's
And in
true.
doing so,
I
you
was
have
I'm guilty
Africans
of that.
talk shit about Black America. You
I'm
have
guilty
Black
of that.
Americans talk shit about Black America. And at some point, someone's going to get tired of them and say, you know what? If all of y'all talking about us, fuck Pan Africanism
That's exactly what
and fuck
happened.
Africa. That's what you get.
That's exactly what happened. To be honest, I don't agree on Jonathan or anything, but that's exactly what happened. We the Pan African allowed this shit to go on like this. People talking about us, letting people talk about our community and stuff like that. Taking shots at us when we talking about Black America. Look, I tell you, my story is this. I became a Pan Africanist back in the early '90s, right? I was taught to hate being Black American. I changed my name. I used to tell my father, look, if we don't stop going to these slave fucking plantations, meeting your fucking white devil, fucking co-owners or whatever the hell that was owners from back in the days, the descendants, whatever. I'm gonna change my name. He said, "Oh boy, man, you make it what?" I changed my name. He thought I was kidding. I did it. I saw a lawyer. $300, man. Boom. A week later, say, I got your paperwork. Sign here, sign here, sign here. Your new name, and boom. I was a free man. I was done with the fucking thing. I said I will never be a Black American ever again. I was taught to hate myself. That's all it was. Pan Africa is mostly ain't about you. It's about Black America hating themselves. That's all it is. And uplifting Africa and hating themselves. That's all it is. I did it. I'm not going to do that no more. I learned my mistake. That's why I said I will check Africans when they run their mouth and these people exaggerating the freaking conflict that Black Americans do when every kid teases each other. But there's a hatred out there for us and whatnot is global. And I thought that it was just the Asians, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Arabs and whatnot. I had no idea it would also be our own people, that look like us that hate us too. The world's taught to hate Black America. Hey, we have a country that hates us. White America hates us. And they teach other people to come here to hate us. And they teach us to hate ourselves.
You honestly think Black Americans more hated than Africans?
No. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. 100%.
Really?
Black
Where,
Americans are
No one
hated.
hates Africans. They pity Africans
so
there.
so
They,
so
they have
where's
they
the
have
That's
Hebrew
empathy.
Israelite,
that is
where's the
completely
Hebrew Israelite
false. If
group
that was the
in
case, Bill Gates would have wanted to depopularize the whole African continent. What are you talking about?
No, that's different. But we'll talk about it in general.
We're talking about
People generally.
wiping an entire continent.
If
This is
we
something
just
that
talk
the
about
West
white people,
have tried to do for years upon years. So don't say that they pity us or they're trying to wipe us out.
when we talk about the whole world, we're not talking about white people.
do the Igbos
Latin
believe
America's not trying to wipe out Africa.
do the Igbos or the Yoruba
Well,
believe that Black Americans is going in with chains and they're gonna be they servants in the kingdom?
What are you
What?
talking about?
what?
I'm talking about as far as like the group, because you saying that Africans hate Black Americans. Where is the
No, I'm
culture
saying also
behind
no,
that?
I'm saying the world hates Black America, right? And Africans are nothing but if you consume the global media, look, if I wasn't African American, I'd hate myself too. I hate African Americans too. Because what the media presents of us is, I remember one time, brother, there was this Japanese guy, right? You guys probably seen this guy. He's an asshole, right? He was a fucking Japanese guy. He makes a bunch of rants. He was on right there. He got off some other Asian guy checked him, right? He made this rant about Black America. He's in Japan, never left Japan, right? He made this rant that went viral about Black Americans, right? Because he would listen to white nationalists, right? Black Americans are committing a crime. They're doing this. White people got to do this, right? Made white people seem like they were just innocent victims and they're victims of Black America, whatever. And then some 8 Japanese saying, look, man, that's not what happened. You bought the white supremacy power. So the white power structure puts out propaganda against us all over the world. And you have Japanese people hate it, but a good thing about a lot of Japanese educated, they're more educated than most Asians, They were like, no, that's not the case. Those people are still suffering from systemic racism and stuff like that. They know better, they know better.
Kyla, at one point people was questioning if Africans was human beings, Kyla.
Well, that extended to all of us, That extended to all of us. I said that all Black people. They said all Black people are human beings, Well,
They literally made
they
cartoons.
they said most of Black people, when we were slaves in America, they said we were part human and part beast. That's what he told us. They believe that.
At least they said Black Americans was part human. They said Africans was
No, they're talking about
literally
all
animals.
Africans. They called us Africans. The African race. They didn't make a distinct. African white people really, when it comes down to it, right? Biologically, genetically, we're Africans. Culturally, we're not Africans, right? But genetically, African. White people go by your phenotype, your biology. That's what they go by. So yeah, they consider the African American part of the African race. Yeah, if they think Africans are animals, they think we are animals. Simple as that. Because we're the same race genetically. So it is what it is. I tell people all the time. I said, look, the world is taught to hate Black America, right? They're taught to unfairly judge us, right? Because let me give you a perfect example, right? Even Black America. A lot of the stuff you see in Black America, because they literally burned down, destroyed Black communities in America that were rising above them. Durham, North Carolina, the Black community built their own Wall Street, pulled our money together, built banks and everything. White mob came in and burned it down. Moving to North Carolina, same thing. Tulsa, Oklahoma, same thing.
Kyla,
So bottom line, but the white story is this: they failed, right? They gave them all that land, the Homestead Act, whatnot, right? And they failed, right? Like the stories like the grapes of wrath and whatnot, the Dust Bowl, whatnot, The truth is they didn't have the farming techniques or would really do the type of work Black people do with farming, and they failed at farming and whatnot, and so they had to flood into places like Chicago and compete with Black people for jobs. But American culture has rewritten the story to make it seem like it's empathy. They give them empathy, just like the heroin and the fentanyl epidemic in America. They give an empathy. Black people, what they say, you a crackhead and whatnot, they condemned our people that was on crack when I as no good crackheads and whatnot. But what do they say about their people on heroin? Oh, they need treatment. They like this. Unfortunately, the Chinese are they don't take no responsibility. But when
Kyla,
it comes to us,
more people was killed in the Congo than the entire transatlantic slave trade.
that's a lie. That's a lie. The
How many?
transatlantic slave trade, like 30 million people died in the transatlantic slave trade. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about more people was transferred to the Americas and the Caribbeans versus the people that died, that got genocide in the Congo. So I don't
No,
think it's a fair
more
comparison
people
to
died
say
in transatlantic slave trade. You talking about literally millions of people, millions of people. Look, you talking about King Leopold? Yeah, there was a lot of people died in King Leopold, but you think about it, the people there was like at least
estimated over
20,
10
30
million
million
people.
black people who died didn't make survive the voyage of the transatlantic slave trade. And the bottom line is what the transatlantic trade, the weakening of Africa to the transatlantic slave allowed for somebody like King Leopold to take over the Congo. A little pipsy country like Belgium took over the Congo, so that's what it is. So another thing is, why are we always comparing who got it the worst? What's the point? We're all those people in the Congo are my
Because
people.
you just made the comparison. You said
No, I didn't make the
black
comparison.
America is the most
You
hated.
brought that up saying more people died in the Congo. What's the point? What's the point?
Because you made the claim. You said more people. You said
No,
black
I said
America
that
is more
after you said
hated.
that. I said that after you said that. And I said that. I said we're all one people. White people see us all the same. And I said you made a point that more people died in the Congo. Who's the difference? There's black people dying. Who the hell cares? I don't want no black people dying. I don't want no black people to have genocide. I care about the Africans just as much as I care about black African Americans. I don't do that shit. But what I did is, since there's nobody defending Black America, right? I will step in and defend Black America because we all the whole black world have a collective thing about defending Africa. Well, don't talk about Africa, man. Don't let this. Nobody basically says don't talk about Black America like we're a sacred cow. Africa's a sacred cow. You can't talk about Africans no matter what they do. Black America, you can say whatever you want. You can interview people. What do you think about Black Americans? Everybody just like this. No repercussions, no respect, no nothing, whatever like that. And it is what it is,
I don't know. I don't know that brother objective for doing that, but it's people that
No,
generally
look,
do
I'm
that for
gonna tell you right
positive
now.
feedback.
I do know he's a freaking anti-Black American troll. I used to battle with him on Diane's show. I was a
You talking about
fan.
Willie?
Yeah, Willie. Yeah.
I don't think he's anti-Black American though. I don't think
I don't
so.
know. I said me and him didn't get along. He didn't like the fact that I knew so much about Nigeria, and I could talk about Nigeria and these African countries. He's always come in and try to, man, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not African. Blah 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 and whatnot. So he has a
because even his videos when Africans say certain things, he pushed back on them.
He has to, because let me tell you something. Despite everything we say, right? So everything they do, right? That he knows his bread and butter is the African American audience, just like Go Black and everybody else. Right now, you got all these African content creators in Kenya, like Evans of Kenya. They all the African content creators, these girls that be on these two twin girls, African Kenyan girls. They don't do no Kenyan content. Everything is like Kanganda. Everything is. I ever notice that all the African content creators look on YouTube. They always talk
That's
about
what makes the money, caller.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're a big cash cow talking about Black American issues and Black America because nobody wants to know about Africa. That's sad.
Why you think Black Americans are doing the same thing, talking about us? It makes the money.
Well, you could talk about yourself, but I'm saying you got other people coming into our culture, don't really know the nuances of Black America, right? And they're basically doing this thing like I said, okay, we're all black now and whatnot, because now you got these people, these Africans are becoming radicalized, talking about white people this, white people that, blah, blah, blah. They basically understand by talking and race stuff, it makes you money, it gets you views, and the views have to come from America because this is where the money's at. Nobody's spending ads in Kenya or these other African countries, so you got to make money. You need an American audience, So, like I said, Willie Fungo, whatever his name is, right? His audience is Black American and people in the West, but he makes content disparaging us. Why we consume this stuff, I have no idea. Well, it's called clickbait. It's all clickbait. I bet you 90% of those things that people haven't watched that whole thing, dude, is clickbait.
I don't watch into that content. I don't.
Well, somebody watched it. All you have to do is click on it. They don't care if you watch it or not. As long as you go to the page and you click on the video, and you've done your job. That's clickbait. So titles clickbait. What do you think? We asked the Rwandans, what do you think about Black Americans? Right? And they're like, whoa, man, let me check this out. And people you only usually listen to like the first 5 minutes of it and turn it off. But that's
so Colin, why you couldn't educate the young sisters on Black American history and the accomplishments?
Look, bottom line is it's not my job to educate nobody. You want to educate it, you come to this channel. This is where you get education. You know, you come to my channel, and if my channel is out there and people want to call in and ask me questions, feel free to ask or whatever. But I am not going to go
But
in
you could have
everybody's
kept you
chat
could have
room.
kept it
It's not my
simple, like
job to
yo.
go in everybody's chat room and educate people. Now, you want to get educated, you come on this platform, and I'll gladly think, damn, we're going to do another
Why?
7 hours.
Why? Hold on, Kyla. Why is it Black Americans' job to educate people about us? Can't they fucking read?
Yeah, don't they have libraries over there? That's what I thought, man. I thought Africans were so educated, whatever they tell us, you know. They don't have libraries, you know. I learned about Africa from going to libraries, you know, nothing else. Back when there was no computers back in the days, I used to go to the library and pull out all world almanacs and stuff like that. And geography. I mastered the geography of Africa.
The
I
reason
learned
why
about the history. I learned all about Africa by going to the library and going to the African book section
the
and
reason
reading
why
all
the
authors.
reason why I said that because one of the ladies in the video said I'm only familiar with Black Americans through movies, so that's the only reason I said
Oh,
that.
that's unfortunate. You
And
know,
that's
that's
by
what I'm
choice.
saying. That's unfortunate, you know. I took time to learn about Africa, you know. That's why when somebody says something about Africans negative, I said, that's not the real Africa. I know Africa. Some people say Africa jungle. I said, no, I know Africa got cities because I read encyclopedias. I looked up books when I was always fascinated by
But I'm
modern Africa, you
confused
know.
because you guys said earlier that the majority of African Americans don't even know that Kenya exists, that Uganda exists. So if we're talking about
I'm
people
saying
being
I think
educated,
that's
I know
true
it
though,
exists.
Frenchie.
I
To
know it
be
exists.
fair, we don't know majority of the countries in Latin America, majority of the countries in Europe. If you ask
I
us
mean,
what
that's not
country
a
we're in
good
Europe,
thing. That's not
we'll
something
know
to
the
be
top
Most
six.
proud
like
of.
you really don't know all the states in America, you know.
I
So
That's
actually,
nothing
no,
to
I
be
actually do
proud
think
of.
I think it is something to be proud of because
Okay.
it's really not that
Okay.
important.
To
I
you,
disagree
clearly.
with that. I
To
What
you. It
disagree
just
with
goes
that.
to show that you're
what
not
good do I
cultured.
get knowing that Burundi exists?
Just goes to show
that's a
it
little harsh,
speaks.
Jonathan, man.
You
That's a
should
little
we
No,
should know
It
about the
speaks to
world.
Kyla.
education that
To be
you've
fair,
received.
to be
It
fair,
speaks to
in
the
your life,
education that you've
when
received.
has knowing Burundi exists benefited you in any kind of way?
Well, I do know that the Rwanda war started in Burundi.
And how has that benefiting you in any kind of way? How
Well,
does
we
that
can learn.
contribute to your life?
We can learn from that. We can learn from what happened in Burundi. You know, we can learn a lot. You know, we can learn a lot from Burundi.
That's
You
my
laugh.
point, Kyla.
We can learn a lot, man. You know, we can learn a lot.
There-
You know,
There's no benefit.
every people have worth, man. We gotta give everybody worth, man. You know,
No, Colin,
but
I'm not saying they don't have worth, but the idea is that if I come on and I say, hey, I want y'all to name every country on the planet, you're not going to be able to do
oh,
it.
you would be go black to Africa. That's what you'd be. You'd be go black to Africa. He would that motherfucker went to all countries in Africa, man. That motherfucker would go
And
to countries nobody ever heard of,
and then
man.
once you miss one country, we're gonna criticize you. Be like,
Oh
wow,
yeah,
so
yeah.
these
Oh yeah.
people don't matter. They
You
don't
would
matter.
go
I
to
can't believe you
all
don't know these people
countries,
exist. That's horrible.
stick all the Shinagalaga and everything like that. Speak every Shinagalaga language, but as soon as you miss one country and misrepresent, well, hey man, they come down to you,
It's
man.
not even an African American issue, it's an American issue, period. There are literally
Americans don't know anything.
dozens of videos of Americans being asked simple geography questions. They can't even locate certain countries. It's embarrassing. The world actually laughs at you guys when you make those mistakes.
Yeah,
And I'm
the
not talking about Black
Americans live in a
Americans, I'm
bubble.
talking about Americans as a whole
That's
in
Americans
Yeah,
general.
but
because
Frenchie, they laugh and then they immigrate to America and become the same way.
that's
Unfortunately, it's really not that
Uh,
important to know all of this shit.
Prove it.
It's really
Prove that
not.
the ones that laugh
in World War
and
II,
comment in
most
the videos
Americans
are in
thought.
America. Prove that.
Hold on, check this out. In World War II, most Americans thought Japan was a city in China.
Yeah, man.
But you
Who
see, Carla, you
cares?
find that funny. That's
No,
something to
I
be
say
proud of.
it's tragic. But the bottom line is this: is because look, we had to deal with white people's ignorance, right? Jim
she's
Crow
not talking about black
happened.
people. She's talking
White
about
people
American
thought,
in general.
oh, white people thought Americans thought Africa. They rescued us being on the slaves on that field as beasts was a step up from being an African. They still believe that to this day. Yeah, they rescued us. You know. They said that was a rescue. You were the lucky ones that made out of Africa. You was our slaves or not, you know.
Nah, Kala, I
I think,
went. Me and my wife, we went to a slave trade museum in Calabar, and
you went
I
to that
mean,
place?
the best thing that ever happened was that the African guy was being very honest by saying Africans were completely explicit in a part of this shit. They wanted the damn wooden mirrors. They wanted the little yeah, we went to it.
In
They
Calabar,
wanted
they
it.
were. In Calabar, they were. Nigeria, they were. That area right there, they were. You know? In Calabar, not all of
In
Africa.
the Congo, they were as well, Collar.
What?
Yeah.
In the Congo, they were as well.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Yeah, they were, but Queen of Zinga stopped that shit, man. Don't even try it, you know? Calabar, yeah, they were involved in the slave trade. They prospered. Some of the Nigerians, that area, weren't Nigerians, the Nebos, actually traveled to Europe on business during the slave trade, you know?
Angola too.
You know? So these were
Angola had to
people
beg
who
the
knew.
Portuguese to stop stealing their
No,
own
Queen
food.
Nzinga wiped the slave trade out for the most part, you know?
But I think you said she also participated in it.
No, she became a Christian and just stopped fighting it, you know, after a while, you know?
Oh, okay.
And eventually died off, you know, died out, you know?
There was this white lady named Mary Slessor. They got a big ass statue of this heifer. And they say she's responsible for stopping the killing of twins or some shit like that. In my mind, I'm like, there's too many white statues down there in Calabar. Way too many.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Calabar,
Kind of scares me.
there was white men who lived there. You know that? Who had residence there during that time
Kyla,
period.
I ain't gonna lie. You know, them streets are nice like a motherfucker, Kyla.
Oh, that's a nice place. It's a nice place. I
Something
like
told me
it.
that
That's the only part of
they
Nigeria.
didn't make these streets.
Hold on. That's the only part of Nigeria I ever want to go to is Calabar. That's the only part I think it's nice. You know? That's the only part of Nigeria I ever go to. I'll never go to Lagos, you know. That ain't happening. You know, if I could fly straight to Calabar, I would, you know.
Oh,
Color,
What about
the
Abuja?
I like.
What about Abuja, Colin?
Kyle, you wouldn't go to Bono State?
Abuja's nice and everything like that, but it's too close to the north, man. With the Boko Haram and shit like that.
You wouldn't go to Bono State?
Hell fucking no. I ain't going up there unless I'm
Hey,
armed.
Collar. Mary Shaw
Ocean
and
is nice. Huh?
I think Mary Shaw and Frenchie want to say something, Collar.
What? What you say?
Oh,
I think Mary Shaw and Frenchie want to say something.
Okay, go
Frenchie,
ahead.
you could go. You could go, Frenchie.
I'll mute. I'll shut up. Let the women
No,
talk.
Marie, you go, honestly, because what I'm about to ask Color is gonna, yeah. So you go first.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just about to say, no, it's okay. I was just about to say something about Lagos and Oyo and Ocean State. I've been to those three places, but I really don't. Well, I like Lekki. But I really don't like Lagos like that. It's not that I don't like it, it's just too crowded. It's like too many people, and it kind of reminds me of New York. And I didn't. I'm not really. I really don't like New York like that. I mean, even though I only been one time because my cousins are from there, but I don't know. It was just too packed. But I love Ocean and I love Oyo State. So
Well, Mary, you didn't like getting stuck in traffic for hours in Lagos?
And the breeze coming from Makoko, you didn't like that?
I like Lucky. I mean, I like
Collar.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frenchie.
Yeah, so Carla, I was just going to ask, and I'd really like you to be sincere and honest with this question because I'm being genuine with it. From your perspective and what you've researched and studied, were the majority of African tribes complicit in the slave trade?
No.
Thank you.
I would say like this. The whole thing is that I would say, and everybody gonna come from my head, like Jonathan and Kwame and whatnot. Africa was a victim. Africa was. So they're trying to create the narrative that Africans think, "Oh, I wasn't in slavery like that." No, Africa was literally paralyzed. They had like 3 centuries of no growth or no nothing. While the rest of the world got smaller, right? Europe and Asia into the modern era, Africa went through a time period of 300 years of degradation. It went back in civilization.
Kyla, you familiar with Prester John and that story?
Look. Yeah, I know about it. So anyway, check us out. Africa went backwards, right? The transatlantic slave trade is the reason for Africa's backwardness, right? We can't look at, Africa did not gain from the transatlantic slave trade. Europeans did. Do you know all those cities, Lisbon, Amsterdam, all these cities were just disease-ridden backwaters. The slave trade, Atlantic slave trade that built the New World, made turned these cities into metropolises and whatnot. Africa fell into decay. Africa is actually strong before the transatlantic slave trade, but slave trade. So this idea that Africans were all complicit. Why would you be complicit in your own freaking demise? That's so.
Kyle, can I say something?
Hey, Colin, the craziest thing that I learned is that, like, not a lot of those soccer stadiums in Europe, they were built based off the profits from the slave trade.
Yeah,
Didn't
so
know that.
Europe built this. So Europe built
And these
this.
people walk around with these damn teams. And they still profiting from it. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Europe was built on the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. What Europe would be, Western Europe would be nothing if it wasn't for the Holocaust.
Let me say something, Kyle. I don't believe that all Africans were complicit in the slave trade, but I'm just saying that there was particular tribes that were complicit in it and whatnot.
Oh, we know that. We know. Look. Every time you have powerful force, look, the Europeans. Let's be honest with ourselves. The Spanish Armada was the most powerful army. Then the British Navy, right? The Spanish Armada, when the British defeated the Spanish, before the British defeated the Spanish, these people had the capability of ruling the world. These Spanish ships would basically sail the seas and whatnot. This is maritime Europe, right? They basically grabbed all the continents of the world, whatnot, and subjugated the whole entire world to their rule. Look, and the only way they could maintain that was by building this place called the Americas, the New World and whatnot. That was where all the mercantile trade was done, right? And the only thing they need to do that was they need black bodies. This is how it worked. Like I said last night, which is etching in your head. The Dutch started this, right? The Dutch are worse than Portuguese. Portuguese didn't have the knowledge to do this, right? The Dutch founded a system, right? The Dutch and the Jews, right? Started a system where you put a little bit of money up, right? Let's say you have a stock in a company, like such and such a trading company, right? And we're going to raise this amount of money, right? And we're going to sell shares, break this up in shares, sell you a share. So once they raise the capital, the money goes to purchasing a ship, right? And the crew, pay the crew and everything, and buy a whole bunch of cargo, right? Whole bunch of cargo that they're going to load on the ship. Later in America, it became the only weapon thing that Africa wanted was guns. They're going to take all this stuff, right? And they're going to bring it to West Africa, right? Trade it with the so-called chief contacts on the coast, right? Or if he don't go with it, we'll go with his next door. Hey, they're going to come back with the deal, whoever. They're not going to leave that coast until they have their thing. The thing in Africa they want for Africa, you want to fill those shit with bodies, right? Once those ships filled with bodies, right? 600 bodies, right? And it gets out to sea. When it docks in the port, right? Your stock that you initially put, one thing, went up 7,000% because that's how valuable slaves were. That little bit of investment and stuff, that trinkets that they sold to Africans, guns, whatever like that, get you a return of, because slaves were that valuable. That's how the slave trade lasted for 300 years. It's what built the new world. It's what built the countries you all live in right now. It's what gave America and the West the edge on technology and scientific discovery. Everything we're doing here is definitely related to what happened during the transatlantic slave trade. There's no getting around that.
I understand that, and I agree with you. Go ahead, Frank.
No, sorry. I just really wanted to put this out there because I know that on here people can misconstrue your words. So I just want to preface that there is no excuse for what those particular tribes did. Selling your own people is an abomination. And like I said in the chat, it's probably why the continent is in the state that it's in, and for as long as it has been. It's like a curse. That's how I view it. There is no excuse for selling your own people. It's sick. It's twisted. And there's no excuse for it. So I would never defend that. There's no defense for that. I understand that there were things happening. I get it, but for me, there's no excuse. It's sick to me. It's not something. It's not a part of history that I am proud of or that I'm happy about.
Africa fell, and
Yeah.
you know something, Fred. Did you see the movie Sinners yet?
I haven't,
Oh,
but I'm
that's a
gonna
good
get around
movie.
to it.
Anyway, one part was Brian Cook. I love this guy, man. He said one part where Cornbread was standing outside, Omar Miller said, "So y'all gonna invite me in?" And then one Andy goes, "Wait a minute, why you need to be invited in? Are y'all gonna invite me in?" Whatever like that, because he had become a vampire, right? He goes, "Why don't you just walk in?" "No, you gotta invite me in, right?" But it's basically right. The message was the devil can't come in unless you invite him in. Africa invited the white man in. Slavery, white Europeans didn't start up it started with a friendship. The Portuguese and Benin had a beautiful relationship in the 1400s. They were trading back and forth. They were buying Benin bronze and whatnot, and the relationship was good. And not some Portuguese even married women from Benin and places like that. Same thing with the French and the Dutch. They actually took on African wives. But over time, Europeans, basically, the transatlantic slave trade changed Europeans and the Western attitudes towards Africa as net to negative. 300 years later, the Portuguese came back with the idea that Africans are inferior and everything to them. They didn't do that at first. Racism didn't exist initially when Europeans went to Africa, but it was Africans allowed themselves to be denigrated through the transatlantic slave trade, and that caused Europeans. Basil Davidson always said racism. Slavery caused racism. There was no evidence of white supremacy and racism until the transatlantic slave trade. That's just the truth, So we have to basically do that. So Africans have to understand that responsibility. The racism that we see in America is directly reflected in the fact that Europeans look at Africa by the conditions that happen to African Americans. They look at Africa as weak, How do you sell your own people off? Well, there was many people that were selling their own people. They were selling enemy tribes and stuff like that that were manipulated by Europeans, But the whole thing is they look at it as that you couldn't protect your people. And that's the only thing I would say like this. Now I will say this and I got to go. When the Kublai Khan tried to come to Japan, the Japanese were fighting against each other, right? So what they did was all the samurai shoguns all throughout the Japanese islands united under a united front, right, to correct them. Same thing with the Han tribes against the Mongols, right? When there's an outside threat, internal peoples out there. The Greek tribes, states united against the Persians, right? The Gauls and the British Islands united against the Romans, Same thing with the people in the Rhineland. The Rhine tribes united against the Romans, right? The only time in history where an outside threat was invited in and people started fighting each other and lying with an outside enemy, right, was in Africa. Something has to be said about that, Usually tribes get together. We got these white men coming here and whatnot. What do you think? Tribes that were beefing with each other say, look, we're next to each other, right? He's coming from far away. We're going to be, if anything happens, we're going to be fighting on our flank. So we need a united front. That's happened all over the world throughout history except Africa. That's why the transatlantic slave trade happened. Africans inviting white people in. And to this day, it still goes on. You invite white people in, and Africans are so naive. I'm like, now I don't mind us being, if anybody's going to bring white people to Africa, it's got to be African Americans because we know them. We know them. Yeah. So I don't think Africans know when a white person is being racist. I'm in Liberia, right? And I'm in a store and I'm watching the body language of this one, I don't know if she was Lebanese lady, whatnot, And this was when we had a tour group last year. And these African children were in the store, right? And she just looked so bothered by them. Like, why are they on? They were in line in front of her. The way her attitude was, and I said, and when she was looking over at the other African men, whatever, like the Liberian men, and I said to myself, I saw that, right? I saw that when she was acting, right? Like, man, these people are so disgusting. I hate these people now, But the average African can't pick up on that. They don't know white people the way we know them, So if anybody's going to bring anybody to Africa, if you want to bring white people to Africa, they should be partnered with African Americans because we know them. We'll check them, We know how they are. We know when they're being racist. We know all that stuff like that. Africans, I don't think they have a natural sense of how to deal with white people, I don't think so. So that's what I say.
I wonder if it's like that in like Europe and stuff.
I agree.
Yeah, it's like that. I think it's all over. I think. Well, I don't know. If you lived in the UK for a generation, you probably have it, right? But a lot of Africans are naive when it comes to dealing with people because they don't. The idea of race and prejudice, it probably don't. It's not part of their culture. You know, we know we taught. Look, when you go down there and the white folks, whatever like that, so you better do this because the white man is. We're taught that. You know, so we know how to.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of understand what you're saying because sometimes I see Africans with white people and they so jolly and like they act like
They don't
we are the
understand. They don't
world.
understand. They don't understand when they're being insulted. You know,
Yeah.
and they're being
But Kala, I
patronized.
think the problem is that they
Even
had
when
sorry, Kwame, they had a poor understanding of the world around them. When those ships came, they should understand that you're not trading on an equal level because they have
Yeah.
much greater power than you.
I agree with DK. Sometimes
even when I see like the white people and they with some of the like the primitive tribes in like in Southern Africa
Yeah.
and they giving them bottles of Sprite and these people biting the bottle and stuff
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
they
I'm
make you
like,
fool. And why do you put that? Why do they put that on camera? You know, they're trying to bite the bottle with their teeth and shit like that. I'm like, why the hell you do that? You know,
yeah.
white people
Or
love
they
making fun of that.
they eating like like an animal like a penguin or something raw and it's just like yo you don't
Yeah,
see
look,
these people
I'm
just
being like African.
destroying.
What is they it's called slumming, but they know they're gonna go back to their European world. The reason why Black Americans resist that because we Black people in America are saying, well, we don't have a white world to go back to, you know. So that could be our reality if we adopt that. That's why I say Black people don't eat with their hands because we know that's the implication, you know. White people could do that because they can go back to their white world. They're the ones in power and control because they could get away with stuff that we can't. You know, you'll never see a Black man in America go out in the bush and eat tear up bush meat and eat it whatnot with their hands and do all stupid shit. You know, it's not gonna happen because we don't want to become that. You know, that's what it is. You know, so I'm gonna let everybody say one last thing, and I'm gonna go because it's 7 hours. 7 hours. I said I wasn't gonna do more 7-hour shows. Look at it, but I won't be on tomorrow night. So Thursday night's my night off. I got a conference tomorrow, training tomorrow all day. So anybody got anything last thing to say?
Yeah, can we settle this? If you are black in Britain and you are legally a British citizen, how should you identify yourself from a legal standpoint
From
and a national standpoint?
you're a black. What's the name of the country?
England.
Is a country named Britain, or England?
England. England's the
You're
country.
a black English person. England person.
I thought English was an ethnic group though.
I'm confused.
I'll just say
This is why
African European.
that doesn't make any sense.
What is
African
England?
European doesn't make
What is
sense.
British? What is British means all the territories, right? Welsh, that's all of them, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so are you a citizen of also Scotland and Welsh?
No, just England.
Okay, so you're English then.
But yes, but we wouldn't call ourselves English because we would consider the white people
Well, hold on, but
to
English
be
is the government,
the
so you are English.
indigenous.
No, you say
Sorry, say that again.
you're Afro English. That's what you say. Just do like that, like we're Afro Americans. You know, we're African Americans or Afro Americans, right?
But would the English people like that though? If they
No, they wouldn't.
Hold on. You
No,
say
they
you're
wouldn't.
Black English or Afro English. That sounds about right. You know,
the
Black.
reason I say that is because I thought English was
Because
like an
English is
ethnic group.
also like an
It's all the different.
ethnicity.
It's all the African people in Brit. Is it like a like a unity thing?
What you mean? What, England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales?
No, I'm talking about as far as like Cameroon, Nigerians, are all y'all connected in England.
To a certain degree, yes, I would say so.
So I think it would just make sense to be like black British or black
English, black Afro English. I would say Afro. It's Afro English. It could be Afro English.
But English is like an ethnic group though. It's like saying like a black Irish or something like that. You can't really.
Because I think when you break it down as like I'm a Cameroon British, I'm a Nigerian
Hold
British.
on. My problem is this: if you say I'm a black Irish, what you're saying is you're Irishman painted black. You got to put your ethnicity. you say I'm an African British, you know, or I'm an Afro British.
Yeah.
But that's the
See,
thing.
I
In
don't.
America, it's completely different. Here, we wouldn't say that. We just wouldn't. It wouldn't make sense for our system. It just wouldn't make sense. You're either a black immigrant or you are black British.
Because what I think it is because you guys haven't, even though you guys are still considered immigrants, we're not, you know. So we, you know, we're not considered
No,
immigrants.
once either naturalized or born here, you are considered British. So therefore, on your passport or any government papers that you have to fill out, where they ask you for your nationality, black British is on there as one of the options. So we would legally have to stay black British. That's just how we are recognized here, unless you are an immigrant. Because
That's the
English,
one that makes
Irish,
the most sense.
English is an ethnicity. I would never call myself English.
Yeah, English is enough. Okay, so the country is British, right? And the British includes all the territories, isles, whatever like that. That's Britain, right?
I'll be confused with
I mean,
British and English.
Britain's not a country, but I
What I'm saying
understand what
is,
you
if you're
mean,
Black
Carla.
British, that entitles you to Northern Ireland, that entitles you to Scotland, Wales, all that
Yeah,
places.
we could live there. We could live there. We could
I'm
live
saying,
in
that's what
England,
I'm saying.
Ireland, Scotland, Wales. Yeah,
That entitles you to all that territory if
absolutely,
you're Black British. Okay, and also
absolutely. Yeah.
British territories in like Bermuda, you know, that's a British territory. Bermuda's a British territory. You know, you can go there.
hmm
Wherever the British have territories in the world, you can go to.
I
You know,
think Turks and Caicos too is a British colony.
yeah. So use that shit. Fuck it. You know, whatever. You know, I'd be like, you know, get that money. Bermuda has a lot of money. A lot of money. He just started a business there. If I was a Black Briton, I wouldn't live in the damn Britain. I live in the UK. I'd be living out in Bermuda. You know, that's nothing but a safe haven, a tax haven. You know, but so much money laying around, so many people coming in, ships and everything like that. That's where I live.
Melissa, I think you're confused. We don't have the same system as you in the States. We have a completely different system here. You know, the world does not revolve around America. So we are considered Black British. That's what it states on my passport.
It
Who are
actually
you addressing, Frenchie?
it actually
It's
says Black.
Melissa. I don't
Oh
understand.
yeah,
She wants to still identify as
don't worry
African,
about
but
Melissa.
it doesn't make
She's
any sense.
don't pay attention to Melissa.
All right. Is everybody said what they gotta say? I'm ready. Can I go to bed now? Damn, it's almost 5:00 in the morning. Look,
Yes, you
I
may.
got to go. I love y'all all. Thanks for support and everything like that. I'll see y'all on Friday. Y'all take care.
Bye.
All
See you
right,
Friday.
Kyla. God bless everybody.
All right, take care.